네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. This is hosted and organized by Gyeonggi Provincial Government and Kintex. My name is Koo Young-soon. I'm an MC here for the Gyeonggi Provincial Government. It is an honor to be here. This Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum will be brought to you under the theme of Hydrogen Economy for the Future in a virtual format. This is held here in the Creative Economy Innovation Center, and we are broadcasting live through YouTube.
Thank you for attending Gyeonggi Province International Hydrogen Forum. This is Young-soo Koo, Korean and English announcer from Gyeonggi Province TV, the host for today's forum. 본 포럼은 한국어, 영어 동시 통역으로
We are providing simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English, so please switch to the relevant channel on YouTube. With that, we would like to begin the first 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. The theme of the first session is the current and future status of hydrogen energy. And for that, we would like to hear from many experts, presentations, and discussions. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we were not able to invite our international participants to be here in person, so we will be meeting them online. First, we'd like to hear from Emilio Niete, General Manager of Spain National Hydrogen Center, an in-depth thematic presentation.
we'll have a speech of first session.
Organizer in order to invite me, in order to take part of this summit And I will try to make a small presentation about who we are and which are the activities of the National Hydrogen Center, and mainly focus on the new Spanish hydrogen strategy roadmap that is recently released. So where we are a national hydrogen center, a research center, who is called the consortium, who belongs to the two administrations. One of them is the central government, 50%, and the other 50% is the government of the Castilla-La Mancha region, who is where we are located in Puerto Llano, Ciudad Real, this 200 kilometers south from Madrid. Where we are now working here is close to 50 people, and we are covering the whole value chain of the hydrogen and fuel cells technologies development. So you can see here we have 13 labs. We have also a 100 kilowatt PV installation where we are using in order to produce the green hydrogen. And also we are covering, as I told you before, the whole value chain in order to make all the different capabilities and developments from the workstation station, storage system engineering, and so on. So you can see the picture of all of us, and we are starting in 2007. So from now on, we are developing more than 40 projects, funding 40 projects from national, regional, and also international research and development projects. What are our strategic lines? So as you can see, we are covering the whole value chain. We are working in the hydrogen generation, the production of the hydrogen on the different technologies we are using, and also is focused mainly in order to obtain by electrolysis the green hydrogen. That is the main goal of our center. We are storage and working also for how to store this hydrogen produced in order to use all the different systems, as you can see, and also how to convert this using the fuel cell for high temperature, medium and low temperature, and how to work with this kind of system and how to research in this kind of system. This is also a strategic line from our center. We are, once we are producing and store and convert into electricity, we are also working on how to integrate this hydrogen produced not only for stationary application, but also for mobility application. And you can see also another two main lines, strategic lines from ourselves, taking care about the safety and standards development, and also the cross-cutting and socio-economical developments, as you can see here in the both corners. Talking about the Spanish recently roadmap focus on the renewable hydrogen, you can see here that the main document is focused on the use of this green hydrogen, renewable hydrogen produced as a solution from be decarbonize the different industry process. So you can see that is the only possibility for us in order to comply with the climate goals defined from the Commission and also from the world, and also to achieve 2050 as a zero emissions society. And this is the main goal of this roadmap. It's focused, as I told you, in renewable hydrogen, and this means that they are considered this renewable hydrogen as a valuable energy vector in order to be used, as I told you before, as the most efficient way to decarbonize the different industrial processes. As you can see here, this is not only process from the normal industry process, but also for the high temperature process, and also from the mobility, mainly long distance mobility and heavy duty, as is recognized. But also is proposing to use this renewable energy as an energy storage, and the possibility of using this energy vector as a sector coupling. So one of the measures of this plan is to create and promote the environment is necessary in order to combine the supply and demand issue and try to develop different projects and different, let's say, hydrogen valleys or cluster in order to be able to continue working on the different parts of the value chain, and also try to be able, in order to concentrate in the same place all the different works to be able to start and increase the economy of scale. That is the best way in order to reduce the current cost of the hydrogen production, mainly the green hydrogen. And you can see also in this roadmap, they are not only focused on the different use of this hydrogen as a raw material. As I told you before, you can use in different applications like oil refining, fertilizer, or chemical, for instance. And we are also proposing some measurements in order to boost this kind of use for this renewable hydrogen, and also in combination with the Commission and Europe level and the different intensive hydrogen industry, who is possible to be tackled with this kind of plan. Also, they are considering another use in the different areas where green hydrogen or renewable hydrogen offer the most suitable solution, because the electrification process is very difficult, or is not technically feasible, or is very costly. So, like for instance, the public transport or the different areas of the mobility, like the ports, airport, or different logistics or last mile applications, it could be one of the best way in order to move forward. So this means that in this roadmap is considered also this kind of applications, as well as the application and the use of this renewable energy in order to be used for decarbonize the heat cooling sector from not only industries but also the houses, and also try not to forget how it's possible to work with the Iceland and areas where are isolated from the energy point of view. So this also are considered with this Spanish roadmap. Another key element who is also taking care in this roadmap is what's happened with the regulatory and also the standards. So these are some measurement defined in the roadmap in order to be also recognized that is creating a new market and the potential of this renewable hydrogen in order to be regulated, and also try to use the same standards and try to help the Commission and the Europe in order to develop these standards together. And also some different measurements who are also very useful for the different stakeholders. That means that also considering the CO2 market and also the different taxes is possible to be used in order to give how is the advantages from using this green hydrogen from the stakeholders. With all this information, they are proposing a document who are developing different challenges and opportunities in order to have the full development of this renewable hydrogen in Spain. And this means that in the plan, in the document, they are specified 60 measurements in order to try to work on all these things that this was already mentioned before in the presentation. And of course, allow and align with the European Commission documents that is necessary in order to move forward with the renewable energy. And all this document is focused in order to show that Spain as a country has the opportunity in order to position in the center of this value chain of the hydrogen economy, in order to be a technological benchmark in the production and also the different uses feasible for this kind of green hydrogen produced. How is the measurement? These 60 measurements. So in the document, they are defining two different steps. They are a vision of 2030, and they are also the final vision of the 2050, that is to arrive to the climate neutrality completely. So you can see here, we have sorry, this is in Spanish, but I will try to translate this specific information in the different boxes. And one of the measurements is try to achieve and install a capacity of 4 gigawatts in 2030. In 2030, we need to arrive until 25% of the hydrogen to be consumed in the industry. We have to arrive and to develop an interval between 100 and 150 hydrogen refueling stations in Spain. We can have also between 150 and 200 buses buses, fuel cell electrical vehicles. So this means that they are using this green hydrogen from the combustion of these kind of systems, and also light and heavy duty, and is considered a big amount, around more than 5,000 in 2030. Also, another measurement is at least to have these 2 commercial lines of trade. So this means that we'll have several trains, hydrogen trains, in order to have the possibility to have these 2 lines operated in reality in 2030. And all the whole plan, it means that we have the possibility, in order to close to 5 million of tons of CO2 equivalent reduced, and an investment who is committed by the government is close to 9,000 million of euros. If we are continuing with this kind of roadmaps, it's no make sense in order to make this commitment if it's not possible in order to make some review in an intermediate stage. So it's 3 years of the plan. The government is set up one threshold in order to analyze the situation at that moment, in order to have the possibility to make the different review on the different evolution of the measurement. And also, last but not least, it's necessary in order to mention that this kind of document is also not, even if it's published officially by the government, it was also a lot of different bodies that is was already working with the government in order to have this document ready for publish, and also a real commitment from the public and also the private sector. And now I will try to show you, once the roadmap is already published, I want to give you some information about the different projects we are running, and they are ongoing projects in the National Hydrogen Center in Spain who are linked with this roadmap. And you can see here, for instance, 2 European projects that is considering the hydrogen generation and storage line, who are ARENA. This is a European project focused on the development of the ammonia as an energy vector. The other one is the magnet, and the magnet is trying to develop catalysis and membranes in order to work with the methanol as an energy vector. So these 2 projects are the ones who are also working with the green hydrogen, but profiting the advantages of these new energy vectors with a high density, energy density like the hydrogen, covering ammonia and methanol. We have also another 2 projects working in the same strategic line, who are the Enigma, who is a national project who are focused on the development of the PEM electrolysis. So we are working in order to improve the different characteristics of some of the internal parts of the electrolyzer. And the other one, who is a regional project, is Hydroan. And you can see here, this Hydroan is also working mainly in define how will be the best catalyst possible in order to improve the efficiency of the ammonium production as an energy vector. We have another project, these other 2. This is a circular economy projects, both of them, who are trying to use the waste and try to profit the waste in order to produce hydrogen. The first one is the tracker, is concentrate on how to emphasize and optimize the waste transformation. So the first part of the value chain in order to achieve the hydrogen production. And later on, once you have the hydrogen produced, you can go to the other project. This is the AgroSoft. And in the AgroSoft, we are concentrating in the whole value of this process. So this means when we are treat the waste, we are produce the hydrogen, we are using a soft fuel cell in order to improve the system and try to profit this as a power to energy conversion. You can see here another 3 projects working in different part of the value chain. The first one is try to monitor the different dual system from the combustion. This is EcoPen Dual. You have another one, Ideal, who is working in the same field but also try to develop the different sustainable hydrogen production line. And the last one, CO2 Dual, is also a project who are working in the same field, but also try to use biohydrogen. So it's focused on the hydrogen we are producing throughout different biochemical processes. And you can see also some picture about the different parts of the value chain. And in the last one, you can see the fuel cell hydrogen vehicle we have. This is a Hyundai EX35 who are here in our center. Another two projects is focusing on the ports area and also the ships. One is the H2 ports that is try to define how will be the value chain in order to produce the green hydrogen, but not use this green hydrogen as a fuel from the vessel, but also is producing this for the logistics of the port. So this means that all the vehicles who are inside the port, inside the area of the port, it will be using this hydrogen and will be clean. And the first goal is try to low carbon and zero emissions area in the port, in order to work on a clean-based system. And the other project who is finished in the last year is Shift for Blue, and this is also considering how it's possible to produce hydrogen in offshore wind. So we are developing a vessel who can produce during this travel the hydrogen, and this hydrogen, when you arrive to the port, use this hydrogen in order to be fed to the different part of the process. Another two projects who are important also is a creation of a car. This is an Erasmus project. This is also an European project who different institutes are also working in order to develop this new vehicle in order to show that the hydrogen could have some advantages as a new fuel. And the last one is the Together, and this Together project is focused on another different application, who is the micro CSP system. So it is the kind of the system who are using in the houses in order to produce hydrogen and use this energy for the cooling and heating system throughout the renewable energy sources. And also another project who is already created, and you can see the link in order to upload. This is a free app, and this free app was already developed by us, and you can put this in your mobile, and you can drive your car, and at the same time you are seeing how will be your same trip if you will use a hydrogen vehicle. So this gives you an advice and all the information needed in order to see how will be the cost, how will be the consumption of the hydrogen, how will be the power, and all the different parameters if your vehicle will be a hydrogen one. So you can use this link in order to download this app. And also you have another two more projects, more concentrate in the research of the PEM system, and also in the last one you can see we have some vehicle in order to use this for testing different configurations for the mobility. The last one, I think it should be the last slide, and I would like to show you two other more projects. One international is collaborating with Chile, and this is also an important project in order to provide different mobile mining equipments and try to transform this diesel to hydrogen, mainly in the subterranean mining, underground mining, that you can imagine that it should be better in order to reduce the CO2 emission from this contaminated fuel and try to replace with the hydrogen and reduce also the investment from the ventilation in this kind of installation. And the last one is an Interreg Sudoe. We are working also in order to develop the different microgrids from cooling, heating and power, zero public energy buildings. So this means that, for instance, different hospitals it's possible to use this green energy and try to not to take care about what's happened with the network and the consumption of the energy, because you are safe and try to work isolated with the different network. And the last project is a pity I had not the possibility in order to describe like in the last because we are under confidential agreements, and this means that we have one Green Island project, the new one, who is concentrating in Balearic Island, who is also centered in the green hydrogen production. We have another project here in our region with Iberdrola, and is also trying to develop a complete project in order to, from renewable to the production of the hydrogen and use of this hydrogen here in the region. And also we are working with different companies in different applications like ships, ports, trains and buses, in order to develop different prototypes and try to have these prototypes working with this green hydrogen producing from the different renewables, but not only photovoltaic and solar, but also biomass. So this kind of projects is also ongoing, and in the next 2-3 years it will be also arrive to the end, and we will have the possibility in order to comply with some of the strategic lines and measurement that this was already explaining to you at the beginning of my presentation with the Spanish platform strategy, defined. So, and I think it should be all, so you can hear all my coordinates in order to contact me by LinkedIn, Twitter, or even by email. If you have any questions, I will be very happy in order to reply to you. So thank you again for your invitation, and see you.
Mr. Emilio Nieto, thank you for your presentation. The Spain 국립수소.
That was Director Emilio Nieto of the Spain National Hydrogen Center. He told us the different hydrogen projects that are underway in Spain, and he also told us the current status of hydrogen energy in Spain. So now we'd like to hear from experts here in Korea to hear about hydrogen energy transformation and energy conversion. Let me briefly introduce our panelists. Our moderator is Kim Sung-bok, the Chief Executive Officer of H2 Korea. Next, we also have Mr. Kim Tae-kyung of the Korea Energy Economics Institute, who will be presenting on hydrogen economy. Next, we'd like to introduce Kim Tae-hyung, Assemblyman of the Gyeonggi-do Assembly Urban and Environmental Affairs Committee. From the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, we have Song Yong-sik, who is Hydrogen Team Leader of New Energy Division. Sungkyunkwan University Professor Song Jae-chun is with us today. And lastly, our host and organizer, Gyeonggi Provincial Government, has sent their Director General for Environment Bureau, Mr. Jin-seop. Thank you very much for being with us. In this panel discussion, we will also have the participation of our online participants who are connected to us on a real-time basis. First, let's briefly watch a video on Gyeonggi's hydrogen policy video. And with that, we'd like to lead the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Kim Sung-bok. Now let's watch the video.
인류의 발전과 번성은 화석연료와 함께 해왔다. 하지만 자원 고갈, 환경 오염으로 인해 지구는 심각한 위기를 맞았다. 이를 대체할 신재생 에너지로 생태계를 재편해야 할 때, 전 세계는 지금 미래 세대를 위한 청정 사회로의 진입을 촉구하고 있다. 에너지 선진국은 파리 협약 이후 온실가스 감축 의무를 강화했고, 내연기관 자동차에 대한 규제 또한 강화되었다. 이는 오일 쇼크, 원전 사태로 인해 에너지 전환에 대한 필요성이 인식되었기 때문이다. 미국, 유럽, 일본에 이어 중국, 호주 등 다양한 국가들이 앞다퉈 추진하고 있는 수소 육성 정책. 우리 정부도 수소를 미래의 산업, 환경, 경제 분야의 신성장 동력으로 부각해 2019년 수소경제 활성화 정책을 발표했다. 이에 공감한 경기도 또한 수소 에너지의 필요성을 절감한 것이다. 경기도는 수소 관련 산업 기반이 우수하지만 저렴하고 안정적인 수소 공급망이 없고 전력 생산과 소비의 불균형 문제로 에너지 효율이 높은 신재생에너지 보급을 적극적으로 도입해야 하는 상황인데다 미세먼지 문제 해결이 심각한 상황이기 때문이다. 최근엔 이재명 경기도지사가 탈석탄 동맹에 가입해 온실가스 배출량을 줄이고자 하는 의지를 적극적으로 표명했을 정도다. 이러한 필요성에 의해 정부 발표 이후 같은 해 9월 경기도는 저렴하고 안정적인 수소 공급망 확보 등 수소 생산, 운송, 저장, 활용 전 분야에 걸친 경기도 수소에너지 생태계 구축 기본 계획을 수립했다. 수소에너지 전환을 통한 CO2, 미세먼지 프리존 실현이라는 비전하에 경기도민 누구나 값싸고 깨끗하고 안전한 수소를 사용하는 물론 수소 산업을 미래 경제 성장의 동력으로 확산시켜 나갈 계획이다. 이를 위해 2030년까지 단계적으로 수소 생산기지 10개소 발굴, 수소 배관망 100km 확대, 수소차 13만 대, 수소 충전소 200개소, 수소 연료전지 발전 1기가와트 달성, 수소 융합 클러스터를 육성할 것이다. 2030년까지 기본 계획대로 달성된다면 약 156만 가구의 에너지 공급이 가능한 규모의 연료전지로 에너지 전환 효과, 약 7만 5천 명의 일자리 창출, 약 5조 5천억 원의 경제 투자 효과, 온실가스 9% 수준으로 감축, 미세먼지 연간 배출량 22% 감축 효과가 기대된다. 경기도는 수소 생태계 구축을 위해 5대 분야 20대 중점 과제를 선정했다. 안정적인 수소 공급 체계 구축, 도민 체감형 인프라 확대, 수소 융합 테마도시, 주력 사업 융합형 수소 클러스터 조성, 안전한 수소에너지 지원 기반 구축. 첫 번째, 안정적인 수소 공급 체계 구축. 평택시에 제일 먼저 저렴하고 안정된 수소 공급을 하고자 산업부 수소 생산기지 공모 사업을 유치했다. 타 지역의 분산형 생산기지와 달리 1일 7톤 규모의 중대규모 생산기지로서 버스 기준 280대, 승용차 기준으로는 1,400대를 충전할 수 있는 규모다. 또한 최초로 수소 배관망 지원 사업을 도입해 지원하고 있다. 경기도는 인구 밀집도가 높기 때문에 수소 배관망 확대로 안정적인 공급 체계와 민원 해소가 가능할 것이다. 안산 시흥에서는 민간 기업에 있는 배관망을 연장해 충전소에 공급하는 배관망을 구축 중에 있다. 향후에는 수소 생산기지 등 여건에 맞춰 배관망을 활성화해 갈 것이다. 두 번째, 도민 체감형 인프라 확대. 경기도는 수소차 보급 활성화를 위한 충전 인프라 구축 방안을 구체화했다. 안성에는 국내 최초로 고속도로 수소 충전소가 설치됐으며 최근 화성에는 안성, 평택, 여주, 하남에 이어 5번째 수소 충전소가 설치됐다. 내년까지 30개소가 오픈 준비 중이다. 경기도는 수소 충전소로 연계 가능한 CNG, LPG가 전국 최대 규모, 가스, 정유 회사들도 기존 주유소를 활용해 수소 충전소로 전환하겠다고 발표함에 따라 전국에서 가장 많은 주유소를 갖고 있는 경기도가 선두적으로 수소 충전소 인프라를 확장할 것이다. 세 번째, 수소 융합 테마도시. 경기도는 수소 거점형 생산도시, 수소 교통도시, 수소 스마트 산단, 수소 기반 에너지 자립도시 등 지역 특성에 맞게 수소 융합 테마 도시를 확대할 것이다. 첫 번째로 안산이 수소 시간 도시로 유치됐고, 최근 국토부가 3기 신도시 중 2곳을 수소 도시로 조성한다고 밝힘에 따라 경기도 내 수소 도시는 증가할 계획이다. 네 번째, 융합형 수소 클러스터 조성. 경기도는 기존에 특화되어 있는 산업, 자동차, 소재 부품 장비 산업, ICT 정보통신 기술과 수소 산업을 융합한 경기도만의 수소 산업 클러스터를 발굴하고자 한다. 기술 중심의 수소 산업 생태계 구축을 위해서는 무엇보다 수소의 기술력 강화가 우선. 이에 경기도는 22년까지 대기업, 중소 중견기업과의 협업을 통해 국내 기술력 확보를 지원하는 사업을 지속할 예정이다. 다섯 번째, 안전한 수소에너지 지원 기반 구축. 경기도 수소산업 육성 및 지원에 관한 조례, 경기도 환경 친화적 자동차의 보급 및 이용 활성화를 위한 조례 등 조례 제정을 통해 수소의 성장 기반 구축을 마련했고, 세계 각국의 저명 인사들과 수소의 현재와 미래를 논의하는 2020 경기 국제 수소 포럼을 기획했다. 경기도 수소에너지 생태계 구축 기본 계획을 수립한 지 1주년. 경기도는 2022년까지 분야별 추진 목표를 달성하기 위해 다양한 사업을 추진 중이다. 기본 계획을 수립한 지 1년이 지난 결과 20개 중 7개의 사업에서 1,097억 원 규모의 발굴이 추진 중에 있다. 현재까지 부족한 수소 관련 인프라 구축을 지원하여 수소 충전소가 목표대로 추진되고 있고, 이는 수소차 보급 증가로 이어질 것이라 기대하고 있다. 2021년 내년 경기도는 지역 산업과 연계되는 수소 특화 산업을 육성 발굴하는 것이 주요 목표이며, 더불어 경기도민과 공감대를 형성하기 위해 노력할 예정이다. 이를 위해서는 지역별 특성에 맞는 정부 지원 정책이 필요하고, 수소 전문기관, 인력 양성, 지역 특화 산업 지원 사업을 적극적으로 유치해야 한다. 수소 에너지 생태계가 구축된 경기도의 미래. 새로운 에너지 패러다임이 새로운 경기도의 장을 열 것이다.
안녕하세요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for a panel discussion held under the theme of realizing energy transition through hydrogen energy. My name is Kim Sung-bok. I'm a Chief Executive Officer at H2 Korea. I would like to thank all of the guests who have taken time out of their busy schedules to be with us today, as well as our online audiences watching us online. Gyeonggi-do has worked for hydrogen energy transition for the supply of safe and reliable energy. We've looked at hydrogen ecosystem and also come up with a framework plan for hydrogen economy. We've been working very hard to try to establish a hydrogen ecosystem. This panel discussion will be looking at the energy policies, especially with a focus on hydrogen, promoted by Gyeonggi-do. We'll be talking about different plans and measures. For the purposes of the panel discussion, I would like to ask everyone to please switch your phones to vibrate mode or silent mode. And I would like to ask the presenter to keep within 12 minutes and the discussants to keep their remarks within 5 minutes. With that, we would like to turn to Kim Jae-kyung, Research Fellow at Korea Energy Economics Institute, who will be talking about realizing energy transition through hydrogen energy. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 저 발표를 맡게 된
Yes, my name is Kim Jae-kyung of Korea Energy Economics Institute. In the interest of time, I will go straight into my presentation. Let me briefly tell you a little bit about hydrogen economy. Hydrogen has been used as industrial fuel in the use of fertilizers or maybe used in refineries. So it has been used as an industrial fuel for a very long time, but now we want to expand that to energy use and to try to expand its uses and create a new hydrogen economy. The core element here is that we need to have different infrastructure, the fuel cells, which is really a way to transition hydrogen. Well, this is a way of creating hydrogen through heat and energy. It's a sort of a mechanism that allows for energy transition using electrolysis or various other matters. And this has already been in use since the 1800s. And it has also been used in aeronautics, in space travel and space exploration. But this is also going to be used in the future. For example, with the famous movie Terminator, the energy source used here are fuel cells. It has general use of properties as well. It can even be put into smartphones or laptops, or if you create bigger fuel cells, you can put them to power hydrogen cars or even power generators. So it can be used for general purposes. This means that it can add a lot of value to the economy, and it has direct employment effects. So if we can establish this very well in Korea, then this can lead to a high economy knock-on effects and employment effects as well. It's also very environmentally friendly. If we make use of hydrogen energy, as I mentioned before, we can create energy in the process of bringing hydrogen and water together. So this means that we're basically only having a byproduct of water, which can lead to the lowered emissions of greenhouse gases and microfine dust. Through the hydrogen economy roadmap that was announced by President Moon Jae-in last year, it has been mentioned that Korea wants to become number one in the hydrogen energy front going forward. It's a very ambitious plan, and the government is promoting it very actively. It's going very quickly. This year in February, there was an act on hydrogen economy that was passed, and with this legal basis, we can create a sustainable sort of institutional basis for hydrogen economy. So the hydrogen economy is something that we can expect to see going forward. Furthermore, this year, we've also seen some new developments in terms of a hydrogen economy. There were a lot of people showing interest. In the case of U.S., there was a company called Nikola. Nikola Motors is being a competitor to Tesla. It's been very highlighted and becoming very popular. So this meant that many people see the hydrogen economy as the future. We can see that there's a lot of interest in the markets right now for companies like Nikola. In Germany as well, Germany has announced plans to invest heavily into this sector. Not just Korea, but other countries around the world are promoting hydrogen economy. In the case of Japan, for example, which is a nearby country, Australia and the EU, they've announced Green Deal on hydrogen economy, a massive investment plan. And even the U.S., I know that the election results will be announced soon, but if a Democratic Party candidate will win, then they will have a lot of massive investment plans in the pipeline. 15 different countries, such as Spain, which we just heard from, are also working very actively, committed to hydrogen economy. So this is a global movement on hydrogen. This is very becoming internationalized. This is leading to the establishment of various multilateral mechanisms as well. So what is the relationship between hydrogen economy and energy transition? The energy that we've used thus far based on fossil fuels or natural gas, they're all based on fossil fuels, and they have been useful for us, but the side effects here is that you have to burn them, and in the process of burning, this combustion leads to greenhouse gases or microfine dust, and this has been a very big problem in terms of our health and also for climate change. Ideally speaking, we want to create a natural, recreated and replenished and renewable energy source, which in the case of Korea, there's renewable and new energy. So in Korea, we call them new and renewable energy sources. But what we have to look here is that hydrogen is a new energy source. Renewable energy sources are a little bit different. They will be PV or wind power are known as renewable energy sources. So we want to promote renewable energy to try to have energy transition. That's the ambitious state agenda under Moon Jae-in administration. There's a 3020 plan, 2030. to try to increase new renewable energy proportion by about 20% by 2030, and by 2040 they want to increase renewable energy ratio to about 30% or even 35%. And a recently announced government plan is that they want to go net neutral, carbon neutral by 2050. In fact, this was announced just about 2 days ago. This means that we need to see more upscaling of these new and renewable energy sources. However, renewable energy is very good and friendly. However, there are some challenges that we have to solve. Some wind and PV energy. With PV energy, there is a challenge that after some time, there is a lot of production, but after the sun sets, obviously there is no more PV energy. And also with wind energy, it's also intermittent because when there is no wind, you don't have energy. With PV, you can make use of PV energy during the daytime, in the afternoon when you get a lot of irradiated energy. And when this leads to a max peak, then we can see an increase in the burden, in the load. It's difficult for us to adjust the output for PV and wind energy, so we have to bring that all into the energy system. When all of these energies are brought to the energy system, then we can take out the offset load to use an LNG or coal or nuclear energy. But to make use of this excess energy, there are some other things that we have to do to adjust this load. This issue of having a lot of solar energy during the day is also a seasonality issue, because in the summer months, obviously, this is going to get even worse. In countries or states like California in the United States, they established a lot of PV panels, but this led to an excess amount of energy during the daytime. Electricity has to be very finely calibrated in terms of its supply and demand. If there's a lot of peak energy that comes in during a particular time period, then you have to adjust the level and maybe cut off the source. But in Korea, when the sun starts to set from about 3 to about 6 p.m., then that means that the amount of energy drastically goes down. That means that we have to increase the outputs of other renewable energy, but other renewable energy sources, you cannot increase the input as well. This is called system inertia. When there is a supply and demand imbalance, that can lead to massive power outages, which is something that we've already witnessed in California, which is also something that we've seen in several places in Korea as well, like in Jeju-do, where renewable energy proportion is above 15%. So we've seen these issues coming out in Korea, which is why we're working very hard to solve this issue. One of the issues to solve this is to make use of hydrogen, because when there is a peak amount of energy coming in at a certain point in time, then maybe we can do water electrolysis and make hydrogen. Hydrogen can be stored as an energy source, and later the hydrogen can be put into fuel cells and converted to electricity. Or maybe this hydrogen can be put into hydrogen cars. This is called P2G technology, or power to gas technology. This power to gas technology may be made from PV or wind energy is also called green hydrogen. This expansion of renewable energy together with the hydrogen energy is the Korean Green New Deal. The Green New Deal's core elements are about hydrogen energy, expanding this P2G sort of renewable energy, this green hydrogen source. Expanding this green hydrogen source is the thrust of this new plan. So we have to expand this green hydrogen source, and that is something that we have to do going forward. I think that is the general direction for hydrogen economy overall, but according to the roadmap that was announced in January of this year, I think a lot of that touched upon the important economic points, but it did not elaborate specifically on the supply of hydrogen. So one of the things that we have to do is, what can we do in an eco-friendly way to produce and supply hydrogen? Some of the specific strategies have yet to come up. I think that pretty soon the government is going to update the hydrogen economy roadmap, maybe as a hydrogen economy roadmap 2.0. In Gyeonggi-do, they have come up with a similar strategy, which was very surprising to me. They want to create cheap and clean and safe hydrogen. That's very important to do, but it's not easy to do because if you make it cheaper, then that means there's going to be more use of carbon. It's not going to be as clean as you want. If you want to make it cleaner, if you want to cut down on CO2 emissions, then it's going to become more expensive. So to strike the right balance is very important to try to create the right balance mix. In terms of getting off carbon or decarbonization, one of the things that we have to look into is that for natural gas, extracting hydrogen from that process leads to an emission of about 11 kilos of CO2. Going forward, this is something that we have to continue to decrease. On the other hand, with automobiles, for hydrogen cars, the most amounts of hydrogen that is used here are byproduct hydrogen. This hydrogen is very clean. It's about emitting about 2.3 kilos of CO2, and it's very clean kind of hydrogen car. If we can put this into electric cars, then that can lead to a decrease of about 40% of CO2. So only about 60% of emissions of CO2 will be had. But ideally, we can do water electrolysis to lead to hydrogen, as I mentioned before. In that case, there's almost zero CO2 emission. That's a great advantage of that. But we also have to make it cheaper so that hydrogen cars and fuel cells can be more widely distributed in supply. If we look at the price, byproducts are the cheapest way, and the natural gas extraction, the water electrolysis is still the most important, most expensive. I think that Korea should look at these two goals, and to achieve these goals by 2030, we have to try to make more diverse ways of production, maybe to try to increase water electrolysis and decrease other sources. By 2040, however, I think that we have to reduce natural gas-derived hydrogen gas by about 30% and also look at imports from overseas. To do so, I think we have to come up with many institutional mechanisms, maybe a certification system for green hydrogen, and maybe various incentives to give to corporations. By 2040, as I mentioned before, hydrogen will have to be imported to Korea. So this is also something that we will have to review very thoroughly. We often talk about hydrogen energy, but hydrogen is not necessarily energy, but it's more energy carrier. It's a delivery mechanism for energy, not necessarily as an energy source. So like copper or batteries, copper wires or batteries. So for copper wires and batteries, however, the hydrogen allows for high efficient carriage of energy. For example, if you can ship this on big hydrogen carriers, and that could lead to a lot of effects. This can bring about a huge change in energy paradigm. If you can imagine it in Korea, creating PV energy here in Korea or creating PV energy in the deserts of Australia, obviously there's going to be a lot more energy and cheaper energy from PV in the Australian desert. So all over the world, there could be many different countries that can create energy in a cheaper way. And if we can have that supply to Korea in a very cost-efficient way, then that would be very helpful for us to achieve our energy transition, especially using hydrogen energy. But there are no ways to bring in those renewable energy to Korea. We cannot put them in batteries, or we cannot lay undersea, deep sea cables of copper wires to Australia. However, we can make use of hydrogen. Let's say we can get PV energy in the deserts of Australia, turn that into electricity, put them in hydrogen, and then put them back into ship carriers and bring them to Korea. Basically, that means we're going to be importing renewable energy from Australia. So the imports of hydrogen is not just hydrogen, but it's a way for us to import renewable energy from other countries. So this is something that we have to look at with keen interest. In Korea, by 2050, Korea wants to become a net zero country, net carbon zero. This means that we need much more renewable energy. For 80% of our power generation has to come from renewable energy. 7 times of Yeouido has to be covered in PV panels. That's very challenging. Korea does not have to do this all by itself. We can use hydrogen as a carrier to bring in energy from other countries. So that could be another approach that we can take. There are some countries that are doing this already. Japan is doing this. Japan is teaming up with Australia to do so. Australia will make the hydrogen, and then hydrogen will be exported to Japan. In that case, they do a liquefied hydrogen. They already have a liquefied hydrogen ship. Japan is also doing the same thing with Brunei. Brunei has been working on this for a very long time, various different export projects underway in Brunei. So Korea will also have to work very hard to do the same thing so that we can come up with a way to create a value chain for hydrogen transport and come up with various technologies and offshore transports of hydrogen. One of the things that we need for this is that we have to look at a hydrogen complex, and a place that can accept and receive this hydrogen source. A very good base for this is in Pyeongtaek, which is located in Gyeonggi-do. So Pyeongtaek can be a base to receive the imports of hydrogen coming from other countries. So that's a proposal that I want to make. In June of this year, 30 different relevant organizations gathered together to talk about green energy, so clean energy from overseas, which is related to renewable energy. There is also a task force team on that, looking into feasibility studies. And I understand that the feasibility study has entered into this month, and it's going to last for about 1 year. After that, it will be followed by pilot projects and demonstration projects. So going forward, I think that through hydrogen, that we can see a new sort of energy transition. This would lead to more opportunities, have energy transition. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much. It was a good opportunity for us to learn about hydrogen as our energy and how we can use it, as well as the future tasks ahead of us to achieve the goal. Dr. Kim said that actually we need to create the environment-friendly green hydrogen production base. And also we need to actually identify to create a relevant portfolio to increase the relevant the green hydrogen production base. It is also important to secure relevant competitiveness of hydrogen energy source, and I believe that such tasks are reflected on Gyeonggi Provinces' hydrogen strategic roadmap. No, actually, we would like to invite the experts from the government organizations, Gyeonggi provincial governments, as well as academia. First of all, I'd like to invite Team Leader Song Yong-shi from Ministry of Trade for his discussion. Please keep your discussion to 5 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Song Yong-shi, a hydrogen team leader of Ministry of Trade. First of all, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the organizers for inviting me. I'd like to touch upon the definitions of a few terms. First, there are 3 colors of hydrogen. One is gray, another is green, and the other one is blue. The green hydrogen doesn't generate any CO2 or greenhouse gases, which is a completely clean energy, and this is ultimate goal that we achieve with regard to hydrogen and energy transition. And gray hydrogen is based on the fossil fuel combustion, and blue hydrogen is based on the extraction, the hydrogen extraction from natural gas. So as I mentioned before, there are 3 colors of hydrogen, or 3 different types of hydrogen production. And also there are some other difficult terms, such as the delivery mode of hydrogen, liquefied hydrogen. First of all, we need to actually reduce the temperature of hydrogen delivery to minus 235 degrees Celsius. And also some other ways are used for hydrogen delivery, such as combining hydrogen with some other chemicals. As for hydrogen refueling station, here in Korea, we use liquid hydrogen for delivery and storage. So we need to touch upon those different 3 types of hydrogen to touch upon the energy transition into hydrogen. So liquid hydrogen is widely used in many countries, including Japan and Korea. However, there is some room to be desired in terms of liquid hydrogen technology of the Korean companies. last January, Korea came up with hydrogen development roadmap, and for the past 1 year, we've sold 10,000 FCEV, and it seems that we are moving very quickly in terms of hydrogen energy transition. However, when it comes to the green hydrogen area, which doesn't produce any greenhouse gas, we fail to reflect the green hydrogen sector into our hydrogen roadmap announced last year. So we are making relevant preparations for that too. And secondly, the distribution of renewable energy actually accompanied the distortion of the energy market. So it seems that we need to come up with a relevant framework, particularly legal framework, to accommodate this new energy source of hydrogen. We've mentioned some industrial use of hydrogen in steel making and chemical manufacturing sectors. And it seems that we also need to come up with a roadmap for the preparation of industries and businesses to make relevant transition into hydrogen. So early in the beginning of next year, the government, the Ministry of Industry will come up with a relevant roadmap and the framework. It seems that the hydrogen economy sounds very distant to the general public of Korea. So in order to extend this new energy source of hydrogen, we need to enable the general public to experience the merits of hydrogen. For example, when people can use the FCEV buses or the vehicles, then they can experience the merits and the good aspects of hydrogen. That's very important. And here in Gyeonggi Province, there are a lot of public buses running, and also there are the public garage bases. And also, Gyeonggi Province has the largest number of commuters using public transportation. That is why the Gyeonggi Province government should actively engage itself in this hydrogen projects, particularly enabling its people to experience the merits of hydrogen energy source. The hydrogen economy is a kind of new area that no one has touched upon. So it seems that the countries around the world are moving very fast, and Korea needs to follow suit. And it seems that the general public also requires to participate actively. Thank you.
네, 송영식 팀장
So that was Mr. Song Yong-sik.
이렇게 말씀을 주셨습니다. 특히
He talked about the different concerns that they had at the government level. The Green Hydrogen Roadmap 2.0, which the government is preparing for announcement next year, and that they're going to talk about how to create a market for green hydrogen and also for different hydrogen car initiatives. In the end, we want to try to create a hydrogen energy transition that is relevant to people, to our citizens, and also do it in a speedy and timely manner. And in that process, Gyeonggi Province can also work as a hub in that regard. Gyeonggi has been very ambitious in embracing different very advanced initiatives that the people are very proud of, and we hope to see more from Gyeonggi Province going forward. Now we would like to hear about the different thoughts that they have at the Gyeonggi Assembly. So we'd like to hear from Kim Tae-hyung at the Urban and Environmental Affairs Committee. Yes, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kim Tae-hyung. I'm from Hwasong. At the Gyeonggi Assembly, I'm the Urban and Environmental Affairs Committee. It is a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to speak at the 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. As a person living in Gyeonggi-do and as a legislator for Gyeonggi Provincial Assembly, I want to talk about the realistic aspects of hydrogen economy, and I think it would benefit you to hear some actual case examples. I started getting an interest in hydrogen economy when our standing committee, which is called Urban and Environmental Affairs Committee. So naturally, we started looking into CO2 emissions, various environmental pollutants such as microfine dust. We wanted to try to decrease those emissions and increase or improve the quality of life for our citizens. In that regard, we tried thinking about new and renewable energies, which are highlighted by our government and overseas. And then we also looked at all of these different appeal of a hydrogen economy. In fact, I actually purchased my own hydrogen car. I'm a driver and operator of a hydrogen car. I said to my friends that I want to own a hydrogen car. Many people said that, isn't that dangerous? What if it explodes? So this is what the general public thinks about hydrogen. They think about hydrogen bombs. I have tried to do some research on hydrogen energy, and I was able to see that it's very eco-friendly, that it's also very economically viable, that the energy is very cost-efficient. But for the general public who has not done that kind of research, they still link hydrogen with hydrogen bombs. That hydrogen is used to make and manufacture bombs. So I thought that that was very unfortunate. The central government and Gyeonggi, the local governments, have not really tried to promote the benefits of hydrogen energy to the people. And I think we need to do more in terms of PR. Hydrogen is very safe and clean and cheap. So we have to transition into a hydrogen economy as soon as possible. I think that we are all in consensus there, but I think in terms of safety, there are still many people who are fearful about the safety side of hydrogen. I've also tried to propose an ordinance on the use and promotion of hydrogen energy. So this ordinance has already been legislated, and it's already being enforced under the Framework Act on Hydrogen Economy by the Gyeonggi Provincial Government. But we don't have a separate team or a department. There is an environmental bureau and maybe some public servants who are working in that team, who are planning the hydrogen economy of Gyeonggi Province. There is no separate dedicated team or department on that. I know the DG of environmental policy is going to give a presentation later on, but I want to say that within the provincial government, we need a separate dedicated team who can oversee this work. As I mentioned before, I own my own hydrogen car, and I want to talk about the pros about running a hydrogen car and the cons as well. One of the cons is that we've also heard from Mr. Chung and Mr. Kim, but the refueling infrastructure is still very insufficient nationwide. I think there are about 4 stations. There used to be 4, and now there are about 5 stations in Gyeonggi-do. I hope next year there will be more refueling stations that will be built around Gyeonggi-do. But because of this lack of infrastructure, you have to travel to refuel your car. But other than that, as a hydrogen car user, I'm very satisfied. It's much cheaper in terms of filling up the car, and there's almost zero noise. If you compare it to a regular traditional ICE car, ICE car, then it's much quieter, and there's almost no emissions of any environmental pollutants. However, the inconvenience is the lack of refueling infrastructure. But as has been mentioned in the presentation, Gyeonggi-do will, going forward, be very active in rolling out refueling station infrastructure and also have a production complex and even do a sort of a pilot city project for Gyeonggi-do. And we hope that this will go according to plan, and this will be done in a speedy manner. Gyeonggi Assembly will also provide our support to the central government to facilitate the transition to hydrogen economy.
네.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim. You just explained, on what occasion you started taking interest in this FCEV and the general perception of FCEV, particularly in terms of safety of this hydrogen energy source. And as a user of FCEV, Mr. Kim just realized the lack of infrastructure of FCEV, particularly the lack of a refueling station of hydrogen energy. And it seems that the Gyeonggi provincial government needs to establish a dedicated team to accelerate the introduction of hydrogen as a new energy source. And also, he just gave us a commitment of the Gyeonggi Assembly to pursue this energy transition in a more active way. I'd like to invite Professor Song Jae-chun from Sungkyunkwan University for his discussion. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Song Jae-chun, professor of Sungkyunkwan University.
So it is an honor for me to be here to sit at the panel discussion for this first session. I would like to thank all the organizers for working very hard to organize the session despite the challenges imposed by COVID-19. We're here to talk about future energy transition and hydrogen, which could be one pillar of that future energy transition. I think that overall, energy has to do with power, heat, and fuel. So we can divide it into those three big categories. However, we've thus far used a lot of oil, gas, and coal. All of these fossil fuel-based energies have ruled and dominated our lives in the past. In Manitoba University, there's Professor Smith in Canada, and he said that energy transition is going to take a very long time, that the energy industry is something that moves at a glacial pace, that even if we see an expansion of renewable energy, that is going to take a lot of time. However, because of COVID-19, early this year, we've seen a sharp decline in oil prices. In fact, it even went to negative territory. This means that energy functions as an infrastructure. If there's a huge shock, then the repercussions would be massive. That's something that we were able to realize this year. And oil has been relegated to a past energy source, and this has been a new signal in the market. On the basis of that, I think one of the key drivers is climate change. That because of climate change, it impacts all of us, and it could really determine our future. I think many countries are responding variously to climate change, and Korea is also trying to expand renewable energy, as Mr. Kim has presented in his presentation today. I think that renewable energy-based green hydrogen is something that we really want to incorporate as soon as possible. I truly agree with that. So I wanted to learn more about the cost of green hydrogen, which is right now $3 to $6 per kilo. That's the cost of hydrogen used for power generation. This will go down to $2 by 2030, and even $1 or close to $1 by 2050. Those are the objectives right now. So this would also lead to how much of an impact of the cost of deriving power from renewable energy. For average utility, according to IRENA, the LCOE going forward will go down to about 82% compared to 2010. So that's about 6.8 cents per kilowatt hour. For onshore wind energy, for LCOE, will be about 65 won, which is a 98% cut from 2010. Korea's LCOEs are a little bit higher, but I think with the market becoming more advanced, costs will go down. And this means that the cost for renewable energy will go down, and the cost of green hydrogen will also go down as well. As mentioned in the keynote speech, the expansion of renewable energy is definitely the way for us to go, but we also have to think about the stability of the energy systems. Hydrogen energy could be a key element, a key technology to cover all of those offsets. This power-to-gas technology, which has been mentioned before, where power can be used to generate hydrogen, we want this technology to be established as quickly as it can and contribute to this development, and that's going to be a very important factor. Going forward, this expansion of renewable energy would lead to a cutting of a cost of hydrogen and also tie in for use of hydrogen for peak time, this could mean that hydrogen can be a good energy source and also an energy carrier, that it could be an important part of the energy mix. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much, Professor Song. You just mentioned the basic infrastructure for the energy transition. It takes time for this infrastructure transition. However, this renewable energy-based green hydrogen project is the only solution to tackle the climate change issue. And also, he just came up with the predictions on the reduced production cost of hydrogen production. And he mentioned that the synergy effects expected from the combination between renewable energy and hydrogen. So we need to work on the production and the use of green hydrogen, which has the biggest potential in terms of hydrogen energy sources. So I'd like to invite our last panelist from Gyeonggi Province. It seems that the Gyeonggi Province Environment Bureau has better idea about the vision of the Gyeonggi Province with regard to this energy transition into hydrogen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jin Seo from the Environment Bureau of Gyeonggi Province. It was not easy for us to prepare today's Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. Actually, we planned a large-scale conference last spring. However, in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, we had no choice but to cancel that conference. And today, we are holding this International Hydrogen Forum online at reduced scale due to the pandemic. But still, I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the participants who are participating online. And also, it seems that a lot of young people participate in today's forum online, and it's very promising because these young people are future generation who will actually work on transition into this hydrogen energy. In September 2019, Gyeonggi Province announced the basic plan for the hydrogen ecosystem development. The reason why Gyeonggi Province put its top focus on hydrogen economy is that, as it was rightly pointed out by Mr. Kim Tae-kyung, the CO2 or fine dust are kind of key issues experienced by the Gyeonggi provincial people. So we just believe that this hydrogen economy, or the hydrogen as a new energy source, is a kind of theme which can approach the Gyeonggi provincial people in a more friendly way. And I have been newly appointed to my position as the Director General for Environment Bureau, but I realized that this energy transition and the development of hydrogen economy will be a good chance for the province to create more jobs while tackling the environmental issues. So we are talking about hydrogen as a kind of new energy source to resolve environmental issues while creating new jobs, resolving the unemployment issues in the region. So we can catch two birds with one stone if we pursue hydrogen and energy transition. As we all know, the conventional the energy sources that we use mostly are fossil fuels, but the PV in the wind power generation or distributed energy source. In this context, I believe that the local government should take the leadership in terms of the energy transition into renewable energy sources. In the past, the local government's role was not quite highlighted in terms of this energy transition, but now we know that the local government's efforts and the commitments are very important in achieving the successful energy transition. That's why Gyeonggi Province took the leadership and hold today's International Hydrogen Forum. I would like to take this opportunity once again to extend my appreciation to all the participants. It's a great opportunity for us to get together and put our wisdom together to come up with the more feasible way to make this energy transition. And Dr. Kim mentioned the tasks with regard to the development of relevant hydrogen energy portfolio. We are talking about the byproduct hydrogen that we bring from Ulsan region. So currently we are thinking about using the byproduct hydrogen from Cheonan region and use it for hydrogen production here in Gyeonggi Province. And then we will transition into green hydrogen production in the future. And based on the decree of the Gyeonggi Provincial Government, now we have laid the foundation for the pursuit of the energy transition and the transition into hydrogen economy. So based on all these valuable opinions of the experts, the Gyeonggi Provincial Government will set its future direction for the introduction of hydrogen. And the industrial impact is very important in terms of introduction of hydrogen. We all know that Gyeonggi Province has a large industrial complexes. So Gyeonggi Provincial Government will provide all the needed support for the development of the relevant original hydrogen technologies. Thank you all again for participating in today's forum despite COVID-19. And also, I'd like to give the promise of the Gyeonggi Provincial Government to work further on the introduction of hydrogen.
Yes, DG has said that for energy transition that we have to look at hydrogen as a distributed energy, that the local governments have to work hard to facilitate the use of distributed energy such as hydrogen. Now for hydrogen energy, it can be a way to solve various environmental problems and also be a growth engine for the economy for the future. Based on this, based on the infrastructure of Gyeonggi-do, perhaps Gyeonggi-do will continue to work towards facilitating green energy going forward. We also have online audience members with us today. I'm sure you have many questions, but due to time constraints, we aren't able to answer all of your questions, but perhaps if you have some, we might be able to take a few. Kwon Ha-eun, would you like to ask a question, please? Yes, hello. I have a question to Mr. Kim Jae-kyung. I think that we've seen a lot of hydrogen cars or hydrogen ships, so hydrogen is being used for transportation. For hydrogen, can there be other areas where hydrogen can also be used in an economical and environmentally safe way? Yes, thank you. I think that's a very good question. I think we've seen a lot of hydrogen cars in the media, and hydrogen is used in transportation. But as I mentioned before in my presentation, it has a lot of general use purposes. Recently, we've seen forklifts as a construction equipment. It can also be used to power drones. And as I mentioned before in my presentation, some of the recent technologies are use of hydrogen and fuel cells that can be put into smartphones and laptop PCs. So we've seen fuel cell battery packs as well. Going beyond energy, however, we can also see this use of industrial energy in steel making, for example. Recently, in the making of steel, you have iron ore. In the making of steel from iron ore, they've used oxygen, and they've used carbon using cork to make steel. But this leads to an emissions of huge amounts of CO2. But due to recent technological advancements, instead of coal, you can also use hydrogen. You can replace coal with hydrogen. And if you can do that, then this means that instead of CO2, there's water, just steam, or that is emitted. So even in the production of steel, there's going to be wide use of hydrogen. And if we can see more green hydrogen, then I think that we can make use of this in the refineries. So maybe instead of the diesel or the oil that you use, where they're making hydrogen to go through the processing process, But in that oxidation process, you can also use hydrogen in that. In fact, there are many different areas, applications of hydrogen.
질문
Thank you very much for a good question and good answer. I'd like to take the second question. Ms. Jung Ji-yoon, please ask your question. My question is directed to Mr. Song. I believe that the hydrogen industry is key to Green New Deal. So FCEV and FSC would be the key items. So what kind of policies or measures are prepared, and what kind of benefits or incentives the relevant businesses can gain? It's a very difficult question. The key of the Green New Deal are the renewable energy and the hydrogen energy. So in order to expand the distribution of FCEV, we actually have a plan to expand the areas of FCEV to buses and the trucks. So by 2025 or 2024, we will expand the FCEV to 40-ton trucks. And also, we have a plan to increase the localization, the ratio of the relevant hydrogen technology. And as I mentioned before, we came up with the policy for the development and improvement of hydrogen ecosystem. And in this context, we provide a lot of R&D supports and the marketing supports and the technological development support. So we just came up with that policy, and based on that policy, from next year, we will provide a substantial the support measures and the subsidies to the relevant businesses in the area. Thank you.
예. 시간 관계상
So in the interest of time, I think that we have to conclude the panel discussion. I'm sure that you may still have many questions. Please feel free to reach out to the government or to any of the panelists here, to the Gyeonggi-do provincial government, and I'm sure they would respond to your questions. I would like to thank the panelists for coming here despite the busy schedules. We want to have an early achievement of low-cost and efficient hydrogen economy to develop it and advance it. We've had the participation of panelists and online panels questions. I think that this has been helpful for the government and for Gyeonggi Province and H2 Korea. And we will work very hard towards realizing hydrogen economy. I'd like to ask you for your encouragement and participation. Thank you.
김성복 단장.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kim Sung-bok. I would like to thank all of our speakers and panelists for participating in the panel discussion. And we do hope that we can see an early transition to hydrogen economy. With that, we would like to close this first session on the presence and future of hydrogen economy, and we will have to break. After the break, we'll meet back at 1 p.m. for the second session. I'd like to ask you for your participation and your active interest. Thank you.
And presentation of session 1 has ended. We will be back at 1 p.m. Korean time with session 2. Thank you.
"75% of the mass of the universe. The first element on the periodic table. Element number 1. Hydrogen. Brightening Korea's green future. For more than 300 years, humanity has witnessed tremendous development through the use of fossil fuels. However, the threat of global resource depletion. Humanity begins its search for alternative sources of energy. Only 145 years ago, hydrogen the energy source from water, depicted in science fiction, written by Jules Verne. A figment of imagination becomes reality. In the 1960s, the battle to explore the Moon and Mars broke out. The United States applied hydrogen to a power source for space probes for the first time. This marks the first step in the possibilities of utilizing hydrogen energy. Starting with the US, the world has rushed to develop a hydrogen-fueled society. Hydrogen fuel cars triggered the hydrogen economy in Korea. A hydrogen car that emits clean air instead of pollution. Taking only 5 minutes to charge, our hydrogen car, which can drive 600 kilometers on a single charge, has world-class technology. In January last year, the government announced a roadmap to revitalize the hydrogen economy.
수소 경제는 에너지원을 석탄과 석유에서 수소로 바꾸는 산업 구조의 혁명적 변화입니다.
By 2040, 6.2 million hydrogen cars will be produced, and 1,200 hydrogen charging stations will be built. Hydrogen taxis, hydrogen buses, and hydrogen trucks will be increased to replace current methods of public transportation. If the roadmap is implemented, it will be a new growth engine that will lead the Korean economy, creating 70 trillion won added value annually, along with 600,000 new jobs. Germany, which has been preparing for the hydrogen economy transition for a long time, has placed hydrogen buses on regular routes for 9 years. Hydrogen trains are also operating regularly, a world first. A French hydrogen vessel is test driving around the world, a world first. By 2035, Airbus, Europe's largest aircraft manufacturer, plans to commercialize hydrogen planes. Drones using hydrogen batteries. Expansion of infrastructure in which everyone in Gyeonggi Province uses hydrogen. Gyeonggi Province will lead the hydrogen society by building a hydrogen base. Cheap hydrogen. Green hydrogen. Safe hydrogen. If such a hydrogen economy is realized in Gyeonggi Province, it will be a new era of renewable energy centered on the environment and humans. Gyeonggi Province is committed to overcoming the challenges ahead and taking the lead in the future hydrogen society.
푸른 산림, 맑은 공기, 그리고 아름다운 경관. 지구는 우리 삶의 터전이자 아이들에게 물려줘야 할 재산입니다. 하지만 지금 우리의 지구는 어떤가요? 6월 초부터 낮 최고 기온 43도에 이르는 우리나라의 때이른 폭염. 약 2달간 이어진 최장 장마 기록. 점차 사라져가는 대한민국의 상징 소나무. 지구는 SOS를 보내고 있습니다. 우리는 이대로 괜찮을까요? 앞으로 온실가스를 감축하지 못한다면 폭염, 폭우, 한파는 더욱 심해질 것이고 2050년까지 대한민국은 매년 100억 달러의 경제적 손실을 입게 될 것입니다. 경제 및 산업 구조로 인한 환경오염. 경제를 살리자니 환경이 울고 환경을 살리자니 경제가 온다? 과연 환경과 경제는 함께 갈 수 없는 이야기일까요? 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책. 이제 환경 보호도 경제적 이익이 될 수 있습니다. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 기후변화 대처를 위해 온실가스 배출 감소 및 친환경 일자리 마련에 주력합니다. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 생태 안전망 구축, 저탄소 경제 활성화, 도민 참여 사업 등 여러 사업을 계획하고 있으며 전력 자립도를 높이고 최종 에너지 수요를 절감하고 신재생에너지 발전 비중을 확대하는 에너지 전환을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 경제 위기와 기후 위기를 동시에 해결하는 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책으로 우리는 어떻게 우리의 자연을 되찾을 수 있을까요? 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 친환경 저탄소를 기반한 그린 경제로의 전환을 통해 탄소 제로를 만들어갑니다. 첫 번째, 탄소 제로를 위해 도시공간 생활 인프라를 녹색으로 바꾸고, 두 번째, 저탄소 에너지를 확산시키며, 세 번째, 녹색 산업을 위한 생태계를 구축합니다. 이러한 그린 뉴딜 정책을 실현하는 방법은 무엇일까요? 태양열, 태양광 발전, 풍력, 지열, 해양 등 무공해 생산이 가능한 재생에너지, 물을 구성하는 원소, 수소로 만들어진 미래형 신에너지. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 신재생에너지 지원 보급과 더불어 에너지 효율을 개선하고 있습니다. 재생에너지. 경기도에 자리한 경기 테크노파크 의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소. 경기 테크노파크는 248kW 규모의 태양광 발전 시설을 보유하고 있습니다. 의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소는 전국 최초로 개발 제한 구역 내 도시공원 주차장에 건립된 시민 햇빛 발전소입니다.
의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소 1호기는 2018년 경기도 에너지 자립 선도 사업에 선정되어 건립 비용의 30%를 경기도가 지원하고 의왕시 20%, 나머지 50%는 조합원과 시민펀드를 통해 조성된 곳입니다. 우선 본래의 기능인 주차장을 그대로 사용할 수 있으며 튼튼한 하부 구조로 안전을 최우선하였습니다. 상부 모듈 부분을 곡면으로 디자인하여 공원의 주변 환경과 잘 어울리게 하였습니다. 또한 여름철에는 뜨거운 태양을 가리고 비와 눈이 올 때는 가림막 역할을 해주기도 합니다. 친환경 에너지원 건립이란 점에서 지역 환경단체들로부터 큰 관심과 호응을 이끌어내고 있습니다. 또 의왕시의 에너지 자립도를 높이고 기후위기와 미세먼지 문제가 심각해지고 있는 상황에서 시민 참여를 통한 친환경적인 에너지 확대 사업의 물꼬를 텄다는 평가를 받고 있는 곳입니다. 의왕 시민의 발전소 1호기는 516kW의 발전 용량으로 연간 66만 kW의 발전을 통해 월 300kW를 사용하는 183가구의 전력을 공급하고 있습니다. 또한 연간 280톤의 온실가스 발생을 저감하고 있습니다.
이렇듯 경기도는 총 23개의 에너지 협동조합을 통해 연간 594가구가 사용할 수 있는 17메가와트의 에너지 자립시설을 설치함으로써 도민 참여형 에너지 생산을 이룩하고 있습니다. 또한 도시가스 미공급 지역 등 에너지 이용 서비스가 제한된 68만 가구에 태양광 설비를 도입, 일반 주택의 소비 전력 일부를 자가 수급하여 전기료를 절감할 수 있는 에너지 자립마을을 조성하여 지역 간 격차를 해소하고 다양한 재생에너지의 도입을 통한 공영 전기료 제로 스마트 아파트 조성 사업을 만들어가고 있습니다.
경기도 스마트 아파트 지원 사업에서 LED 공사, 펌프로 교체, 태양광 재생 에너지 시설과 에너지 관리 시스템을 경기도로부터 지원받았습니다. 노후되고 수선 및 교체해야 될 시설들을 신형으로 교체하다 보니까 급수나 난방의 끊김 위험 이런 것들이 사라졌고 전기 계량기를 원격으로 검청하다 보니까 정확도가 아주 높아졌습니다. 계량기 관리가 아주 편리해졌습니다. 최소의 비용을 들여 비용이 많이 절감되었고 경기도 스마트 아파트 선정 전과 비교했을 때 연 1억 원 이상을 절감했습니다. LED를 설치해서 환경이 밝아지다 보니까 입주민들이 좋아하고 있고 또 또 관리비가 적게 나오다 보니까 관리 측면에서도 직원들이 관리가 용이해서 좋아들 하고 있습니다. 스마트 아파트는 모두를 행복하게 하는 환경을 만들어 주었습니다.
신에너지. 지속 가능한 에너지 공급 체계를 위한 미래 에너지원인 신에너지. 경기도는 이 중에서 비연소 방식으로 높은 효율의 발전이 가능하며 친환경적인 수소에너지 활성화에 힘쓰고 있습니다. 현재 미국과 독일은 재생에너지의 남은 전력을 활용하여 수소를 생산하고 천연가스 인프라로 공급하는 정책을 추진 중이고, 중국 또한 신에너지 자동차를 핵심 사업으로 선정하고 차이나 수소 이니셔티브를 선언하여 수소 제조 기술을 중점적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 경기도 또한 이러한 세계적인 변화에 발맞추어 수소 산업 육성을 위한 생태 구축 기본 계획을 수립하고 수소 산업을 신성장 동력으로 발전시키기 위한 다각적인 노력을 기울이고 있습니다. 또한 경기도 수소융합 클러스터를 통해 수소 산업 관련 분야를 하나로 묶어 개발 실증 활용 기능을 수행하는 거점을 조성하여 미래 대체 에너지의 새로운 패러다임을 구축합니다. 경기도는 이렇게 그린 뉴딜 정책을 통해 만들어진 신재생에너지를 사용하여 저탄소 산업 구조로 전환하고 에너지 산업을 주력 산업으로 선정하여 환경과 산업의 선순환을 만들어내는 에너지 효율화를 실행하며 새로운 일자리 창출에 앞장섭니다. 에너지 진단 및 시설 개선 원스톱 지원 사업을 통해 경기도 소재의 사업장 및 건물을 대상으로 에너지 효율 향상을 위한 맞춤형 에너지 진단을 실시하고 문제점을 파악하여 시설 개선까지 원스톱으로 지원하여 기업 경쟁력을 강화하고 있습니다.
전력 분석계를 이용하여 공장 유틸리티 설비의 하나인 공기 압축기의 소비 전력을 측정하고 있습니다. 에너지 효율 진단을 통해서 지방자치단체의 지원금을 효과적으로 기업에게 전달할 수 있는데요. 에너지 효율 향상, 에너지 원단위 개선을 통해서 에너지 감소, 그 다음에 온실가스 감소, 미세먼지 감소 효과가 있습니다. 그리고 기업들은 보율 설비 도입을 통해서 운전비가 절감이 되기 때문에 경영에 많은 도움이 됩니다. 경기도 에너지센터에 원스톱 설비 지원 사업이 있습니다. 매년 상반기하고 하반기에 사업을 실시하고 있고요. 사업을 신청하게 되면 무료로 에너지 진단을 실시하고 지원 대상이 확인이 되면 시설 개선 시 50% 지원을 해드리고 있습니다. 기업들은 저효율로 운전 중인 노후 설비를 고효율 설비로 교체함으로써 운전비를 절약을 할 수 있기 때문에 만족도가 높은 사업이 되겠습니다.
이렇게 경기도는 재생에너지, 신에너지, 에너지 효율화를 실시하여 도민이 함께 참여하여 에너지 생태계를 만들고 성공적인 에너지 효율화를 이끌어갑니다. 우리 아이들이 마음껏 뛰어놀 수 있는 지구를 위해 친환경 일자리 확대와 경제 불평등을 해소하기 위해 경기도가 함께 하겠습니다. 푸른 지구, 살기 좋은 세상. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책으로 만들어갑니다.
(75% of the mass of the universe). The first element on the periodic table. Element number 1. Hydrogen. Brightening Korea's green future. For more than 300 years, humanity has witnessed tremendous development through the use of fossil fuels. However, the threat of global resource depletion. Humanity begins its search for alternative sources of energy. Only 145 years ago, hydrogen, the energy source from water, depicted in science fiction written by Jules Verne. a figment of imagination, becomes reality. In the 1960s, the battle to explore the Moon and Mars broke out. The United States applied hydrogen to a power source for space probes for the first time. This marks the first step in the possibilities of utilizing hydrogen energy. Starting with the US, the world has rushed to develop a hydrogen-fueled society. Hydrogen fuel cars triggered the hydrogen economy in Korea. A hydrogen car that emits clean air instead of pollution. Taking only 5 minutes to charge, our hydrogen car, which can drive 600 kilometers on a single charge, has world-class technology. In January last year, the government announced a roadmap to revitalize the hydrogen economy.
수소 경제는 에너지원을 석탄과 석유에서 수소로 바꾸는 산업 구조의 혁명적 변화입니다.
By 2040, 6.2 million hydrogen cars will be produced, and 1,200 hydrogen charging stations will be built. Hydrogen taxis, hydrogen buses, and hydrogen trucks will be increased to replace current methods of public transportation. If the roadmap is implemented, it will be a new growth engine that will lead the Korean economy, creating 70 trillion won added value annually, along with 600,000 new jobs. Germany, which has been preparing for the hydrogen economy transition for a long time, has placed hydrogen buses on regular routes for 9 years. Hydrogen trains are also operating regularly, a world first. A French hydrogen vessel is test driving around the world, a world first. By 2035, Airbus, Europe's largest aircraft manufacturer, plans to commercialize hydrogen planes. Drones using hydrogen batteries. Expansion of infrastructure in which everyone in Gyeonggi Province uses hydrogen. Gyeonggi Province will lead the hydrogen society by building a hydrogen base. Cheap hydrogen. Green hydrogen. Safe hydrogen. If such a hydrogen economy is realized in Gyeonggi Province, it will be a new era of renewable energy centered on the environment and humans. Gyeonggi Province is committed to overcoming the challenges ahead and taking the lead in the future hydrogen society.
푸른 산림, 맑은 공기, 그리고 아름다운 경관. 지구는 우리 삶의 터전이자 아이들에게 물려줘야 할 재산입니다. 하지만 지금 우리의 지구는 어떤가요? 6월 초부터 낮 최고 기온 43도에 이르는 우리나라의 때이른 폭염. 약 2달간 이어진 최장 장마 기록. 점차 사라져가는 대한민국의 상징 소나무. 지구는 SOS를 보내고 있습니다. 우리는 이대로 괜찮을까요? 앞으로 온실가스를 감축하지 못한다면 폭염, 폭우, 한파는 더욱 심해질 것이고 2050년까지 대한민국은 매년 100억 달러의 경제적 손실을 입게 될 것입니다. 경제 및 산업 구조로 인한 환경오염. 경제를 살리자니 환경이 울고 환경을 살리자니 경제가 온다? 과연 환경과 경제는 함께 갈 수 없는 이야기일까요? 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책. 이제 환경 보호도 경제적 이익이 될 수 있습니다. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 기후변화 대처를 위해 온실가스 배출 감소 및 친환경 일자리 마련에 주력합니다. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 생태 안전망 구축, 저탄소 경제 활성화, 도민 참여 사업 등 여러 사업을 계획하고 있으며 전력 자립도를 높이고 최종 에너지 수요를 절감하고 신재생에너지 발전 비중을 확대하는 에너지 전환을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 경제 위기와 기후 위기를 동시에 해결하는 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책으로 우리는 어떻게 우리의 자연을 되찾을 수 있을까요? 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 친환경 저탄소를 기반한 그린 경제로의 전환을 통해 탄소 제로를 만들어갑니다. 첫 번째, 탄소 제로를 위해 도시공간 생활 인프라를 녹색으로 바꾸고, 두 번째, 저탄소 에너지를 확산시키며, 세 번째, 녹색 산업을 위한 생태계를 구축합니다. 이러한 그린 뉴딜 정책을 실현하는 방법은 무엇일까요? 태양열, 태양광 발전, 풍력, 지열, 해양 등 무공해 생산이 가능한 재생에너지, 물을 구성하는 원소, 수소로 만들어진 미래형 신에너지. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 신재생에너지 지원 보급과 더불어 에너지 효율을 개선하고 있습니다. 재생에너지. 경기도에 자리한 경기 테크노파크 의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소. 경기 테크노파크는 248kW 규모의 태양광 발전 시설을 보유하고 있습니다. 의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소는 전국 최초로 개발 제한 구역 내 도시공원 주차장에 건립된 시민 햇빛 발전소입니다.
의왕 시민햇빛 발전소 1호기는 2018년 경기도 에너지 자립 선도 사업에 선정되어 건립 비용의 30%를 경기도가 지원하고 의왕시 20%, 나머지 50%는 조합원과 시민펀드를 통해 조성된 곳입니다. 우선 본래의 기능인 주차장을 그대로 사용할 수 있으며 튼튼한 하부 구조로 안전을 최우선하였습니다. 상부 모듈 부분을 곡면으로 디자인하여 공원의 주변 환경과 잘 어울리게 하였습니다. 또한 여름철에는 뜨거운 태양을 가리고 비와 눈이 올 때는 가림막 역할을 해주기도 합니다. 친환경 에너지원 건립이라는 점에서 지역 환경단체들로부터 큰 관심과 호응을 이끌어내고 있습니다. 또 의왕시의 에너지 자립도를 높이고 기후위기와 미세먼지 문제가 심각해지고 있는 상황에서 시민 참여를 통한 친환경적인 에너지 확대 사업의 물꼬를 텄다는 평가를 받고 있는 곳입니다. 의왕 시민의 발전소 1호기는 516kW의 발전 용량으로 연간 66만 kW의 발전을 통해 월 300kW를 사용하는 183가구의 전력을 공급하고 있습니다. 또한 연간 280톤의 온실가스 발생을 저감하고 있습니다.
이렇듯 경기도는 총 23개의 에너지 협동조합을 통해 연간 594가구가 사용할 수 있는 17메가와트의 에너지 자립시설을 설치함으로써 도민 참여형 에너지 생산을 이룩하고 있습니다. 또한 도시가스 미공급 지역 등 에너지 이용 서비스가 제한된 68만 가구에 태양광 설비를 도입, 일반 주택의 소비 전력 일부를 자가 수급하여 전기료를 절감할 수 있는 에너지 자립 마을을 조성하여 지역 간 격차를 해소하고 다양한 재생에너지의 도입을 통한 공영 전기료 제로 스마트 아파트 조성 사업을 만들어가고 있습니다.
경기도 스마트 아파트 지원 사업에서 LED 공사, 펌프로 교체, 태양광 재생 에너지 시설과 에너지 관리 시스템을 경기도로부터 지원받았습니다. 노후되고 수선 및 교체해야 될 시설들을 신형으로 교체하다 보니까 급수나 난방의 끊김 위험 이런 것들이 사라졌고 전기 계량기를 원격으로 검침하다 보니까 정확도가 아주 높아졌습니다. 계량기 관리가 아주 편리해졌습니다. 최소의 비용을 들여 비용이 많이 절감되었고 경기도 스마트 아파트 선정 전과 비교했을 때 연 1억 원 이상을 절감했습니다. LED를 설치해서 환경이 밝아지다 보니까 입주민들이 좋아하고 있고 또 관리비가 적게 나오다 보니까 관리 측면에서도 직원들이 관리가 용이해서 좋아들 하고 있습니다. 스마트 아파트는 모두를 행복하게 하는 환경을 만들어 주었습니다.
신에너지. 지속 가능한 에너지 공급 체계를 위한 미래 에너지원인 신에너지. 경기도는 이 중에서 비연소 방식으로 높은 효율의 발전이 가능하며 친환경적인 수소에너지 활성화에 힘쓰고 있습니다. 현재 미국과 독일은 재생에너지의 남은 전력을 활용하여 수소를 생산하고 천연가스 인프라로 공급하는 정책을 추진 중이고, 중국 또한 신에너지 자동차를 핵심 사업으로 선정하고 차이나 수소 이니셔티브를 선언하여 수소 제조 기술을 중점적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 경기도 또한 이러한 세계적인 변화에 발맞추어 수소 산업 육성을 위한 생태 구축 기본 계획을 수립하고 수소 산업을 신성장 동력으로 발전시키기 위한 다각적인 노력을 기울이고 있습니다. 또한 경기도 수소융합 클러스터를 통해 수소 산업 관련 분야를 하나로 묶어 개발 실증 활용 기능을 수행하는 거점을 조성하여 미래 대체 에너지의 새로운 패러다임을 구축합니다. 경기도는 이렇게 그린 뉴딜 정책을 통해 만들어진 신재생에너지를 사용하여 저탄소 산업 구조로 전환하고 에너지 산업을 주력 산업으로 선정하여 환경과 산업의 선순환을 만들어내는 에너지 효율화를 실행하며 새로운 일자리 창출에 앞장섭니다. 에너지 진단 및 시설 개선 원스톱 지원 사업을 통해 경기도 소재의 사업장 및 건물을 대상으로 에너지 효율 향상을 위한 맞춤형 에너지 진단을 실시하고 문제점을 파악하여 시설 개선까지 원스톱으로 지원하여 기업 경쟁력을 강화하고 있습니다.
전력 분석계를 이용하여 공장 유틸리티 설비의 하나인 공기 압축기의 소비 전력을 측정하고 있습니다. 에너지 효율 진단을 통해서 지방자치단체의 지원금을 효과적으로 기업에게 전달할 수 있는데요. 에너지 효율 향상, 에너지 원단위 개선을 통해서 에너지 감소, 그 다음에 온실가스 감소, 미세먼지 감소 효과가 있습니다. 그리고 기업들은 보율 설비 도입을 통해서 운전비가 절감이 되기 때문에 경영에 많은 도움이 됩니다. 경기도 에너지센터에 원스톱 설비 지원 사업이 있습니다. 매년 상반기하고 하반기에 사업을 실시하고 있고요. 사업을 신청하게 되면 무료로 에너지 진단을 실시하고 지원 대상이 확인이 되면 시설 개선 시 50% 지원을 해드리고 있습니다. 기업들은 저효율로 운전 중인 노후 설비를 고효율 설비로 교체함으로써 운전비를 절약을 할 수 있기 때문에 만족도가 높은 사업이 되겠습니다.
이렇게 경기도는 재생에너지, 신에너지, 에너지 효율화를 실시하여 도민이 함께 참여하여 에너지 생태계를 만들고 성공적인 에너지 효율화를 이끌어갑니다. 우리 아이들이 마음껏 뛰어놀 수 있는 지구를 위해 친환경 일자리 확대와 경제 불평등을 해소하기 위해 경기도가 함께 하겠습니다. 푸른 지구, 살기 좋은 세상. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책으로 만들어갑니다.
(75% of the mass of the universe). The first element on the periodic table. Element number 1. Hydrogen. Brightening Korea's green future. For more than 300 years, humanity has witnessed tremendous development through the use of fossil fuels. However, the threat of global resource depletion. Humanity begins its search for alternative sources of energy. Only 145 years ago, hydrogen, the energy source from water, depicted in science fiction written by Jules Verne. A figment of imagination becomes reality. In the 1960s, the battle to explore the moon and Mars broke out. The United States applied hydrogen to a power source for space probes for the first time. This marks the first step in the possibilities of utilizing hydrogen energy. Starting with the US, the world has rushed to develop a hydrogen-fueled society. Hydrogen fuel cars triggered the hydrogen economy in Korea. A hydrogen car that emits clean air instead of pollution. Taking only 5 minutes to charge, our hydrogen car, which can drive 600 kilometers on a single charge, has world-class technology. In January last year, the government announced a roadmap to revitalize the hydrogen economy.
수소 경제는 에너지원을 석탄과 석유에서 수소로 바꾸는 산업 구조의 혁명적 변화입니다.
By 2040, 6.2 million hydrogen cars will be produced, and 1,200 hydrogen charging stations will be built. Hydrogen taxis, hydrogen buses, and hydrogen trucks will be increased to replace current methods of public transportation. If the roadmap is implemented, it will be a new growth engine that will lead the Korean economy, creating 70 trillion won added value annually, along with 600,000 new jobs. Germany, which has been preparing for the hydrogen economy transition for a long time, has placed hydrogen buses on regular routes for 9 years. Hydrogen trains are also operating regularly, a world first. A French hydrogen vessel is test driving around the world, a world first. By 2035, Airbus, Europe's largest aircraft manufacturer, plans to commercialize hydrogen planes. Drones using hydrogen batteries. Expansion of infrastructure in which everyone in Gyeonggi Province uses hydrogen. Gyeonggi Province will lead the hydrogen society by building a hydrogen base. Cheap hydrogen. Green hydrogen. Safe hydrogen. If such a hydrogen economy is realized in Gyeonggi Province, it will be a new era of renewable energy centered on the environment and humans. Gyeonggi Province is committed to overcoming the challenges ahead and taking the lead in the future hydrogen society.
푸른 산림, 맑은 공기, 그리고 아름다운 경관. 지구는 우리 삶의 터전이자 아이들에게 물려줘야 할 재산입니다. 하지만 지금 우리의 지구는 어떤가요? 6월 초부터 낮 최고 기온 43도에 이르는 우리나라의 때이른 폭염. 약 2달간 이어진 최장 장마 기록. 점차 사라져가는 대한민국의 상징 소나무. 지구는 SOS를 보내고 있습니다. 우리는 이대로 괜찮을까요? 앞으로 온실가스를 감축하지 못한다면 폭염, 폭우, 한파는 더욱 심해질 것이고 2050년까지 대한민국은 매년 100억 달러의 경제적 손실을 입게 될 것입니다. 경제 및 산업 구조로 인한 환경오염. 경제를 살리자니 환경이 울고 환경을 살리자니 경제가 온다? 과연 환경과 경제는 함께 갈 수 없는 이야기일까요? 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책. 이제 환경 보호도 경제적 이익이 될 수 있습니다. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 기후변화 대처를 위해 온실가스 배출 감소 및 친환경 일자리 마련에 주력합니다. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 생태 안전망 구축, 저탄소 경제 활성화, 도민 참여 사업 등 여러 사업을 계획하고 있으며 전력 자립도를 높이고 최종 에너지 수요를 절감하고 신재생에너지 발전 비중을 확대하는 에너지 전환을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 경제 위기와 기후 위기를 동시에 해결하는 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책으로 우리는 어떻게 우리의 자연을 되찾을 수 있을까요? 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 친환경 저탄소를 기반한 그린 경제로의 전환을 통해 탄소 제로를 만들어갑니다. 첫 번째, 탄소 제로를 위해 도시공간 생활 인프라를 녹색으로 바꾸고, 두 번째, 저탄소 에너지를 확산시키며, 세 번째, 녹색 산업을 위한 생태계를 구축합니다. 이러한 그린 뉴딜 정책을 실현하는 방법은 무엇일까요? 태양열, 태양광 발전, 풍력, 지열, 해양 등 무공해 생산이 가능한 재생에너지, 물을 구성하는 원소, 수소로 만들어진 미래형 신에너지. 경기도 그린 뉴딜 정책은 신재생에너지 지원 보급과 더불어 에너지 효율을 개선하고 있습니다. 재생에너지. 경기도에 자리한 경기 테크노파크 의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소. 경기 테크노파크는 248kW 규모의 태양광 발전 시설을 보유하고 있습니다. 의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소는 전국 최초로 개발 제한 구역 내 도시공원 주차장에 건립된 시민 햇빛 발전소입니다.
의왕 시민 햇빛 발전소 1호기는 2018년 경기도 에너지 자립 선도 사업에 선정되어 건립 비용의 30%를 경기도가 지원하고 의왕시 20%, 나머지 50%는 조합원과 시민펀드를 통해 조성된 곳입니다. 우선 본래의 기능인 주차장을 그대로 사용할 수 있으며 튼튼한 하부 구조로 안전을 최우선하였습니다. 상부 모듈 부분을 곡면으로 디자인하여 공원의 주변 환경과 잘 어울리게 하였습니다. 또한 여름철에는 뜨거운 태양을 가리고 비와 눈이 올 때는 가림막 역할을 해주기도 합니다. 친환경 에너지원 건립이라는 점에서 지역 환경단체들로부터 큰 관심과 호응을 이끌어내고 있습니다. 또 의왕시의 에너지 자립도를 높이고 기후위기와 미세먼지 문제가 심각해지고 있는 상황에서 시민 참여를 통한 친환경적인 에너지 확대 사업의 물꼬를 텄다는 평가를 받고 있는 곳입니다. 의왕 시민의 발전소 1호기는 516kW의 발전 용량으로 연간 66만 kW의 발전을 통해 월 300kW를 사용하는 183가구의 전력을 공급하고 있습니다. 또한 연간 280톤의 온실가스 발생을 저감하고 있습니다.
이렇듯 경기도는 총 23개의 에너지 협동조합을 통해 연간 594가구가 사용할 수 있는 17메가와트의
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Welcome you all back to the second session of the second Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. I am Koo Young-soo, and I'll be the MC of the afternoon session of the forum. I hope you enjoy your lunch break, and let us get started with the second session of today's forum right away. As it was announced before, simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the session, so please choose the relevant language channel that you want to listen to.
And English simultaneous interpretation is available for today's forum. So please check the YouTube channel for your convenience. 네, 두 번째 세션의 주제는
The theme of our second session is the story of future hydrogen city. We would like to have overseas case study presentation first. We are faced with limitations of the greenhouse gas emission, and there is increasing interest in the renewable energy, including hydrogen and the energy. And we would like to know the relevant roles required for each relevant stakeholders, including governments, expertise, and the businesses. The first presentation will be delivered by our foreign guests. Mr. Daniel B.C. Gunino, Director of Invest Victoria, and Mr. Yuko Fukuma, Senior Staff of Kawasaki Heavy Industries, and the Director, Steve Marshall from CarbonNet Project Australia, will deliver the first presentation. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, we'll meet our presenters and speakers online.
Hello everyone, my name is Yuko Fukuma from Kawasaki Heavy Industries from Japan. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to talk about our hydrogen energy supply chain project, co-presenting together with Daniel and Steve from the Victorian government today. First, I'd like to provide update and introduction of the HESC project, and then Daniel will follow, and Steve to conclude with the CarbonNet project. Could you please share the screen? Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I start with why we are doing the HESC project now. We are all familiar with the challenge the world is facing, climate change and excess of the atmospheric CO2. In Japan's case, as there was a Fukushima's nuclear accident in 2011, we had to rethink the energy strategy in terms of getting reliable clean energy in Japan. And hydrogen became our go-to energy source for the future. Given the strong relationships with Australia and Victoria and the Lateral Valley, having abundant source of the coal, that seems to be the great face to the hydrogen energy supply chain project. Next slide, please. So we are aiming to develop an international hydrogen supply chain, producing clean hydrogen overseas from affordable resources and export it to Japan in liquefied form. We believe that a viable transition pathway to a renewable hydrogen industry is to firstly derive stable hydrogen production at scale, quickly and cost-effectively, using fossil fuels such as Victorian coal and carbon capture and storage technology, thus allowing renewable technology to become more economically viable over time. To realize this vision, Kawasaki, together with partners, is very close to deliver the HESC pilot project next year. Our ambition is to move to a commercial phase in the 2030s. Next slide, please. So the pilot project has been delivered in the partnership with the Victorian and Australian governments, who have invested 100 million Australian dollars into the pilot project, with a remainder funded by the private sector project partners and the Japanese government. The pilot supply chain consists of hydrogen production from coal into the Lateral Valley in Victoria. We gasify the coal, then place gaseous hydrogen into the truck for the land transportation to Hastings, where Australia's first hydrogen liquefaction facility is located. And we load liquefied hydrogen onto the world's first liquefied hydrogen ship. Then go to the port of Kobe to Japan. Through the pilot project, we aim to demonstrate complete end-to-end supply chain as Japan, Australia's first as a part of the process. Our pilot project is promoted by two organizations, Hystra and HEA, respectively, together with our reputable business partners as well as the assistance of the governments. Hystra, our Japan-based group, is in charge of hydrogen production from Victorian coal, the transportation of liquefied hydrogen by ship, and the unloading terminal in Japan. And HEA, our Australia-based group, oversees hydrogen gas refining, land transportation, as well as the liquefaction and export terminal in Australia. The pilot project is now almost ready to start. So could you please, next slide. So this is a snapshot of our project partners of both Japan-based group and Australian-based group. So HEA and Hystra is managing the project overall. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot overview of the pilot project components. So for the pilot project, we have already purchased the carbon offset mitigation for the CO2 emission reduction. Next slide, please. This is the overview of the prospect for the commercial project if we proceed with the commercial project after the pilot project. So in the commercial project, we definitely utilize the carbon capture and storage project as carbon net project. Next slide, please. So this is a recent image of the sites in Japan and Australia. So construction works in both countries have completed now. And last December, we launched the world's first liquefaction hydrogen CISO Frontier. And in this March, the liquefied hydrogen tank was successfully installed on the ship. Please, next slide. So we expect that the first shipment of hydrogen from Australia to Japan is scheduled in early 21st. Lastly, I mentioned the community and stakeholder engagement activities in Australia, which I have been managing, as it is another vital element for us to gain support and understanding of the project in Australia. Engagement activities have been progressing well, including community information sessions and briefing meetings. We are now focusing on the virtual engagement due to the COVID-19 situations. And of course, we have been continuing to partner with Victorian and Australian governments. Kawasaki, together with its partners and business partners and government partners, is ready to contribute to realization of the hydrogen society and the global decarbonization. We cannot wait to demonstrate this through our HESC pilot project next year. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Daniel.
Hi, thank you, Fukuma-san. My name is Daniel Bizignano. I'm the Director of International Investment at Invest Victoria, which is the state government of Victoria's investment promotion agency. And we're very proud to be talking about the HESC project, which has been a big part of the development of the agency over the last 7 or 8 years. So the opportunity, as Fukuma-san mentioned, was to really get in on the ground floor for one of a big game-changing investment opportunity and a huge potential future industry. Secondly, Victoria has the world's second largest brown coal reserves. This provided us an opportunity to potentially use an asset that has enormous value to the state in an environmental, sustainable way. And finally, our coal resources and the location of the HESC pilot infrastructure and hopefully commercial projects are in regional Victoria. So it's an area that the Victorian government has a focus on developing. So very much we were looking at these kind of opportunities through our partnership in this project. However, there are challenges. There are many technical challenges in which we're very confident that we've partnered with some of the most technically capable companies in the world to help resolve those challenges. There are also social challenges. In Australia, coal is a difficult resource to use in an environmental, sustainable way. And as Fukuma-san mentioned, a lot of work goes into community and stakeholder engagement to communicate the benefits and the environmental sustainability of this project. Finally, there is the problem for government when it comes to supporting these type of projects. How does government make large investments with the private sector in emergent industries that don't quite have markets yet? There's a lot of risk in those type of investments that need to be balanced. So, and the proposal, in the next slide, please, was really to establish a pilot project to test the supply chain, to demonstrate to the local community and local stakeholders the potential to really build this industry in Victoria. Now, whilst the pilot in itself has a lot of large numbers in terms of the investment and the potential jobs that would be created and the technology that would be transferred, as an economic development agency, our interests lied primarily in creating a pathway to a commercial project. And you can see from the figures up on screen that this would be a substantial resource and export investment that would create significant employment, exports and economic uplift for the state. And in the end, that is really what excited and interested the Victorian government, the ability to build this new industry in collaboration with our partners. Next slide, please. So, as the title said, this was 7 years in development. It took quite a long time early on, and many of the activities you can see there from the NATO investigation, the feasibility study, was really about the Japanese government and its partners building up the feasibility for the potential for this type of project in Victoria. It really came to us a bit later on, and we focused pretty much on how do we de-risk the investment at the beginning through a small kind of partnership. So we partnered to develop and progress a FEED, front-end engineering and design study, to really give us both comfort that this would be a commercially prospective at a pilot stage proposition. And then developed all the way into a funding agreement for our contribution towards this project. So you can probably see there is a lot of time that's elapsed from when the FEED commenced to when we actually partnered and signed an agreement. And very much that was really to encapsulate and make sure that we had created a platform that we could all understand our individual roles, obligations, and create a pathway for success. Next slide, please. Our collaboration is focused on many areas, but essentially what government brings to this type of proposal and this type of partnership in this particular regard was really the focus on commercialization. Now, whilst the companies, of course, are very much focused on that commercialization, the government made it a clear expectation of ours that we wanted to see progress towards that commercialization and really building up kind of that pathway. So that involved deep diving into the supply dynamics, into the potential demand in the future, and also the regulatory pathway. Research was a key kind of focus of ours. So we've spent a lot of time and energy helping to connect the HESC project partners with research organisations in Australia to, one, increase and uplift the capabilities that we have in the emerging hydrogen industries. The consortium coordination. Unlike many projects, the Victorian government plays a critical role sitting within the consortium parties on all the governance bodies and committees as they deliver this project. We see this very much as a collaborative activity, not just one that we are funding. And our involvement being on the inside of that agreement really helps us to understand the needs of the consortium partners and also kind of what the government needs to do to create the pathway for this commercial investment. So coal preparation is a key area of interest of ours. As I mentioned, we have the world's second largest brown coal reserves. However, it is very difficult to access the energy within that just due to the moisture content. So a considerable amount of the research focus of the consortium parties is really on how do we unlock that potential. The CCS collaboration, which Steve will talk to in the subsequent section of the presentation, is really critical to this project going ahead for it to be clean hydrogen produced. And I'll let Steve kind of talk about the activities we're doing in that regard. And also the pilot infrastructure. It was very important for us to have the entire supply chain demonstrated in Australia for a number of reasons. What that does is it really allows one, the community to get familiar with what these facilities look like, for regulators to actually look, touch, feel, and actually see how these projects work on the ground as we look to amend our own legislation and create a pathway for a commercial plant. But also for universities, researchers, even school groups to be able to visit and actually understand that what is possible from these types of investments. Next slide, please. And finally, just some key success factors that we've noticed over the 7 years or so. So governance and leadership was vitally important. So I would take my hat off to the Japanese partners that came to us and really showed persistence and leadership over many years to make sure that this was on the government's agenda. And then subsequent to that, the very detailed governance so that everyone understands their roles and responsibilities in this type of partnership. Sharing risk was very, very key as well. And not only financial risk, but reputational risk and implementation risk, making sure that government is there partnering with the private sector to really minimise the or maximise the chance of success. And that leads into the partnership approach. We have not approached this as a product or commodity or service that we're buying. We're very much invested in the delivery, not just as funders, but as potential future collaborators. I've spoken a little bit about the focus on commerciality and making sure that all project partners are always pointed in that direction. Acknowledging culture was something that I thought Invest Victoria brought to this equation. We are an international investment attraction agency. We work with people from around the world, but we have a deep, long history in Asia and in particularly in Japan. And so we were able to really kind of ensure that cultural business nuances were regarded and respected during our engagement. And lastly, playing the long game, making sure that my stakeholders and the Victorian government stakeholders and Victorian community at large recognises that this is a long-term partnership that will go, if successful, for many, many decades and produce benefits for all of the Victorian community. I'd like to now pass on to Steve Marshall, who will talk a little about one of the key enablers, CarbonNet.
Thank you, Dan. So the CarbonNet project is run by the Victorian Department of Jobs, Precincts and Regions. There's a jointly funded project between the Victorian State Government and the Commonwealth Government of Australia. It's a $150 million investment that the government has made to research and evaluate the potential for commercial scale carbon capture and storage, which is so critical in achieving our emissions goals going forward as we move towards net zero and enabling key technologies such as the hydrogen project that we've just been talking about today. We work very closely both with industry, with advocacy groups such as the Global CCS Institute, and also researchers to really test the cutting edge technology that is being developed around the world, but specifically here in Australia that's going to help our projects going forward. What you can see on the graphic on the right there really represents, I guess, what Dan and Fukima-san were talking about the opportunity. It shows the large brown coal resources that we have onshore, mapped also to the very large petroleum basin that we have in the offshore environment that's been producing significant energy for Victoria and Australia for over 50 years now. That represents a great geological asset that we can utilise now for storage. And CarbonNet maintains 5 offshore permits, and we're looking at 3 potential storage sites offshore. The location is really critical in all CCS projects and energy projects around the world, but we have a world-class petroleum basin with close proximity to industrial hubs that we can connect by pipeline to transport their captured CO2 emissions. And in Victoria, we're blessed with a very highly skilled engineering and technical workforce. So the future vision there shows the southeast corner of Victoria. We have a lot of existing industries that have high emissions profiles that may require a solution in future. That ranges from power generation, natural gas processing, paper production, and other heavy industries. And then we have emerging industries. And those emerging industries are ones that can be supported or enabled by technologies such as carbon capture and storage. That obviously includes hydrogen production from, in our cases we talked about today, from brown coal, or it could be from natural gas. Fertilizer production, direct air capture and bioenergy with CCS, which are getting into those negative emissions, which are also so critical as we strive for net zero going forward. A project such as Carbon Net, alongside HESC and or others, can safeguard those existing jobs in industries. It introduces those new industries to remote regions, developing highly skilled jobs going forward, utilising that experienced workforce that we have already, and really looking at new employment opportunities in regional Victoria, which is so important for our work as a government. It's been a very productive year for the Carbon Net project and CCS in general around the world. I'm sure many of the attendees today will have heard a lot about projects around the world, which we're very pleased to see. But in the past year, we've conducted significant offshore operations to do appraisal activities on our primary storage site, the Pelican site. We've gone through an international peer review on the first regulatory application that the site would require, which is known as a declaration of storage. And we've encountered wide-ranging industry engagement, public engagement, really not only to talk about what are the opportunities of the project such as Carbon Net, what does it enable, but also sharing what are some of the risks, what are the concerns that people want to do. And that's a large part of our role, as well as the technical work, is really engaging with people to educate them on the opportunities. And obviously being a government department, we're obviously looking at existing legislation. Is that suitable? Is it practical to support these mega projects going forward? What changes need to be made going forward to support hydrogen and CCS? So as mentioned, at the start of the year, conducted a very major operation by bringing a drilling rig from the northwest of Australia onto our Pelican site, which is approximately 8 kilometres offshore. We drilled a well to approximately 1,400 metres below the seabed to get data from the well and get data from the subsurface. It's really confirmed all of our pre-drill expectations, and in some areas it's exceeded. We took a large amount of data from that. One of the key things is we know that the reservoir are of world-class capabilities. The site itself alone is capable of more than 5 million tonnes of CO2 injection per year for a total of over 25 years going forward. As I mentioned, a large part of our work is about media and community engagement, whether that be media on the rig, out speaking to schools about the opportunities jointly that hydrogen and CCS explore, and sharing some of the tools and the technologies and the methods that we'll use to monitor the storage sites in future. And obviously there's been bringing in a drilling rig to the area develops a large amount of interest. It's pretty large and you can't not miss it. Finally, our engagement with industry. Our Treasurer and our Minister for Resources and Regional Development sit behind and back the project going forward, stating that it's critical for economic environmental asset for Victoria to develop as we move forward. And more recently, the Australian Commonwealth Government has released its Technology Investment Roadmap. That roadmap has a number of key topics that the government wants to focus its investment into technology upon. And there's 5 key elements to that that have been recently announced, and CCS and hydrogen are central points to that. I guess the key thing here is the government is expecting to invest approximately $18 billion into these low emissions technologies within the next decade. If I may, I will hand over to Daniel to close out the final slide, and I thank you for your time today. Thanks. Daniel, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Hope you've enjoyed the presentation today. Steve and I are available anytime if you want to learn a little bit more about the Victorian Government, its investment attraction program and assistance for potential companies, or learn a bit about our involvement in the HESC, or for Steve if you want to learn a little bit more about CarbonNet and its future commercialisation pathway. So I thank you again for your time, and I hope this has been informative. Thank you.
Thank you for. 세 분 발표 감사합니다.
We have learned about a global, the case study of Hydrogen City. Now let's move on to the second part of the presentation, which is on the domestic case study of Hydrogen City. Before that, we would like to play a video clip, and then will be followed by Mr. Park Yoo-jin, the first presenter of the domestic case study. Thank you.
살만 나는 생생도시 안산시장 윤화섭입니다. 먼저 경기 국제수소 포럼에 안산시가 선도도시로 참여하게 되어서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 안산시는 수소 시본도시이자 신재생에너지 산업 특구의 도시입니다. 안산시는 이런 여건을 바탕으로 수소 경제를 활성해 나가고자 합니다. 더불어서 태양광, 풍력 등을 이용한 안산형 그린 누델 사업을 펼쳐서 일자리가 넘쳐나는 에너지 선도도시로 도약하고자 합니다. 안산시가 추진하는 수소도시 구현에 적극적인 관심을 부탁드리면서 오늘 이 자리가 유익한 시간이 되시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Yoo-jin, Chief Manager of New Business, particularly Hydrogen City Business in Ansan Urban Development Inc. It's a great honor for me to have a chance to make a presentation on Ansan City's case of Hydrogen City development on behalf of Ansan City. Recently, we have heard a lot of talks about the hydrogen as a new energy source. However, like 2 or 3 years ago, hydrogen was an unfamiliar source of energy. But now we are faced with a serious energy completion issue and climate change issue, along with the greenhouse gas emission issue. When I was small in 1970s, I read a comic book. And in that comic book, there was a story about a car which ran out of gasoline, and the city roads became parking lot because all cars stopped due to the lack of gasoline. And it seems that if the current situation go unchecked, that comic book episode can be reality. That is why we pay a lot of attention to new energy source of hydrogen. Hydrogen is a very rich source of energy, and from the perspective of a climate crisis or climate change, we suffer from a lot of severe weather conditions, such as the longest rainy season of 54 days here in Korea, and 38 local counties and cities declare the emergency situation because of these severe weather conditions. And the rainy season prolonged and lasted too long because of the climate change. And that severe weather condition didn't limit itself to the Korean Peninsula. We hear a lot about abnormal weather conditions such as El Nino and La Nina. And I believe that such kind of climate change occurred because the greenhouse gas emissions generated from the combustion of fossil fuels. So if we make energy transition to renewable energy from fossil fuel combustion based energy sources, then we can actually change the current situation and overcome the climate crisis. Now let us talk about how the hydrogen is generated as a new energy source when the production method is electrolysis. So once the water is decomposed using electricity, then the hydrogen can be generated. If renewable energy is used for the production of hydrogen, then it will be a green hydrogen to be produced without having any greenhouse gas emission. However, the production cost of the hydrogen is too expensive. And the second production method is used for the production of byproduct hydrogen. So production cost of this byproduct hydrogen is relatively cheap. However, there are limitations to the supply of byproduct hydrogen. And the last production method that we can think of about hydrogen is the hydrogen production based on fossil fuel combustion or the natural gas combustion. We can extract hydrogen from natural gas. Such method can be the most realistic the method for the hydrogen production. However, it has a serious side effect of a greenhouse gas emission. So I just pointed out a few production methods of hydrogen. Once we produce hydrogen, then we need to store it, and we also need to deliver it so it can be utilized in diverse industries. The countries around the world come up with mid and long-term strategic plans for the energy transition into hydrogen energy source. And the US and the EU are the leading nations in terms of the hydrogen economy conversion. It seems that the U.S. actually lead the initiative in terms of green hydrogen generation or production, and it seems that the U.S. is the most advanced country in terms of green hydrogen production, and also the EU declared its target of zero carbon economy. Now I'd like to talk about what kind of efforts are made by the Korean government. In January last year, 2019, Korean government came up with the roadmap for the green economy, including the hydrogen economy. And there are a few key tasks selected, such as a mobility sector hydrogen conversion, particularly the transition of trucks or the public buses into FCEV vehicles. And also, there is a plan to establish 1,200 hydrogen refueling stations around the nation, and 15 gigawatt the hydrogen power plant will be established, and also there will be a small-scale hydrogen power plant established to provide hydrogen to households, general households. So over the course of the implementation of this roadmap, it is expected that Korea will benefit from economic impact of 43 trillion won, and also the transition into hydrogen economy will create 420,000 new jobs. Gyeonggi Province actually designated 3 pilot cities for hydrogen economy project implementation. And when it comes to the Seoul metropolitan city area, city of Ansan was designated as a pilot city for hydrogen city conversion. The city of Ansan came up with a master plan for such conversion or the transition, and it is working on implementation of hydrogen infrastructure. as a part of the roadmap. And now I'd like to talk about the reasons behind the designation of the city of Ansan as a pilot city for hydrogen city conversion. As you may know, Ansan City is the first planned city as an industrial complex. So we have excellent road network which go all directions. And also there is a largest the industrial complex in Panwell area. There already is a 20 kilometer of hydrogen pipeline established in the region, providing hydrogen to the companies which use hydrogen as energy sources. And also Ansan is evaluated as the most optimal location to implement hydrogen city plan. We have the world's largest tidal power plant in Shihaho Lake area. And also the neighborhood of Shihaho Lake, we have PV power plants as well as the wind turbine power plants. Based on these facilities and infrastructure, Ansan is the best location to produce green hydrogen, and I believe that that's the reason why Ansan City was designated as a pilot city for hydrogen economy. Let me go into details of the characteristics of Ansan City. We all know that the pilot city for hydrogen economy should have the infrastructure for the full life cycle of hydrogen. As you can see in this diagram, the upper stream or the upper part of the Shihaho Lake, there is Ansan City Plan site. And we are planning to install the hydrogen production base in that area, and we are thinking of establishing 2.5 kilometer of hydrogen pipeline, and the pipeline will start its operation early next year. And also we are planning to have a hydrogen refueling station in the area. And the existing hydrogen refueling stations use a tube trailer for hydrogen delivery. And the hydrogen delivered through this tube trailer are compressed and stored in this refueling station. However, actually tube trailer-based delivery of hydrogen is too risky. And the delivery plan that the city of Ansan has based on the hydrogen pipeline, which is way safer than the tube trailer-based delivery of hydrogen. And we have a plan to establish 3 hydrogen refueling stations. And I heard a lot about the difficulties in establishing new hydrogen refueling stations, and I believe that Ansan City can play its role in increasing the number of hydrogen refueling stations. And also the newly produced green hydrogen can be utilized not only for the housing, but also for sewage treatment facilities as well as sports complexes. The hydrogen fuel cell can be utilized as an energy source for those facilities, thus promoting efficient use of hydrogen as a new energy source. And as for the mobility project, we have planned to establish new refueling stations as well as logistic bases nearby the refueling stations. That is a part of the second phase of our roadmap. The safety of hydrogen is the most significant pillar in terms of the roadmap for hydrogen economy. We are planning to establish integrated operation center to ensure security and the safety of hydrogen system. And that integrated operation center will be operated 24/7 to ensure the safety of hydrogen as a new energy source. And as for the specialized project, we have a plan to produce green hydrogen in link with the tidal power plants that are already existing in the area. And also, we are thinking about establishing RE100 industrial complex by expanding green hydrogen production base. As I've mentioned before, we also think about the project in link with the public transport mobility. Beginning next year, we are planning to establish the complicated transportation base based on hydrogen and energy. The beginning part of this hydrogen, the city project as a pilot city here in Ansan, we will start with the infrastructure establishment of hydrogen centering around the west southern part of Gyeonggi Province, and we have a plan to gradually expand the relevant area. Back in 1970s, Ansan city, it was developed as an industrial city, but now it is moving toward the future of a new energy source of the hydrogen. And by launching hydrogen project and implement the pilot city project of hydrogen, Ansan City will be a future city. Being the representative city leading the hydrogen-related initiative and project. Thank you very much for your listening.
발표 감사합니다. 다음으로
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now we would like to hear from the mayor of Pyeongtaek on his plan for creating a hydrogen city. And now we would like to hear from, after the video, we would like to hear from Mr. Hwang Sun-sik about the plans at the city of Pyeongtaek.
이렇게 영상을 통해 인사드리게 돼서 큰 영광으로 생각합니다. 저희 평택시는 어느 도시보다 수소의 중요성을 잘 알고 있습니다. 그리고 선도적으로 저희가 수소 산업을 키우고 또 수소 산업을 우리나라 핵심 에너지로 만들기 위해서 최선을 다해 왔습니다. 수소는 환경 산업에 있어서도 굉장히 중요한 부분이고 또 미래의 중요한 산업입니다. 평택시는 모든 노력을 다해서 우리 대한민국 그리고 경기도에 있어서 수소 산업이 활짝 열리도록 교두보 역할에 최선을 다하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yes, Mr. Hwang, you can begin.
안녕하십니까.
Hello. I'm the Vision Planning Team Leader, Pyeongtaek City Future Strategies Division. My name is Hwang Sun-sik. I've been overseeing the Hydrogen City project since 2018, and through this forum, I want to tell you about the plans that we have at Pyeongtaek. It is an honor for me to share my thoughts with you. I want to tell you about Pyeongtaek's plans to create a hydrogen city, specifically focusing on liquefied hydrogen. I think you are very well familiar with the fact that we are seeing depletion of fossil fuels and environmental problems, which is leading to the fact that hydrogen is becoming a main energy source. We are seeing a rapid transition to a hydrogen city and hydrogen era. The world is trying to work to cut greenhouse gases and CO2 emissions. In fact, many countries in Europe are banning the sale of ICE cars. In January, the government also announced a roadmap for hydrogen economy, and it has announced that it is going to become a leader in the hydrogen economy space. Gyeonggi-do is working to try to decrease greenhouse gases and microfine dust. We are focusing on creating hydrogen cities. In the case of Pyeongtaek as well, the microfine dust levels are among the highest in Korea. So it's very important for us to transition to a more environmentally friendly energy source. Pyeongtaek City is also home to various automobile industry manufacturers such as Ssangyong Motors. But many of these auto industry players are suffering some difficulties. In order to help them and support them, we want to transition to an economy where we use more hydrogen cars. Next, we would like to tell you a little bit about the different conditions we have at Pyeongtaek to try to become a hydrogen city. The hydrogen is supplied in Yeosu, Ulsan, those areas. 96% of the hydrogen comes from these cities where we see a high concentration of fossil fuels. So it's a very long distance from there to Seoul metropolitan region, which is why the transport costs are passed on to the energy prices. So we want to try to make sure that we have a very good supply infrastructure for hydrogen surrounding the metropolitan areas. In the city of Pyeongtaek, we have the largest LNG base, LNG complex in Korea. Before we bring in green hydrogen, we will have to extract hydrogen from natural gas. We have this LNG facilities already in Pyeongtaek, which means that we have the ability to massively produce hydrogen. And another thing is that Pyeongtaek is located south Gyeonggi-do, but we are still very close to the capital and metropolitan areas where 70% of the nation resides. And we also have a very high level of a semiconductor base of about 1.2 million pyong. We also have various industrial complexes in Hwaseong, Yonggi, and Asan, which can make use of hydrogen. This slide is not the most updated slide, so this does not have a lot of the information that I'm presenting to you, but let me just focus on the presentation that I've prepared. So in order to realize such a hydrogen city, there are some challenges that we first have to overcome. The first is something that I already touched upon when I mentioned conditions, is how to supply hydrogen to the capital and metropolitan regions. And secondly, because we are building various hydrogen refueling stations, many local governments are feeling the same challenge, which is that it's so hard to build hydrogen refueling stations in the major cities. So that's another big challenge. And as has already been mentioned by my colleague from Asan, there's the process of regeneration of CO2 in the making of hydrogen. It's not very harmful like in fossil fuels, but about 50% of hydrogen, about 50% of a CO2 production compared against fossil fuel generation still comes out in that process. So this is also something that we have to fix. In the initial parts of a hydrogen economy, we want to make it economically feasible. There are many hydrogen cars. There isn't a lot of demand for hydrogen, so it's difficult for the private sector to invest heavily in this business. So if we can invest in hydrogen infrastructure or various production facilities, the scale is very small, so that means the cost is going to be higher and it's going to be less feasible. Of course, early on, the government could subsidize these efforts, but later on, we want the private sector to take this up on their own, and for that, we need to increase the level of economic viability of the project. So to do so, we want to solve all of these challenges while trying to realize a hydrogen city. We've come up with 3 strategic goals. First is we want to create an economy of scale and try to create synergies with relevant industries to try to boost economic viability. Secondly, the CO2 emissions that comes out in the extraction process should be processed, and later on in the future we can adopt the use of green hydrogen to try to increase eco-friendly aspects of hydrogen. Thirdly, we want to make use of liquefied hydrogen to make sure that we can use safe and scalable hydrogen. This will allow us to become a globally recognized hydrogen city. Based on that goal, our city is promoting a hydrogen conversions complex. In Pyeongtaek, as I mentioned before, we do already have an LNG base. Next to that, there are 35,000 pyong of facilities where we can make use of cold energy derived from hydrogen. So this is owned by the city government. This is where we can make use of the hydrogen to power fuel cells, liquefy the hydrogen, and also if there's CO2 that is emitted in the process, we can capture that and create liquefied hydrogen, which can be put into carbonated drinks or put to the use of making semiconductors. In 2019, one project won a government bid to create 7 tons within 1 day. And if this is made possible, then we can provide safe and cheap hydrogen, not just to our city, but to surrounding Gyeonggi-do regions. The second part of the project is geared for 2024 for massive hydrogen production and liquefaction of hydrogen, CO2 capture and storage, and fuel cell development. We are seeing a lot of investment from the private sector. We are almost completing this process. Once this complex is built, then we'll be the first city where we've commercialized liquid hydrogen. On the right-hand bottom side, you would see a concept chart, a flow chart of this convergence complex. Liquefied hydrogen at -162 degrees would be piped into our complex, and through heat conversion, we will get cold energy that will be liquefied. And during the heat transfer process, the CO2 or the natural gas would be used to extract hydrogen, and this hydrogen would be sent to fuel cells for power generation. In that case, the fuel cell can be given a very stable, continuous supply of hydrogen. This means that we can support the demand of hydrogen operators, hydrogen project operators, and because the plants can be scaled up as much as the fuel cells are going to be used, and that could lead to economy of scale. Again, with the CCS, to liquefy that would also require a lot of energy, but because you can use the cold energy that is the waste byproducts of LNG, that could decrease the cost of liquefaction, which could also decrease the cost burden of these project operators. And this liquefied hydrogen would be sold for industrial use. The hydrogen can be compressurized or its scale will be minimized before it is supplied. This is Pyeongtaek's idea of creating a hydrogen city. We have 2 hydrogen fueling stations in the region. This year, 2 more, and next year, 5 more will come online. This means that we will have the most number of hydrogen fueling stations in Korea. There will be 3 ways of supplying hydrogen. In the hydrogen production base, you would use a tube trailer to support them in a gasified form. And when they're liquefied, then Pyeongtaek and even the central regions of Korea can be supplied with this hydrogen. Or you can also use pipelines. And this means it will be very stable without the use of any other delivery mechanisms, which would be the most appropriate way to deliver hydrogen. And the area which is very close to Pyeongtaek Harbor and the surrounding areas within an 8-kilometer radius would be all part of the hydrogen city as envisioned by Pyeongtaek. This is our diagram of realizing a hydrogen city with Pyeongtaek Port or Pyeongtaek Harbor as the base. We would use the land development plan to not just enable mobility, but building and residential fuel energy as part of a hydrogen city vision. And this will be a base for us to also incorporate Poseung and Hyunsung as part of our hydrogen city vision. The green hydrogen that we'll be importing from overseas would also be used in the existing infrastructure that we have, so that going forward we can also be able to supply green hydrogen. This is our plans to supply more hydrogen cars. We have the highest number of hydrogen cars in Korea. We have the plan to transition all hydrogen buses by 2030. And also, this hydrogen city revolving around the hydrogen conversions cluster will be a test bed to try to attract companies and bring in more R&D institutions so that the hydrogen can be advanced further as a new industry and new energy for the future. In creating a hydrogen city, we want to try to make a safe use of hydrogen energy. We want to make this all very safe. That is the most important issue. The issue of safety is really something that would be a key to allow for the scalability of hydrogen energy. And in terms of safety, there is going to be a separate dedicated task force team that will be looking into the safety issue of hydrogen. At our city, we are trying to do more outreach to our community into realizing our hydrogen energy city. We are hosting forums and seminars and other various PR events to tell people the need for hydrogen and the safety of hydrogen. This will allow for enhanced awareness. And in the process of building a hydrogen city, many people can participate in the process, and more people can understand the need for hydrogen city going forward. The city of Pyeongtaek will lead the way to become the world's leading hydrogen city. We will do our best, and I'd like to ask you for your attention. Thank you.
네, 팀장님 발표.
Thank you very much. Now let's get started with the panel discussion for the session number 2. And the theme of future hydrogen city design. We have An Gu-kyung who will chair the panel discussion for the session number 2. We have a presenter, Lee Jung-chan, Research Fellow of Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements. We also have panelists, Director Park Yong-sun from Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. We have Professor Wang Kang-i from Anyang University. We also have presenter Park Kyu-shin, Chief Manager of Ansan Urban Development, Inc. We have Hwang Sun-shi, the Vision Planning Team Leader of Pyeongtaek City Future Strategies Division. We will be joined by the online audience for the Q&A session. Now let me invite the Research Fellow An Gu-kyung, who will chair the panel discussion for the second session. Let us get started with the panel discussion of the session number 2 on the theme of future hydrogen city design. I am An Gu-kyung, a research fellow of Korea Institute of Machinery and Materials. It's nice to see all of you. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, we are holding today's forum online. And as we all know, online conference or forum is huge these days due to the pandemic. We have 12 members of the audience joining us online through Zoom session. We are also joined by the panelists for the upcoming panel discussion and Q&A session. And some of the questions will be taken from the online audience. We are talking about the activation of the hydrogen economy. And I hope that the upcoming panel discussion will be productive and fruitful to all of you. And today's Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum is being held under the theme of hydrogen economy for the future. We all know that hydrogen is a safe energy source for our future. And also the Korean government has come up with its master plan and roadmap for activation of hydrogen the energy transition, as well as the implementation of hydrogen economy. The theme of session number 2 is the story of future hydrogen city, and our panel discussion theme is future hydrogen city design. And we would like to talk about the impacts of the enactment of Hydrogen City Act and the future design for the implementation of hydrogen city here in Korea. We will also deal with the challenges ahead of us in terms of implementation of hydrogen city. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to the organizers of today's forum, the relevant division of Gyeonggi Provincial Government. I hope that today's forum will be a great chance for us to put our thoughts together to further promote the hydrogen, the economy. Presenter Lee Sung-chan will deliver his presentation for 15 minutes, and then we will invite our panelists, Director Park Yong-sun and Professor Wang Kwang-ik, for their discussion, 4 minutes for each. Let me invite the research fellow Lee Jung-han from Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements. He will deliver his presentation on the theme of the direction for future hydrogen city. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lee Jung-chan. The second Hydrogen Economic Committee held in October this year. The proposal was delivered for the legislation of Hydrogen City Act, and if it goes smoothly, then sometime in November, the proposed bill will be reviewed in the National Assembly and will be legislated as an act. The Hydrogen City Act will be the legal basis for the implementation of future hydrogen city projects in various the regions in the nation. First of all, I'd like to talk about the background of the rise of the Hydrogen City Act, and also I'd like to touch upon what kind of progress has been made with regard to the establishment of the framework for hydrogen and city. Now I'd like to, and also after that, I'd like to talk about the key contents of the Hydrogen City Act and why the act is needed. And also I'd like to touch upon the current status of the Hydrogen City project and the future directions. The hydrogen and economy was selected as one of those 3 strategic investment areas of Korea back in 2018. And the other 2 platforms include the data economy and the AI, artificial intelligence. And also there was an announcement made by the Korean government with regard to the selection of 3 hydrogen pilot city and its implementation by 2022. We all know that hydrogen city is essential to the realization of hydrogen economy. And we also need to consider the establishment of the entire life cycle of hydrogen ecosystem for the genuine implementation and achievement of hydrogen economy. And the Korean government is working on establishment of relevant infrastructure for the realization of hydrogen economy. And as the first step, the Korean government has selected a few pilot projects and pilot cities. And to provide relevant support, the Korean government has come up with relevant proposals for the related laws and regulations. based on the needs for overall legal framework, the Korean government has come up with a proposed bill. When it comes to the related acts and laws of hydrogen city, there are a few, including the hydrogen refueling station land securing. So as for the hydrogen refueling station establishment, we need to actually amend or establish laws and regulations, including the School Healthcare Act and the Land Planning and Use Act, as well as architecture related the enforcement decrees. By taking care of individual rules and the regulations, we came up with the realization that we need to come up with an overall framework which will encompass the relevant the laws or acts, including the Land Planning and the Use Act. And last year, the Korean government amended the enforcement decree of National Land Use Act, allowing the establishment of the hydrogen refueling station in Taiwan, Type 1 and Type 2 general residential areas. So with the amendment of this enforcement decree, it became possible to establish hydrogen refueling stations in the general residential areas or the commercial areas. So with the increased use of hydrogen, we will have the expanded infrastructure for that on a gradual basis. While solving the legal issues for the implementation of the hydrogen economy, we are faced with a lot of questions, such as whether the existing laws cannot accommodate the new hydrogen economy with a few amendments. There are the 6 needs for the Hydrogen City Act. First of all, we need to have an overall legal framework for the creation and operation of the hydrogen city. We all know that we need to secure certain land and site for the establishment of hydrogen infrastructure. And for that, we need to actually come up with a legal framework, including the National Land Planning Act, the School Healthcare Act, Architecture Act, Road Act, and Housing Act. And also another need for the enactment of Hydrogen City Act is that we need to come up with legal the basis for the support for Hydrogen City. We all know that Hydrogen City is a new concept, so it's hard to actually fit this Hydrogen City implementation to other area laws and the regulations. And thirdly, it is also required to define the overall the conditions for the implementation of hydrogen and city, including its concept, plan, operation, and the relevant business procedures. It takes 20 to 30 years to implement the hydrogen city in a genuine way. So the central government will come up with overall legal framework. However, the local autonomous bodies or the local governments are the ones which will actually implement the hydrogen and city project in the field. And also, another need for the enactment of the Hydrogen City Act is that the act is required to establish a national brand of Korea as a hydrogen city country, and also lay the foundation for the export of relevant hydrogen technology. Once the Hydrogen City Act is enacted, then it will be the first legal framework created in the world in the area of hydrogen city. We can have a reference case, which is a Smart City or Ubiquitous City Act. Korea was the country which actually legalize this smart city or ubiquitous city act for the first time here in Korea. Now we have international the accreditation for this ubiquitous city or smart city brand, and Korea has become one of the leading countries in terms of smart city implementation. So if we follow the suit of smart city or the ubiquitous city, and if we succeed in enacting this Hydrogen City Act, then we can actually secure our position as a leading country in terms of hydrogen city and hydrogen economy, thus improving the national competitiveness of Korea. There is a pilot city to be established in Pungtan-Shinda in terms of hydrogen city. And also, if we go back to the case of the smart city, there was a pilot city established based on this legal framework of Smart City Act, and the outcome was very successful. And if we have a legal framework like a ubiquitous city or the Smart City Act, then the central government can provide a long-term support for the initiative like a Smart City project or the hydrogen and the economy initiative. In the beginning of this year, there was a proposal made for the enactment of Hydrogen City Act, and this Hydrogen City Act was proposed to increase the industrial competitiveness of the nation. And Hydrogen City Act will be the legal framework for the implementation of this Hydrogen City Act in the local autonomous bodies and the local governments. We have 6 pages of key contents with regard to the Hydrogen City Act. The central government will create 5-year hydrogen city plan, and based on that, local autonomous bodies will come up with a detailed plan for the hydrogen city. So based on this Hydrogen City Act, we can have a closer and the strengthened link between the central government overall plan and roadmap and the local autonomous bodies' detailed implementation act. This close link will solve the issue of the gap between the central government policies and the local government implementation projects. And when it comes to the construction project, the Hydrogen City Act stipulates the qualifications for the constructor who can involve in this hydrogen city project. And also the Act takes care of 21 the legal approvals or the permissions required for the implementation of a hydrogen city project. And also the Act encompasses the regulatory exceptions or the construction criteria, particularly when it comes to the conflicts between the existing laws and the hydrogen city project, then these regulatory exceptions will apply. And also the Act has the articles related to the industrial development and the support of the hydrogen industry, and the overseas export related the articles will be included as well. And when it comes to the responsible institution or the body to implement the hydrogen city, the Act stipulates the establishment of dedicated institution or body for the implementation of hydrogen in the city. So the contractor or the construction company or the operator of the hydrogen city project will come up with the plan for the hydrogen city construction, and the relevant contractors will involve in the implementation of the hydrogen city with the relevant qualifications. So by 2030, 10% of the local autonomous bodies will transition themselves into the hydrogen city. And by 2030, a larger percentage of the local autonomous bodies will transform themselves into the hydrogen cities. So we have a few the pilot cities for the hydrogen city implementation. Please refer to the presentation material for more details. And now I'd like to talk about the key directions for the future hydrogen city implementation. We are planning to gradually expand the implementation of hydrogen pilot city. We are also considering the unique characteristics of each region or city in selecting and implementing this hydrogen city pilot projects. So over the course of expansion of this hydrogen city initiative, the central government will consider the unique characteristics or the specific conditions of each local area. By 2050, we will achieve the net zero carbon city in 2 new towns, and the third one, new towns, among 5 of them. And also the central government will provide all our support to the local autonomous bodies in terms of implementation of this hydrogen city.
When we talk about legislation about this Hydrogen City Act, but we've just heard from our presenter about creating a future hydrogen city after the legislation of this act. So thank you very much for that very easy to understand presentation. Now we'd like to move straight into the panel discussion. We first like to hear from our 2 discussants, Park Yong-sun and Wang Gang-ik. If you can first of all give us your opinions on a future hydrogen city, maybe about 4 minutes each to you. I'd like to turn to Mr. Park first. Yes, hello. My name is Park Yong-sun. I'm from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. I'm the Urban Vitality Division Director. I enjoyed the presentation that was just given. It's talking about we work on institutions relevant to residents and infrastructure and transportation. So this is very relevant to Hydrogen City. I think we've all heard about the importance of hydrogen. Hydrogen is not something that we can use to transition to a hydrogen energy just with some little individual infrastructure. So I think that it's important for us to take a city-wide approach, which is why we have tried to establish a hydrogen city. Our ministry is working on 3 different things in particular. The first of which is something that's already been heard from the Ansan presentation. There are these visible progress that can be had from Hydrogen City project. We want to have an early harvest of that. So we are trying to create a pilot city. We've gone through a competition, and Ansan, Ulsan, and Jeonju, Anju were named the 3 pilot test cities, including Samcheok as well. Our ministry's highest goal is to have a successful completion of this pilot project by 2022. And in the process, there might be various challenges, big and small, maybe about safety issues or getting the relevant permits and licenses that could take a little bit of a delay. Because this is the first time we're trying this kind of project, there might be other various delays in the process of the project. In that regard, the ministry will work very closely with the local government. Secondly, as Dr. Lee has said, we are working on the legislation of a Hydrogen City Act. We want to try to create a sustainable hydrogen city, and to do that, we have to provide a legal basis for a hydrogen city. And has been mentioned in the presentation, we need to have a legal basis for systematic plans and a very fast-track process for permits and licenses, and also support for new technologies and a legal basis for state funding. These are some of the things that we want to do. We've already gone through legislative review with the relevant ministries, and this is going to be sent to the National Assembly in December. And we're going to work very hard to allow for the legislation of the Hydrogen City Act. Thirdly, I think that there are some limitations when it comes to realizing a hydrogen city. So first of all, there are some technological limitations, hydrogen production, storage, and use, and transports. There are some technological gaps that we still have to narrow. We are working on promoting R&D for residents and transportation to try to do technological development for the use of hydrogen in these areas. Or even if there are technologies, maybe they have not been demonstrated, so they have not been used in the field, which is why we're also promoting R&D for massive demonstration projects. These are some of the areas that we are focusing on. And in doing these three different things, we are cooperating very closely with the local ministries and departments. Gyeonggi-do is hosting this very good forum. Because it is local government's responsibility to try to create hydrogen cities, I think that local governments will have to continue to do this work, and our ministry has to provide some level of support. And it's also very important for us to get buy-in from the communities, so that we have to promote more PR, do more seminars and town halls, so that more people can understand the need for hydrogen city.
국토부에서 수소
Thank you very much. For the implementation of hydrogen city, the Ministry of Land and Infrastructure offers a lot of measures and the supporting plans. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Hwang Kwang-hee, Professor of Anyang University. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hwang Kwang-hee, Professor of Environment Energy Engineering of Anyang University. I'm a city planning expert, and I am working on the city development project, particularly with the project focus on the application of new energy systems and schemes on the city planning. We all know that the centralized energy system based on the fossil fuel is most widely used up until now, but now it's time for us to think about the transition into distributed energy sources, including hydrogen and the renewable energy. As it was mentioned before, the location matters a lot to the implementation and the introduction of renewable energy. And the development density and the land and location and the selection matters a lot to the introduction of hydrogen economy and the implementation of hydrogen city. And linked to that aspect, the city plan should be made. And I am in charge of Ansan City's city plan in terms of the hydrogen, the Palace City plan. And as a kind of a city planning expert, I've been encountered with a lot of difficulties, particularly in terms of the legal framework for the implementation of hydrogen city. Other than the Land Planning Act, there is no legal framework for the support of the hydrogen city implementation. We are talking about the commercial the area and the residential area for the establishment of hydrogen infrastructure, particularly the hydrogen refueling station and so on. So in terms of selecting the location for the hydrogen infrastructure, we need to have a well-established legal framework, particularly taking care of the relevant permission and approvals required by public institutions. And the regulatory exceptions can be utilized for that purpose, and I hope that the Hydrogen City Act will be enacted sooner than later to tackle the practical difficulties that we are faced with in terms of implementation of hydrogen city. Other than that, we have some other hydrogen and energy source related the issues, such as the issue of supply and demand. As a part of a city development plan, we need to think about how we can secure the supply of hydrogen. We all know that when electricity is generated, then the heat is also generated, and also the power electricity is utilized for heating and cooling of households and the public buildings. So once we succeed in producing green hydrogen, and then we can get closer to carbon neutrality status. So the green hydrogen and the hydrogen the energy can play a key role in achieving our the carbon neutrality target. When it comes to the hydrogen technology, particularly in terms of mobility, Korea is one of the leading countries. However, When it comes to the hydrogen infrastructure establishment in the urban area, Korea has much room to be desired. If you take a look at the advanced countries like European countries, they have made preparations for the past 10 years, conducting a lot of research the projects to identify the relevant application method of hydrogen to the urban area. And also the next item or the next issue is social receptiveness of the hydrogen and energy. The city gas was introduced in 1970 for the first time in Korea, and the city gas was introduced to the pilot the residential complex as a kind of pilot project. Now the city gas is used widely around the nation, and everybody here in Korea feel familiar with the use of the city gas. A few days ago, I had a chance to deliver a presentation in another symposium. And I asked a question to the audience, which energy source is safer, LNG or hydrogen? And if you take a look at the LNG in more detail, you will realize that LNG is a kind of the familiar energy source that we use in our daily lives. So hydrogen should follow the suit of the natural gas.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned the use of hydrogen in many different fields, so thank you very much. We'd now like to move on to our Q&A session. There are about 12 members of the audience joining us online. So we'd like to hear from you first, and then I would like to ask some questions to the panel. And if there is some time left, then maybe the panelists can ask questions to each other. If there are any questions from any of the 12 online participants, please ask.
질의 있으시면 손을 이렇게 들어주시면.
If you can raise your hand if you have a question. Hello. I have a question to Park Hyo-jin. For the development of Hydrogen City, I think the most important thing is the nearby infrastructure. When you compare Ansan to other advanced cities around the world, what are some areas where you can differentiate yourselves and be more competitive? So my name is Park Hyo-jin. I will be answering to that.
지금 그 정부
First of all, all our support from the central government or the local government is essential to the implementation of hydrogen city. In overseas countries, a small-scale village are the targets for the implementation of hydrogen the city. But here in Korea, we have this hydrogen city initiative led by the central government and the local government, and we can make a difference in that. And secondly, city of Ansan has a few characteristics. As I've mentioned in my presentation, we have industrial complex existing in our city. In other words, we have a kind of foundation for the production of the reforming hydrogen using this existing industrial the complex. And the CO2, which is generated over the course of hydrogen production, needs to be utilized in the neighboring industrial complexes. So city of Ansan is the most optimal location for the production of hydrogen, as well as the utilization of CO2, the byproduct of the hydrogen production for, in the form of chemical fertilizer. So the city of Ansan has the optimal the location for the implementation of hydrogen city because it has the industrial complex existing in the city. So we will link the relevant industries with the hydrogen and industry.
Yes, I hope that was sufficient. If there are any other questions from the audience, can you please raise your hand? Yes, Kim Ji-ye. Yes, you can ask your question. Sorry, we cannot hear you. Can you repeat your question? Yes, we can hear you now. Hello, I have a question to Mr. Lee Jung-chan.
According to your presentation, Hydrogen City Act is a kind of a process that should be taken care of over the course of Hydrogen City implementation. And what about the citizens who will live in this hydrogen city? What kind of economic benefits they will gain from the implementation of Hydrogen City Act? So once the hydrogen city is implemented, the people will wonder what kind of benefits they will get from that implementation. So we can think about the economic benefits. And the benefits can be divided into financial and non-financial benefits. First of all, when it comes to the financial benefits, the energy bill will decrease, even though there are a few improvement points to be made. For example, if you take a look at the PV power generation, the solar panels are installed in households for self-sufficiency. So when the generated power is bigger than the individual household's consumption, the surplus power cannot be sold. However, the electricity bill will reduce by using the self-supporting and the energy source. And the government subsidy will be provided to the citizens of this hydrogen city to provide the power or electricity at a relatively lower cost. So the more power we generate through the means of hydrogen energy system, the cheaper the bill will be. However, there is a high possibility that the hydrogen will become cheaper than the other energy sources, such as natural gas. And also, once there is a surplus power created from PV power generation, then the surplus power will be stored in the form of hydrogen and can be sold. So once the central policy is revised and amended, then the surplus power generated in individual households can be sold to the outside. So the individual households can generate some economic income through the means of renewable the energy generation using PV power generation panel in their households. And also LNG or the fossil fuel combustion will not be valid anymore in the future, and renewable energy is greatly promoted in the countries like Germany. And the electricity based on the PV power generation is way cheaper than the electricity generated based on fossil fuels. Even though it sounds distant to you, but still, if it goes like this, then you will see that the renewable energy based power generation will be cheaper than the fossil fuel-based power generation. And also, when it comes to the environmental benefit of the hydrogen energy system, we can think of a lot of benefits, such as clean air and the improvement of public health. So if we calculate the financial benefits of these health benefits, then we can see large economic benefits.
So those were some very concrete questions. I hope they were sufficient. Are there any other questions from our audience? If not, then I would also like to ask some questions to the other three people, excluding Lee Jung-chan and Park Gyu-jin, who just had the opportunity to answer.
최근에 이제 그 컨트롤
Till recently, the the Hydrogen Economy Committee was established, and right now the relevant ministries are now working together. Ministry of Science, Technology, Trade, and even MOFA, and many of these different ministries are participating in this control tower committee because you understand the importance of hydrogen. I think that the Ministry of Land and Transportation will be the head ministry and working on this project, but what are your plans to cooperate with the other relevant ministries, and what do you consider to be the role of your ministry? Yes, as you mentioned, for us to transition to a hydrogen city or hydrogen economy, it's very important for us to cooperate very closely with the relevant ministries. And for us to create a hydrogen roadmap, and there's very specific details of the roadmap. I think that because the roles and responsibilities have been well divided by the ministries, that we're going to engage in organic cooperation. For us, for Hydrogen City, that means that the technology and the businesses would all come together on a platform. So when the ministries have done all these different projects, they want to do demonstration or piloting of all these different projects, we should try to provide that infrastructure to allow for a hydrogen city to be smoothly operated. So our role is to try to provide that institutional platform, and what part of that is this legislation. With the legislation of the Hydrogen City Act and in the process of the implementation, we would have to align closely with the relevant ministries to allow for a visible progress.
Thank you. I'd like to ask my next question to Professor Hwang Kwang-ik of Anyang University. What is the most urgent task ahead of implementation of Hydrogen City? And what is the improvement points to be made in terms of the local technology, in terms of the Hydrogen City implementation? We are in the infant stage of Hydrogen City implementation. We need to ensure safety and the cleanness and the cost effectiveness. So we need to consider environment safety over the course of implementation of hydrogen and the city. So the hydrogen is supplied to certain mobility projects and certain the industry use. So I believe that the expanded the supply chain should be established for the implementation of hydrogen city. We need to make needed preparations, and I believe that we are in a preparatory stage for the implementation of the hydrogen city. And also, most of the general public do not know about the hydrogen and city initiative in detail. So we need to be very honest about the pros and cons of hydrogen energy. And also, as it was mentioned in one of the questions from the audience, people are keen on identifying or knowing what kind of benefits that they can get from the implementation of Hydrogen City. I believe the public information provision is very important in that aspect.
So thank you very much. Next, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Hwang Sun-sik from Pyeongtaek. Gyeonggi Province. Within our province, Ansong has been selected as a pilot city. So my question is, can Anson and Pyeongtaek work together? Is there a cooperative mechanism between the two cities? And do you have any specialized technologies that can represent Pyeongtaek? I think one of the characteristics of Pyeongtaek is something that I already mentioned in my presentation, is that we already have an LNG base in our region. That's a very big strength. Coal, oil, and a little bit more eco-friendly natural gas. So when Korea shifted to this energy, Pyeongtaek was the first city in Korea that saw the first adoption of natural gas. And even now, we can take this natural gas and extract lots of hydrogen to deploy hydrogen. So we've been using a lot of energy to try to keep hydrogen at a liquefied form at minus 162 degrees. To use natural gas, we have to gasify it again, and in the gasification process, cold energy is being thrown out. this cold energy can be used to liquefy hydrogen. So either that, or you have to use a tube trailer to transport the hydrogen across very long distances. If we can commercialize liquefied hydrogen, this will be good not just for Ansan, but for the metropolitan region. We can supply liquefied hydrogen to those capital metropolitan regions.
그러면 혹시 패널분 중에
Thank you very much. Are there any panelists who want to ask to other members of the panelists? We'll take one question from the panelists if there is any.
질문 하나 해주세요.
Yes, from Pyeongtaek, we have a question. I have a question to the director from MOLIT. In building a hydrogen city, I think that government funding is very important, but it's also a big burden for local governments as well. In trying to create a hydrogen city, I think this is already mentioned as a question, but we need to really try to provide benefits to the actual public, and that's a very big concern. And in building a hydrogen city, some of the core elements is for fuel cells for residential use or fuel cells for building use. These are some of the key elements, I think. But right now, building or residential fuel cells, if we look at their situation, when they are put into operation, the benefits that are actually being passed on to the citizens are still low. That's because of a technological hurdle, but also institutionally there is a lack of support. This already has been mentioned by Dr. Lee, but in using fuel cells in residences and buildings, that can lead to... I'm sorry, but we are out of time, so can you please keep your question short? Yes, so there's all this leftover energy. So maybe can we try to think of an idea to try to make more a widespread use of residential fuel cells? So there's a lot of different roles and responsibilities across different ministries regarding hydrogen. The fuel cell use is something that the MOTI is in charge of, so I don't really have a very good idea on how to respond to that. But in building a hydrogen city, like you mentioned before, these various technological hurdles and institutional hurdles are something that we really want to decrease, and we want to focus on deregulation going forward. So which is why we will focus on collaborating with the relevant ministries on what you just mentioned. So thank you very much. But when we talk about hydrogen energy, there are so many questions, and because there's so many issues that are of interest, that we have a lot of questions coming in. But unfortunately, we don't have enough time, so we'll have to close the panel discussion now. We've just discussed the theme of a future hydrogen city designer, Korea. We hope that this has been helpful in furthering our discussions on hydrogen city. I'd like to thank Dr. Lee for his keynote speech, Park Yong-sun, Wang Kwang-ik, and Park Hyu-jin and Hwang Sun-sik from Ansan and Pyeongtaek. I'd like to thank our online audiences and also our those audiences watching us online on YouTube. I hope you will continue to stay interested in the realization of hydrogen energy.
네, 패널 토론 이끌어주신 안구경 차장님과 또 함께해주신
This concludes our panel discussion for the session number 2. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend appreciation to Chair Ang Gu-kyung and the members of the panel discussion. And also, I'd like to thank our online audience for participation. This concludes the second session of 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. We'll take a short break and we'll resume the session at 2:45. Thank you.
and presentation of session 2 has ended. We will be back with session 3. Thank you. 네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 경기도가 주최하고 킨텍스가 주관하는 제1회 2020 경기 국제 수소 포럼 사회를 맡은 경기도청 아나운서 구영슬입니다.
Hello, my name is Kuyeon-sil. I'll be your MC for this next session on 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. We will be moving on to the next session. For this, I would like to inform you that we do provide Korean and English simultaneous interpretation, so please check the relevant channels on your YouTube feed.
Session. Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is available for today's conference. So please check the YouTube channel for your convenience. 네, 이번 세션의 주제
This session is held under the theme of the establishment of a hydrogen industry ecosystem based on technologies. First of all, we would like to hear from two different leading global companies. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we were not able to invite international guests here to Korea, so we would like to meet them online through a virtual conferencing platform. First, I'd like to hear from Peter Mackey. He's the Vice President of HE2 Strategy and Policy Supports at Air Liquide.
Session 3. Mr. Peter Mackey, please begin your presentation.
Hello, and first I'd like to say that it's an honour to be invited to address this conference. Korea is obviously one of the leading countries in encouraging and developing a hydrogen economy, and Air Liquide was proud earlier this year to announce our involvement in the mobility project at Incheon Airport here in Gyeonggi Province. Air Liquide is one of the world's leading industrial gas companies. We supply atmospheric and other gases to a wide array of customers, from hospitals and metal workers to steel and chemical manufacturers. In 2018, we published our aggressive climate objectives to reduce our own carbon intensity by 30% by 2025, to support our customers in their decarbonisation, and to support new low-carbon ecosystems. We're already one of the world's largest suppliers of merchant hydrogen. We're involved in all aspects of the supply chain. Not only do we reform hydrogen from natural gas, but we also operate around 40 small electrolyzers today. And we supply our customers by both truck and nearly 2,000 kilometers of hydrogen pipelines. The majority of this hydrogen is used today to desulfurize fuel, but we also supply the space industry, steel, glass, and of course, transport. Air Liquide's been one of the leading advocates of the use of hydrogen as a clean transport fuel. Our development work began well over 20 years ago. Just in the last 5 years, we've invested over €500 million in new hydrogen applications. We've installed more than 120 refueling stations. In the US, we're currently building the largest hydrogen liquefier for the mobility market, and we're building the world's largest PEM electrolyzer in Canada at the moment. But of course, we've long recognized the proverbial chicken and egg challenge that hydrogen mobility faces. On the one hand, the lack of refueling infrastructure because of the lack of vehicles, and on the other, the lack of vehicles due to the lack of infrastructure. It's clear that an integrated and coordinated ecosystem of producers, distributors, refueling, and vehicle fleets is essential. This is the only way to ensure that all stages of the supply chain are synchronized and develop as quickly and cost-effectively as possible. One of our major contributions to this objective was the foundation of the Hydrogen Council at Davos back in 2017, which we've been proud to co-chair with Hyundai over the past couple of years. It was established with two key objectives. First, to support and advocate for the use of hydrogen to address climate change. And second, to bring together the CEOs of companies throughout the supply chain to support and synchronize investment and business activities. Initially, the council consisted of just 13 companies, but it has since grown at the latest count to 92. Most importantly, as a CEO-led industry organization, it ensures commitment and coordination at the most senior level. And this is important in discussions with governments and policymakers around the world, as it illustrates the commitment of industry to finding effective solutions in partnership with society and public bodies. I should emphasize that governments and policymakers are, of course, a vital part of the ecosystem. Through mandate, policy support, and public finance, they, or in some cases you, create and mold the market framework into which the industry will develop. As you know, here in Europe, where I'm based, we've seen a rush of supportive strategies aimed at recovering from the COVID pandemic in a much more climate-sensitive way. Close to 50 billion euros of explicit support has been earmarked by a number of countries and the EU, with a carbon contract for difference schemes still to be defined on top of that. And the policy environment is similarly supportive with you in Asia. Air Liquide is one of the co-chairs of the Hydrogen Council today, and it's actively working to coordinate the ecosystem with a focus on 3 pillars which are key to the successful positioning of hydrogen. And I'll just borrow 3 slides from the Hydrogen Council. The first pillar is often taken for granted, but it is absolutely pivotal, and that's safety. It's been said many times that it would be impossible today to introduce today's gasoline fueling infrastructure. Untrained personnel pumping highly flammable liquid into a vehicle with few safety measures and little oversight or control is unthinkable. Hydrogen presents additional challenges involving high pressures and very low temperatures. And let's be honest, the echoes of the Hindenburg disaster over 80 years ago still resonate today. So for hydrogen to develop as a fuel of the future, able to be used by members of the public, not just highly trained industrial personnel, safety is critical to our collective license to operate. At Air Liquide, we've handled hydrogen for decades, and we fully recognize the unique challenges that it presents. Standards and regulations must be established to ensure that newcomers into the industry operate safely and don't jeopardize the development of the market. The industry must work hard to promote the risk awareness, the skills and expertise, and the processes to minimize and mitigate risks. Only this will protect the many new users and the environments in which we all live. Cost is the second and the most obvious pillar. The energy transition will be disruptive right the way through the economy. Not only will it impact industrial supply chains, but it demands significant changes of behavior by the end consumer as well. Bringing costs down towards that of current solutions will help to reduce the financial burden of that transition. Of course, scale will help enormously. In a study for the Hydrogen Council earlier this year, McKinsey estimated that scaling up electrolysis manufacturing could bring capex costs down by 60% and 40% for other related components. Better loading of a larger distribution infrastructure based on high pressure or ideally liquid hydrogen could bring distribution costs down by 70%. That will all contribute to making hydrogen a competitive alternative to current fossil fuels, particularly for commercial fleets over the next decade. But it'll require coordination of the ecosystem to achieve and to optimize. Finally, clean pathways are also essential. There's little point in redesigning the global supply chain if it doesn't in the end integrate clean, low carbon solutions. But numerous pathways are likely to develop in parallel, requiring coordination throughout the supply chain. Biomethane relies on integration into agricultural and municipal waste chains. Electrolysis has to be coordinated with available renewable or low carbon power. CCUS relies on the development of another infrastructure and supply chain back to appropriate carbon sinks. And industrial process byproducts can be leveraged to provide alternative sources of energy to other markets. So I'd now like to turn to a few practical examples where Air Liquide has coordinated the ecosystem to develop and expand specific projects. First, in our home country, France, we created the Hype company to enter the captive fleet market and develop a fleet of hydrogen-powered taxis. Hype was founded in 2015 as a joint venture with a local entrepreneur with 5 drivers and 1 refueling station. We won the support of the Mayor of Paris to open a refueling station near our headquarters in the city centre to showcase the technology for the COP21 meeting, with the support of Hyundai series of vehicles. Toyota then also joined as a partner and vehicle supplier, along with a number of financial investors. Currently, the company operates a fleet of 130 vehicles. The next step will see the expansion of the business to over 600 cars, bigger fueling stations, and integration into electrolysis. Our intention is to develop a replicable package of assets, taxi licenses, and cars that can be adapted and offered elsewhere in the world. Next, I'll mention the Hydrogen Mobility Consortium in Germany, H2M. This seeks to overcome the chicken and egg question by bringing together a number of partners in the supply chain, oil and gas and industrial gas companies, along with auto OEMs, to develop a retail refueling infrastructure. Air Liquide founded the H2M consortium with 5 other companies in 2015. It's since won the support of another 5 car manufacturers, including Hyundai, and accessed funding from the German Ministry of Transport and the European Commission. Financial investors have also joined the effort to accelerate the infrastructure rollout. H2M's already installed over 80 hydrogen stations throughout Germany, and it's aiming for up to 400 by 2025. Beyond that, H2 Mobility is itself a partner in the Hydrogen Mobility Europe scheme, under the control of the European Union, to create a Europe-wide station network. We further adapted this ecosystem approach when we announced earlier this year, along with the Port of Rotterdam, the Hytruck Consortium. There is strong political and social support for decarbonisation in the Netherlands, and it's clear that decarbonisation of the port itself, the industry around it, and the related heavy-duty transport has to be a priority. So Air Liquide, the port, and a truck OEM created Hytruck to mobilise logistics companies, hydrogen suppliers, and retail industry customers, people like Carrefour, to develop such a solution. The aim is to deploy a fleet of 1,000 trucks by 2025 across the Netherlands, Belgium, and Western Germany, along with the necessary refueling infrastructure and the hydrogen supply to satisfy them. Finally, I mentioned earlier the Incheon project. As you probably know, Air Liquide joined forces with Hyundai and HyNet, the hydrogen station network in Korea, to set up a bus project at the airport. The project includes the 2 largest capacity refueling stations to date in Korea. Hyundai will supply the buses. We will supply the hydrogen and the filling stations, while HyNet will operate the stations, and they also plan to open them up to the retail market to further support the rollout of passenger vehicles in the country. So those are some practical examples of Air Liquide's efforts to develop ecosystems around the world. What lessons have we learned? First, leaders must bring a vision and a drive to the project, with a willingness to adapt traditional business models and develop entirely new ones. Partners must act as true partners, sharing experience, risk, and commitment. And we have to listen to a much more diverse range of voices, not just our traditional customers, but new and agile entrepreneurs and startups, policymakers, politicians, NGOs, and of course society in general. As we look into the future, we'll see such ecosystems becoming bigger and more complex. A large-scale supply chain will increasingly integrate liquid hydrogen, which itself brings added complexity. A hydrogen energy system will likely evolve, involving imported as well as locally produced liquid product, and that will require further coordination through the supply chain. Air Liquide will use its strengths and experience in production and handling of liquid hydrogen to help initiate these new complex ecosystems in Korea and elsewhere. Our experience in liquid hydrogen originates from our work with the space industry and with high-tech industries with CERN in Switzerland and the ITER nuclear fusion research project. Now, while these might seem highly specialized in the context of the energy transition, they have actually contributed valuable developments to our liquid hydrogen offer today. So in conclusion, ecosystems are critical in developing effective hydrogen solutions and in using public and private money to deliver society's needs efficiently, rapidly, and profitably. We've plenty of examples of local ecosystems establishing local supply chains. Similar structures will need to develop to coordinate new hydrogen-based international energy vectors, aligning energy production with distribution and end demand. And the Hydrogen Council will continue to provide a forum for ecosystem development at the global level. Air Liquide looks forward to remaining a key partner in many of these efforts in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Peter McKay. Peter McKay 부사장님.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter McKay. Next, we'd like to hear from Cheryl Chan, head of the APEC Clean Hydrogen Division at Linde.
Okay, very good morning and good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Chan from Linde. Today I'll be sharing with you about Linde's clean hydrogen. Before I begin my presentation, let me just share with you a short video clip.
The hydrogen future is here now, and Linde can deliver it. The company covers every link in the hydrogen value chain, from source to service. Low-carbon hydrogen can support efforts to limit global warming. It has the ability to decarbonize large sectors of the global economy. Linde has the technologies and expertise to unlock the massive potential of hydrogen. The most promising use cases include hydrogen as a low or zero carbon source of fuel for cars and heavy transport, as feedstock gas for chemical chains and refining, and as fuel for direct combustion in steelmaking and similar industries. Linde supports its hydrogen customers every step of the way, from production and processing through distribution and storage to the final point of use. The hydrogen journey starts out with production. At the conventional end of the spectrum, we have gray hydrogen. This is generated by the steam reforming or partial oxidation of natural gas or heavy hydrocarbons. In the next step on the decarbonization journey, we see blue hydrogen. Here, the carbon emitted by steam reforming is captured, stored underground, or reused. The ultimate goal is, of course, green hydrogen. This is made by splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, also known as electrolysis, using renewable energy. Today, Linde already covers all production schemes and models. Once the hydrogen has been generated, it needs to be purified. It can then be compressed, liquefied, or fed to a downstream synthesis process. Here also, Linde has the assets, technologies, and capabilities to support every step in the processing flow. Linde's expertise also covers the full storage and distribution spectrum of hydrogen. It could be transported as liquid hydrogen around the world in ships and tankers. The company also supplies the gas by pipeline to chemical and other industrial hubs. In addition, it stores it in underground caverns. Last but not least, Linde delivers bulk liquid supplies to customers with on-site cryogenic storage tanks. Moving along to the actual point of use, Linde is also innovating many hydrogen delivery technologies. These include pump technologies for hydrogen fueling stations and tailored application technologies for the delivery of hydrogen in industries such as metal, glass, refining, and steel. And the list of new and promising business cases is constantly expanding. Think hydrogen. Think Linde.
Okay, so today we're going to talk about Linde's clean hydrogen. And as a start to this, I would like to share with you what we think the status of hydrogen development is, especially around clean hydrogen in the world. So first, I think it's at the point when we think there's a lot of favorable trends that's encouraging this clean hydrogen globally. But of course, there are certain uncertainties that remain. Let's begin with what are the trends that's actually supporting this clean hydrogen that's moving forward? First, I think there's actually very strong commitment and a huge push to limit the carbon emissions globally. Many countries have actually signed up and also made commitments to become net zero, or what we consider carbon neutral, by the time it comes in 2050. And this target becomes very useful because one of the things that it pushes is for the countries and the regions to really start putting together a national roadmap of what it takes to move towards clean hydrogen. Many of them have also put on a lot of funds and grants in order to be channeled to supporting the execution of this clean hydrogen roadmaps. And as this industry starts growing in terms of momentum, one of the very key things that we're seeing is the take-up rates of people that's participating in the Hydrogen Council globally. You know, over the last 3 years, this numbers has grown from about 13 members to now 92. And this showed that sort of interest levels. So on a very regular basis, many of us will have heard about projects that's being announced, whether it's the public and private sector partnerships. And all this is really important for the industry to move ahead. And as it goes, over time, we will see this transition between the brown and grey hydrogen into some extent of a blue hydrogen and eventually to green. And this entire energy transition is key for the industry. There will come a point when we will be able to reduce the entire cost of ownership in terms of the green hydrogen. And it will begin to fall, partly because of the scale of adoption, in particular around renewables, as well as the fact that a lot of technology is being adopted to help in the deindustrialization. But some aspects of it would still have certain uncertainties around it. So take, for example, from a global trend itself, what extent of carbon taxes, or what we consider carbon price, will actually be sufficient in order for there to be a tipped or sort of a push to move towards a complete blue and green hydrogen. There needs to be an economics around it to make this entire business viable. And I think this will need to come in terms of working hand in hand between the government as well as the private sector. So the industry players will need to have a lot of policy support and probably some new areas of regulations that will allow areas that's not having a strong roadmap in place to move towards this direction. So take, for example, you know, the key powerhouses, for example, the US as well as China. And then what will it need for them to transform towards a clean hydrogen? Of course, there's a huge value chain in the entire hydrogen space, but there would be certain amount of move, you know, beyond the initial hypes that we've seen, apart from all these announcements, apart from MOUs and also a letter of intent between companies and also with the government. What will it take to really execute clean hydrogen on the ground? And therefore, this adoption of green hydrogen as an alternative becomes one of the key thought process as we look towards it. Would it be sufficient to reduce the entire ecosystem towards, you know, having enough renewable power that's being put on the ground? I think this is where it brings me to the next point, which is what lies in the natural geography itself. So as you can see, this transition of energy towards grey to green hydrogen will take a lot of things. One, from the government framework, and the other one, what really exists within the countries itself. Some of the natural resources exist today, and in certain countries, so take for example in Australia and some parts of Europe, there would naturally be an abundance of renewable powers. And eventually these countries can also become exporters of green hydrogen to a certain extent. And therefore, that we will see, you know, for example, places where there's a lot of solar PV and wind power, there would be a natural geography for green hydrogen from a very start, if there's enough government momentum as well as government support in the entire national roadmap. Then there are others where today they are already considered quite low in carbon footprint. And for those, I think naturally they would continue to have some amount of natural gas in their pipelines, and they will move towards what we consider the blue hydrogen, where there's actually more emphasis in terms of carbon capture and also the utilization and storage of hydrogen. And of course, there will be others, for example, like US itself, there will be a combination of both the blue as well as the green hydrogen. And therefore, the government support and measures become very key in this entire aspect. So the US, the EU, they've put in not only certain targets of where they want to move to, some in the early stage, for example, in transportation mobility, but there's also others where it's more comprehensive throughout the entire footprint. So they would go across the entire value chain. Different industries, different sectors would also have a potential of being part of these investments. And so, Germany has always been taking a very lead front in this area. So in terms of hydrogen deployment, they will be far more advanced than many other geographies. But we're beginning to see this shift as well in Asia Pacific. You have China, Australia, as well as Korea, putting behind a huge amount of efforts, not only defining what it takes in the national roadmap, but really which other players within the industry will make a key differentiator in order to put the country forward in this entire hydrogen deployment. So we look forward to a lot more of all these partnerships and efforts between the government as well as the private sector. And if you can see, what are the different segments of the end hydrogen applications that's very key in this place? We see today, first of all, it's in the very traditional industries where they are very huge in terms of carbon footprint. So take, for example, the industrial feedstocks. You have the refineries, the petrochemical players, as well as the steel mines. But over time, this will only be a small amount of what we consider the decarbonization that may really take place, because one of the things is hydrogen becomes a very viable alternative for them, and some of it because of their traditional footprint and the technology that's in place, the amount of decarbonization can only move towards a certain aspect. And therefore, the countries that wants to go huge in terms of decarbonization would have to find other sectors which will become a much larger player. Take, for example, one, and in particular in Korea, there's actually a very huge push towards decarbonization using hydrogen as one of the alternative fuels in mobility. And there will be a huge variety of what it is. It can come from the public transportation. It could also be the heavy commercial vehicles like the trucks as well as the buses, and also the commercial cars like the passenger vehicles. We would see this as the entire array of different transportation modes that would eventually move towards it because of the government regulatory pressures and the fact that to some extent electric vehicles would have a certain limit in terms of the advances if there isn't a clear breakthrough in terms of the battery technology and in terms of storage as well as the e-waste management. So we think this might be an early stage for moving into blue and green hydrogen, but it doesn't rule out the possibility once there's actually, chances of, for example, in Korea, they can actually bring in and import huge amount of green hydrogen in order to support that particular segment. But at the same time, there would be other usage, for example, the building and the industrial heating. And how this is going to happen is we look towards first the blending inside the gas networks. So in many of the city areas, there's actually an extensive network of gas pipelines that exist today. And all this, including the ability to do power generation, would be key in terms of how this decarbonization can take place. Some percentage of hydrogen that's being blended in the gas pipelines, today they are already in Europe, they start from about 5 to 10%, but there could also be potential of going higher if there is a possibility of changing some parts of this grid networks and also the boilers that's in place to produce the amount of heating. So by repurposing all these natural gas grids, there is a larger potential for the country actually to move into huge amount of decarbonization. And also in the rural areas where there isn't a dense network, they could also use it for power generation. So we think, this kind of backup supply would be very important for a country as they move towards looking at all the other different opportunity usage for hydrogen. And next, I'll just talk about how Linde can really play in this partnership. As you know, Linde is a key player in the entire hydrogen supply chain, whether it's in the traditional hydrogen or as we move towards the clean hydrogen space. And which color of hydrogen, actually, we're rather agnostic to this aspect because we participate in every part of that value chain. We have partnerships in different aspects of the hydrogen inputs. So take, for example, with natural gas players, the existing ones that have the grid pipelines, as well as we're partnering with a lot more renewable players, whether they are in the wind power or they are in hydropower as well as in the solar PV. So with these partnerships, it just means one thing of moving towards the green technology, because we have our own technology in electrolyzers. We've got investments in ITM Power, which actually have what we call the proton exchange membrane electrolyzer technology, and that we believed would be the next front runner in terms of being able to decarbonize by really going fully green. But at the same time, we do have customers who is actually today producing in, whether it's a refinery, the petrochemical complexes, they use the traditional technology of the SMRs and ATRs to produce it. But there also lies the opportunity to do carbon capture, or CCUS for that matter. And being the leader in this, of course, it brings about that we helped in distribution of the hydrogen that's being produced. And some parts of it, we've got probably the global world commercially viable hydrogen storage cavern that exists in the US Gulf Coast. So all the way from Lake Charles until Freeport itself, we've got an extensive network of pipelines in which all the different oil refineries would be tapped onto the pipeline. And so they could produce this for storage for a good, even up to 10 days of production storage worth within the hydrogen cavern. And that hydrogen cavern has been in production for a good decade. And of course, we have our next technology, which is around the part of liquefaction. So by producing liquid hydrogen, it is one alternative as well in terms of transportation, because it's better at the lower pressures at which is used for transportation on the roads, but also the fact that as we move towards the city center, this sort of storage may require smaller footprint, less land area, and also it makes it more viable in terms of having a buffer stock for a longer period of time. So these are the different aspects that we've used to do our distribution of our hydrogen today. But at the same time, we bring it to the end application. So take, for example, Linda has got more than in excess of 190 hydrogen refilling stations globally today. And we operate that through remote operation centers as well. So in a very safe way, I think one of the key aspects of operating any parts of the hydrogen value chain is to be safe. And this is one value that we can really bring to the partners and to our customers. And so as I've explained earlier, all the different hydrogen applications that we can take part in, we're building partnerships in different geographies in the world, and we hope to do that as well in Korea. And if I can just end off with some of the different projects that we're beginning to see that's coming upstream. One of it, of course, I have to point out that, in Korea, we've definitely had this hydrogen refilling stations that we've put up with the Korean Expressway Corporation. So we're looking towards installing them by next year. And also hopefully we can distribute more over the years within Korea, because there's such a big push towards hydrogen as a fuel within the mobility space. But at the same time, I think there's also other projects we're working on. For example, the partnership that we're going to work with Hyosung to put up the first liquefier project within Korea. And we certainly can look at other projects that we can work towards, not just in Korea itself, but also throughout the world. As you can see, even the ammonia plants, we've got the parts in South Pacific and Australia. We're going fully green, which is putting out a 50 megawatt electrolyzer project. And also the iron and steel industries, trying to help them decarbonize. We can also, because of the small footprint of the PEM electrolyzers, they can be done side by side in existing sites of the refineries. And at the same time, we could also look into putting the energy into the energy grid and the utility space by creating side-by-side network where they're producing. So one, they could tap the renewable power, but at the same time, through electrolysis technology, we could produce the green hydrogen and pump it within the pipelines itself that goes into the utility grid. They could start small at 5 to 10% blending, but over time we see the opportunity to go much larger scale. So for example, the projects that we have with Siemens and also in Europe itself. And I think this is what makes it exciting as an overall technology, and also be a frontier to really bring clean fuel to the market space in the years to come. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Cheryl Chen, thank you for. 네, Cheryl Chen 부문장님 발표.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Cheryl Chen. Next, I'd like to invite our next presenter who will deliver a presentation on the cases of collaboration in hydrogen technology development for localization. Min Ho-sung, Business Development Department Head of Koges Tech, will deliver the presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Song Min-ho. I'd like to talk about the localization status of the hydrogen technology here in Korea and the Koges Tech's efforts to further develop the hydrogen industry and the collaboration case. And particularly this collaboration case is engaged by a small and medium-sized company, and we have a future plan for further collaboration of its kind. First of all, I'd like to talk about why Koges Tech has set the goal for localization of hydrogen technology. As you all know, Korea has come up with the roadmap for activation of hydrogen economy, and by 2022, Korean government has a plan to introduce the FCEV as many as 100,000, and also it has an ambitious plan to localize 100% of key parts of this FCEV by 2030. And now I'd like to talk about the current status of the localization of the hydrogen technology. Currently, we have 53% of the localized technology, and when the overseas or foreign compressor is applied, then we have 33% of the localized ratio of the key parts. But still, if we take a look at the refueling, the facility-related parts, we have only 28% of the localized parts. Now, let me brief you on the efforts of Koges Tech in terms of localization of hydrogen industry technology. The biggest issue ahead of us is the nozzle, particularly in terms of freezing nozzle issue. So when it comes to the fueling of hydrogen fuel, actually the fueling process is made at an extremely low temperature, around -33 to -40 degrees Celsius. And actually freezing up this nozzle is a pain point for the users or drivers of the FCEV. And some people said that they sprained their shoulders while you're trying to refueling the hydrogen to their FCEV. And key issue here is how we can actually continuously fill a nitrogen to this nozzle to prevent icing in the nozzle area. The existing nozzle for FCEV do have certain icing prevention measures, particularly those developed by Hyundai Motors. However, such measures use air, and particularly the device or the measure is about inputting or the infusing some warm air to prevent the icing of the nozzle. However, it's too cost inefficient in terms of its price. So we have 78% of nitrogen in the air. So we can segregate the nitrogen from the air, thus producing pure nitrogen. And if this nitrogen is combined with this nozzle, then it will prevent the icing of the nozzle area, and it will cost 20 million Korean won per year. And Ruri Corporation is installing this hydrogen refueling station, and this new technology will be applied to the newly established refueling station of hydrogen. Actually, this new device for the prevention of nozzle icing requires a lot of investment as well as operation cost, particularly in terms of electricity bill. But it's just 30,000 Korean won per month or 1,500 won per day. So this is a cost-effective and safe measure to prevent icing of the nozzle. And I believe that this kind of new preventing measure for nozzle icing will be used widely, and we will do our utmost to publicize this new icing prevention module for FCEV. The COGES TAC is also supporting the small and medium-sized companies for the development of hydrogen technology. So we have a kind of purchase agreement with these small and medium-sized enterprises that once they develop this hydrogen technology, the COGES Tech will purchase those technologies. One of a case in that point is high pressure, the hydrogen feeding parts. 100% of high pressure hydrogen feeding is imported from overseas countries, and this feeding parts are very expensive parts, and COGES Tech supports the Korean companies, particularly small and medium companies, to develop this high pressure hydrogen feeding. MPI furrow method is widely used for this high pressure hydrogen feeding. However, this method has high risk of missing tube, and another the method utilized for this the high pressure hydrogen feeding is cone and thread, and which is hard to work out. And the other the method or the connecting method is welding. It's relatively safe, however, still it's hard to work out in the station. So we just come up with a new method of creating a small thread of the screw and actually connected with this tube. And this new technology will be completed in terms of its development by the end of this year, and around next year it will be commercialized and be sold. Next, I would like to talk about the operator training simulator for hydrogen production facilities. We have a few hydrogen refueling stations and hydrogen production bases. And as for the training of the operator, we have some difficulties in operating each and every device and monitoring all the needed devices. But the malfunction or maloperation is a big issue in terms of operation of hydrogen production facilities. So we actually developed this training simulator, creating the exactly same environment or the situation with the actual operation. And also, this simulator enables the operators to make comparison between the normal situation and abnormal situation. So if I provide a more detailed explanation on OTS, OTS is based on mathematical model of operation environment, providing the comparison between normal situation and abnormal situation, and that model is used for the training of the operator of the system. And the production process model creates a virtual environment where there is a normal operation situation. So whenever there is the abnormal event occurs, then the operators will learn what kind of measures they can take to correct the situation. By using this system, the training of the operator will become easier than before, and the operators can work on site after having sufficient training, and also it will improve the safety of the operation field.
So we have been building about 18 refueling stations and 2 production facilities right now at the moment. And our goal is to get up to about 115 refueling stations, 10 production facilities, and 5 hubs. For the production facilities, or all of these facilities rather, the operation system, this OTS, will be applied to all of them so that we can guarantee a safe and accurate operation. And next, I'd like to talk about the different changes in the trends of hydrogen. So right now, it's gasified hydrogen is going to be transported and then refuelable, but this is going to be changed again going forward. One of them is liquefied hydrogen, and this is something that the government knows, and many people also believe that in going forward, liquefied hydrogen is going to be the key trend. However, if we look at the technological development behind liquefied hydrogen, there is really very little technology, almost no technology here in Korea. We don't have a process on liquefied hydrogen. If we try to do that starting from scratch, it's going to take a very long time, which is why right now we have to just leave that up to other advanced countries. But what can we do? I think we have to try to support refueling stations for liquefied hydrogen. We believe that this is going to be the key trend going forward. So for liquefied hydrogen refueling stations, we want to try to see what are those technologies that we do not have, maybe storage tanks. Those are something that we can develop technologies on, and this is also something that we can work on right now. However, the key items would be the high pressurized pumps. These high-pressure pumps, I think we are importing most of them from overseas. We want to develop them for use in the Korean market. And if we can do that, then we can cut down on the cost of liquefied hydrogen. If we can compress liquefied hydrogen at 900 bars, and then we can gasify them and then allow for direct fill. So that's pumps. And if we use liquefied hydrogen, this means that the refueling station would be lowered in terms of size by about 1/20th of its size, and the recharging capacity would be threefold the existing capacity. As I mentioned, there's a very low transportation cost. Compared to transporting gasified hydrogen, we can cut down costs by about 3 or 4-fold because we can transport more volume. And the most important aspect is the low production facility cost, because right now, if we were to build a liquefied hydrogen production facility, we would have to bring in other countries, which would maybe require 4 billion to about 10 billion won. But if we can lower the cost, that's what will make Korean hydrogen more competitive. If we look at the 25 kilowatt hydrogen, we are thinking of building that at about 2 billion as opposed to the 3 or 3.5 billion that has already been mentioned before. If we can do that, then we can usher in an era of hydrogen economy. So our organization's plan is to try to come up with a model for hydrogen, for liquefied hydrogen below a cost of 2 billion. Next, I would like to talk about some case examples. Last part of my presentation, working together for localization with SMEs here in Korea. There are a lot of localized technologies that have been developed for refueling stations, but there are many other technologies that are being developed right now in the pipeline. Other than refueling facilities, the production facilities are made in unit form and they are sold, but there is nobody willing to purchase this unit-based modules because these have not been demonstrated, so it's difficult to tell what their capacity or performance is. There is a Gapyeong module production unit that has been made by the Korean governmental think tank. The technology development began in 2017, and the development has been completed. It cost about 18 billion of government funding to develop this, and development has been completed. Now, One Ear TNI, an SME, has received this technology, but One Ear TNI cannot sell this technology because it is still very far behind the international records. I'm not saying that it's not functional enough, but there's no references. It has no track record, so nobody's willing to use it, which is why KOGAS, we have a hydrogen complex that we're building in Pyeongtaek. With the approval of Pyeongtaek and Gyeonggi-do, we want to try to promote the use of local products. Pyeongtaek has agreed to engage in this demonstration project. We want to support many of these domestic companies, especially SMEs, to try to demonstrate their technologies. Even if we have the best in-class technologies, we cannot use them because they don't have a proven track record, which is why we want to try to use them in the Gyeonggi-do or Pyeongtaek sites. We want to demonstrate them and put them to use and prove the technology so that they could be sold in the future. Pyeongtaek right now is working on, together with these competition projects with MOT. In 2021, in September of next year, we are going to complete building this project. Other than, we are going to have 2 different reformers that have a capacity of 300 bars. These are some of the accomplishments that we've seen in the past on technological cooperative networking supports. Right now in Korea, the reformed hydrogen reformer, they're about small extractors made by company H, J, and the one made by One Ear TNI, as I mentioned before. Their performance specifications are pretty much the same, but localization ratio is different. H has 8% response, or its localization is about 80%. PSA is also something that is imported. Localization is at 86%. If we can be successful with demonstration, then its localization would be 97%, which is very close to 100%. Korea is leading the hydrogen industry right now, but it is mostly overseas companies who are coming in to test and demonstrate their technologies here in Korea. This is a party that we are really hosting for other countries and other international companies. We want to host a party for local players here in Korea. We want to promote a demonstration project to test the excellence of the hydrogen reformers we've localized. And so instead of just a demonstration, maybe after 2 years of demonstration, we've proven that they are safe and they can perform well. From year 3, and we can subsidize the cost of the reformers, in which case that will be helpful for that company and also for our corporation. With that, this fittings of the pumps, the reformers, if these technologies can be homegrown, then perhaps they could be rolled out on a massive level here in Korea, which is really trying to lead the hydrogen industry. So this means that overseas as well, they might see that Korean domestic technologies are proven and they can be rolled out. So that is our mission. Going forward, we want to try to export various relevant technologies for the hydrogen industry. We hope that these technologies can be recognized and acknowledged when they are exported. Thank you.
네, 송민호 처장님
Thank you very much. Mr. Song, for your presentation. Now we will get started with a panel discussion on the theme of ways to build a technology-oriented hydrogen industry ecosystem and Gyeonggi Province's role. Let me introduce the participants for the session number 3 panel discussion. We have Lee Sang-yeop, Vice President of Korea Institute of S&T Evaluation and Planning, who will chair the panel discussion. We have Director Koo Young-mo from Korea Automotive Technology Institute. We have Hong Dong-hee, the Executive Vice President of Hyrium Industries. We have Director Han Woo-jin from Ministry of Science and ICT. And also we have Director Kim Kyung-sub from Gyeonggi Provincial Government. Thank you very much. We will be joined by online audience for the panel discussion. Now let me invite Lee Sang-yeop, Vice President of Korea Institute of S&T Evaluation and Planning, who will chair the panel discussion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Sang-yeop from KeyStep, and I'll be chairing the panel discussion of the session number 3. The session number 3 is focused on the technology aspect of hydrogen industry. We have 2 presentations prepared for this panel discussion, and also we will invite the 2 panelists for the following panel discussion. First of all, I would like to invite the Director Young-mo Koo from Automotive Technology Institute. He will deliver his presentation on the theme of hydrogen industry ecosystem development and the Gyeonggi Province's role. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Koo Young-mo from Korea Automotive Technology Institute. I'd like to introduce the technologies in terms of the hydrogen industry ecosystem development. First of all, I'd like to brief you on the ecosystem of hydrogen industry, and also I'd like to touch upon the entire life cycle of hydrogen, as well as the expected roles of Gyeonggi Provincial Government. Let us take a look at the hydrogen industry ecosystem. We are talking about the entire value chain of the hydrogen industry. It's very difficult to identify one specific area as a key area because it has a wide the range of the businesses within the ecosystem, and there are a great number of the linked businesses, including the chemical, the industry and the steel industry. So this is a very extensive and large industry we are talking about. This hydrogen industry ecosystem has a lot of pathway options ranging from the securing of the hydrogen resources to the use of the produced hydrogen. There are 4 kinds of hydrogen production methods: gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. Those 3 are widely known methods of production of hydrogen. However, there is another one, which is a turquoise hydrogen. It doesn't generate any CO2 over the course of hydrogen production. This is a future technology, and also this belongs to the green hydrogen category. We need to actually weigh the pros and cons of different hydrogen production methods. So if we take a look at the gray hydrogen production technology, actually the technology is a very mature technology. And when it comes to the blue hydrogen production method, actually we do not have a tangible CCU technology in the area of blue hydrogen. And also when it comes to the green hydrogen, actually we work on the development of key material technology. With regard to the green hydrogen production, we actually also touch upon we will touch upon the hydrogen storage methods, whether we will store to produce the hydrogen in the form of gas, liquid, or the liquid organic form, or the chemical hydrogen form. So we cannot stick to one specific form of storage. Rather, we need to utilize a diverse combination of the forms. So we need to think about the storage space or storage facilities first, and then choose the relevant the form of hydrogen. So, and the same goes for the delivery mode. And actually, we need to identify the most optimal delivery mode according to the form of hydrogen to be delivered. And also, the delivery method of the hydrogen is closely linked to the storage method. As for the long-term storage, the liquid organic or the liquid hydrogen storage have been talked most. Now let me talk about the hydrogen delivery modes. The trucks can be utilized, or the lorries, or the tubes can be utilized. When it comes to the tank lorry, the delivery mode, the liquid hydrogen or the gas hydrogen can be delivered through this mode. And also, the ships or the vessels can be utilized for the maritime delivery of hydrogen. The most widely used delivery mode is trailer tube, but the thing is that all transportation or the delivery modes of hydrogen are very expensive, so we need to establish pipelines for the hydrogen to reduce the delivery cost. But there is one serious issue about the establishment of hydrogen pipeline. The initial investment is too large when it comes to the setup of the pipeline, and also we need to consider the delivery distance, whether it is a long distance delivery or a short distance delivery. And when we take a look at the Gyeonggi Province case, we need to think about the destination point and the departure point. So once the delivery distance is determined, then we need to think about what will be the most effective delivery method. And if there is a need for the development of a relevant delivery mode, we need to work on that as well. Now let me talk about the hydrogen-related mobility aspect. So we are talking about all kinds of mobility which use hydrogen as fuels. So there is land mobility, marine mobility, and aviation mobility. And there is a fuel cell system for the vehicles, the automotives, and also the fuel cell stacks are utilized for the purpose of land mobility and so on. So the automotives and the rail road mobility can be utilized in terms of the FCEV related technology. However, if the mobility mode changes from land to marine or land to aviation, the different mobility technologies need to be developed. For example, once the aviation mobility is utilized, actually unmanned and manned, the area vehicles require different mobility mode. So we need to identify key technologies that are required for each different mobility mode. Now let me talk about the hydrogen power plant. The fuel cells are most widely used for hydrogen power plant. There are multiple number of fuel cells, PAMFC, PAFC, AFC, MCFC, and SOFC. And actually, we need to identify the relevant fuel cell type based on the purpose or the use of the fuel cell. And also, the different, the applications can differ based on the applications or based on the use of this the hydrogen fuel, whether the CNG is required, H2 is used, or whether there is some heat being generated or not. And also, we need to consider where the byproduct heat is required for some other related industries or not. And when it comes to this hydrogen power plant technology, we need to further develop the fuel cell related durability technology. So if you make a comparison between the heat boiler that you use in your household, actually this fuel cell, hydrogen-based fuel cell, has lower efficiency or kind of lower cost effectiveness compared to this heat boiler. And also, when it comes to the gas turbine-based hydrogen power plant, there is a combination of LNG and hydrogen used. There also is another development project going on the development of this combined technology of LNG and hydrogen. Now let me move on to the topic of hydrogen supply and demand management, particularly in terms of safety. If you take a look at the left side, you can see the energy density per volume unit. And if you take a look at the right hand side, you will see the energy density per weight unit. So as you can see, hydrogen has low energy density per the volume unit, but it has very high energy density per the weight unit. So actually, hydrogen can be stored in a very small space. However, it will accompany higher risk of storage. And if we use some other the method, which is adding some other additives to further enhance the safety of hydrogen storage, then it will accompany another side effect. Why don't you take a look at the relevant video clip with regard to the risk of ignition in hydrogen storage facility. So if you want to ignite the hydrogen, it will be very difficult to ignite hydrogen. However, if there is a certain static electricity involved or occurred in the storage area, then the ignition can occur very easily. So why don't you think about the situation where you just take off a sweater in the winter time, you can see that there is a lot of static electricity occurred. So it's easily occurred. So if there is very small amount of static electricity, then it can be very easily ignited. So if you take a look at the refueling station, there are always a safety measure installed on the station field. As we all know, the ignition can occur very easily with a small amount of static electricity. So there is a static electricity prevention pad installed in a hydrogen refueling station. So once there is a self-service hydrogen refueling station, then the drivers should use or touch the static electricity prevention pad before refilling hydrogen into their vehicles. That's a must. And now let me talk about the topic of hydrogen industry life cycle assessment. When we talk about the hydrogen industry life cycle, people think it's too difficult to understand the entire cycle. But the hydrogen is a future fuel. So actually hydrogen itself doesn't generate any CO2 or greenhouse gas when it is used as a fuel. However, when it comes to the production of hydrogen, there are certain processes which generate greenhouse gas or the CO2. So if you take a look at the greenhouse gas emission or the CO2 emission, over the course of hydrogen production, you can see that there is a certain or substantial amount of CO2 being generated. And in order to have a relevant evaluation of greenhouse gas emission or CO2 emission over the course of hydrogen production or the hydrogen business, we need to conduct an entire life cycle assessment of hydrogen industry. As it was mentioned repeatedly by the previous presenters, Korea lags behind in terms of this technology. When it comes to the case of the U.S., there is a grid model. So the CO2 emission generated by the electric vehicle or the CO2 emission generated by the conventional cars are easily evaluated and assessed in this grid model. And now let me talk about the pathway for the implementation of the genuine hydrogen industry, particularly in the region of Gyeonggi Province. We all know that Gyeonggi Province is a very large province, so it's very critical to identify the right pathway to each relevant region or sub-regional area. If you take a look at the population density, you can see that Gyeonggi Province has a lot of people living in the outskirts of Seoul metropolitan city areas. Why don't you take a look at the detailed map for further understanding of population density of Gyeonggi Province. As you can see, there are some R&D complexes in Gyeonggi Province, particularly in the city of Yongin and Hwaseong. And there are a number of hydrogen car part manufacturers in Yongin and Hwaseong areas, but the manufacturers have a lot of difficulties in quality assurance of hydrogen car parts. So the key aspect here is to support these small and medium-sized hydrogen car part manufacturers in terms of the relevant technology development. And we all know that if you take a look at the detailed map of this hydrogen car, there are tens of millions of parts and components required for completion of one hydrogen car or FCEV. And we also need to make sure that the quality is perfect for all those tens of millions of components and parts for the FCEV. And when it comes to the supply of hydrogen for the FCEV, we are thinking about the bringing and the hydrogen, the energy or the energy source from Pyeongtaek for the hydrogen industry activation in Gyeonggi Province. Last but not least, I'd like to talk about the future mobility map for Gyeonggi Province. We need to think about what should be the ultimate goal for the mobility in Gyeonggi Province. Thank you very much.
Yes, that was a presentation by Mr. Gu Young-mo, so thank you very much for that. We have to create a hydrogen ecosystem that's based on technology, and I think that that is what Gyeonggi-do has to really focus on and has already been mentioned, beginning from production to use and safety. We have to look at many different R&D areas that we have to develop. It's very wide-ranging. I think that many users will have to work together to make that possible. There's many different applications, both land, sea, and air. So as has been mentioned, I think that many SMEs based in Gyeonggi-do working on automobiles will have a lot to do in terms of establishing hydrogen car infrastructure. So maybe a certification system to assure quality is something that the local governments should do as well. So thank you very much for the presentation once again. I'd like to introduce our second presenter, who is going to present on hydrogen initiatives for Gyeonggi-do. So Hong Dong-hee. Hello, I've just been introduced. My name is Hong Dong-hee of Hylium Industries. We work on hydrogen. We're a specialized company on hydrogen. We try to look at the various technological challenges that we have in front of us, and we're working together with Gyeonggi-do as a partner. So today I want to talk about the hydrogen strategies or initiatives.
지금 보고 계신 화면은 작년
So what you see right now is I think it was taken last year on a day when microfine dust was at its worst level, so there's almost like very little visibility on the streets. And this is because of the carbon that is emitted from different energy that we use. As civilization continues to advance, we use more coal, gas, oil, and even hydrogen. And coal has a lot of carbon. And as you can see, it still continues to see some level of carbon. Even gas uses some level of carbon. So the more we use these energy sources, the more we use carbon. And carbon will continue to pollute the earth. And that's the situation that we're seeing right now. Which is why if we transition to pure hydrogen, then we can decrease this burden on the environment. Now, this is CO2 emissions, which is responsible for microfine dust. If you take a look at this, the CO2 emissions is quite high for South Korea. It is number 7 in the world, which is commensurate to our economy. And I know that Gyeonggi-do has a hydrogen plan, and I would like to offer some food for thought. As the director has just mentioned, if we can provide hydrogen in a very high dense population, will the residents, will the community be accepting of this? And secondly, in the metropolitan area, if we're going to provide energy, it's an energy supply network here, how are we going to change this? Although this is known as an eco-friendly future energy, how is this industry going to lead to job creation? And there is that LNG base in Pyeongtaek Harbor, but through this LNG terminal, can we establish an eco-friendly transport system there? Is that the desirable way forward? For hydrogen energy to be sold in the market, its production costs would be very important and has already been mentioned in the presentation. Green hydrogen compared to gray and blue hydrogen, they still lead to carbon emissions. So that's because of the issue of economic viability. We all know that green hydrogen is most eco-friendly, but for it to be used as an energy source, it is very expensive, which is why the speed of its deployment in the market is very slow. Which is why there is still more use of gray hydrogen and blue hydrogen, because they're more economic, because these energy sources are cheaper. According to the IEA, from 2040 on, we will see byproduct hydrogen, the unit cost, green hydrogen will match that level. Many countries that are not advanced countries right now will be competitive, will compete with each other in trying to produce green energy, which will drive down costs. Because we are a specialized company working with hydrogen, we have been focusing on 3 things in particular. With hydrogen, the most important thing is to guarantee safety. And secondly, how to store it in an efficient way. And thirdly, how to transport it in a cost-efficient way. These are some of the areas that we really focused on. And the conclusion that we reached was that we have to see that the hydrogen is liquefied at minus 253 degrees. With this liquefied hydrogen, we can make them much safer, because liquefied hydrogen can be transported in a much safer way compared to gasified hydrogen, and we can have a storage efficiency about 800 times more than gasified hydrogen. And if we also factor in the transportation distance, the liquefied hydrogen transport and storage will also allow for completion of the hydrogen ecosystem. For liquefied and gasified hydrogen, if we compare these different refueling stations, on the left you would see tube trailer-based gasified hydrogen refueling station, and on the right you would see liquefied hydrogen tank-based refueling station. So that's Japan's case. You can provide more services with liquefied hydrogen. Storage is much easier and economically more feasible, so ultimately we have to use more liquefied hydrogen. Now that is the vision that we have going forward. Gyeonggi-do's hydrogen economy strategy can be broken down into two stages, phase 1 and phase 2. I think that this would be the best desirable direction forward. First, through the LNG terminal, we can make byproduct hydrogen or reformed hydrogen, because in the process of LNG gasification, we can make that reformed hydrogen, and that cold energy can be used to make this hydrogen, which will really drive down cost. There's tube trailers or pipelines that could also be used to supply hydrogen, but through LNG cold energy, we can produce liquefied hydrogen and then supply that through the supply network in the metropolitan region, and I think that would be more cost efficient and effective. So this sort of a liquefied hydrogen network, if we can build this, then I think the community would be more responsive to this and it could be more efficient. Based on our research, compared to high-pressured solid fuel, the liquid fuel is 20% more cost-effective and 40% more storage effective. So that's something that we are able to achieve in a short term. The LNG terminal located at Pyeongtaek Harbor can allow for the production of byproduct hydrogen, and through the cold energy of LNG, then at the same location, at the same sites, we can produce a hydrogen at lower cost. This LNG terminal will be the basis for a liquefied hydrogen liquefaction production facilities. With all of these infrastructure in place, then we can create a supply chain for liquid hydrogen. With this liquefied hydrogen, we would have to build a plant, infrastructure, and the port, trucks, forklifts, and other sorts of equipment working on hydrogen fuel cells, which do not emit CO2. They can be used, and we can also build liquefied hydrogen refueling stations. And by doing so, we can have this new sort of supply chain network near Pyeongtaek Harbor. With this fixed liquefied hydrogen facility, we can make sure that there's also a movable facility in place as well that can service the transport-based buses and trucks in the nearby area, and that could also complete this extensive network. Based on this LNG terminal and the Pyeongtaek Harbor, we can create this liquefied hydrogen plant, and when we do that, the trucks and forklifts powered on hydrogen can be used widely to try to create a clean Pyeongtaek Harbor. And based on this plant, the Pyeongtaek Harbor would also allow for a decrease of microfine dust and allow for this environmental cleanup of the capital and metropolitan regions. With the LNG terminal and the cold energy terminal, we can cut down on costs involved in production, and allowing for this cost-effective liquefied hydrogen, we can also try to supply this cheaper and safer hydrogen to the metropolitan regions. And this will allow for more jobs being created and new projects based on liquefied hydrogen. And with the hydrogen-powered trucks, buses, forklifts, and different other equipment, with all of these technological demonstrations, and maybe we can enter into the global markets. This would also allow us some business competitiveness. Pyeongtaek Harbor can look to California, LA, as a role model. They have about several fuel cell electric trucks and zero emissions heavy-duty equipment. Another global trend is with mobility, and as has been already mentioned in the presentation, with hydrogen cars, trucks, buses, trains, ships, and taxis or unmanned taxis or other different kinds of transport. We are engaged in different projects here. I think that hydrogen cars compared to EVs would be lighter, and in mobility, this hydrogen-powered cars can be a better energy solution. We can provide that level of a benefit. Lastly, in running our company, we have developed many different hydrogen-related technologies. We are a company that's been spin off from KISS. For hydrogen and liquefied hydrogen, we have 20 years of experience in that regard. After spin-off, we've had 6 years of experience on technological development as a spun-off corporate entity to try to guarantee the safety of hydrogen. We've looked at silicon paint, tape to detect hydrogen, and also to look at transport pipes without energy loss, and to try to have more efficient storage tanks for liquefied hydrogen, and low-cost, high-efficient liquefied gasification facilities. These are some of the different technologies that we have, which we have already patented. In 2015, we received the Russell B. Scott Memorial Award at CEC. Based on these technologies, drones and unmanned aerospace fuel cell packs and hydrogen-based drones are some of the products that we're offering to the market. We also are supporting a mobile hydrogen refueling station. Before this liquefied hydrogen plant is deployed, before all these onshore refueling stations come online, hopefully through these low-cost facilities, and we can provide more benefits to our customers. These are the different projects that we are providing to the market. California, with a 40 million population, has about 7,700 hydrogen EVs and 64 refueling stations, but they are still trying to build a plant in 3 different sites at 30 tons per day capacity. Gyeonggi-do will be very much committed to this, and our company will also, Hylian Industries, will also be committed to Gyeonggi's efforts. Thank you.
수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much. So we just completed with the second presentation for the panel discussion. Mr. Yum, as a business owner, explained what kind of difficulties he has faced with, particularly in terms of hydrogen, the energy system transition in the area of Pyeongtaek Harbor. This concludes the presentations for the panel discussion section. Now I'd like to invite the 2 panelists to have a panel discussion on the 2 presentations just made. First of all, I'd like to invite Director Han Woo-jin of Climate Change R&D Team of Ministry of Science and ICT. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Han Woo-jin, Director of Climate Change R&D Team of Ministry of Science and ICT. Last October, the hydrogen technology R&D roadmap was announced by the Ministry of Science and ICT. And based on the roadmap, each different department is supposed to engage itself in different detailed project. And actually, my ministry is monitoring the progress of such a detailed project. The previous two presentations are very impressive, and Mr. Song Min-ho actually explained what kind of the projects are being made and what are the difficulties ahead of the implementation of hydrogen industry. I believe that all those two presentations will be very helpful for my ministry to further proceed with the roadmap of the hydrogen technology development. We all know that the hydrogen technology is very hard to develop, and however, we actually need to think about whether the hydrogen is a truly clean energy source and whether it can be a real solution to the issue of climate change and climate crisis in the future. Mr. Hong Dong-hee, the Vice President Hong Dong-hee actually mentioned the microfine dust, the impact on our the daily lives with a vivid picture. It was very impressive to me. As I mentioned before, actually hydrogen technology was chosen as a solution to the climate change caused by greenhouse gas emission. And I believe that the fine dust issue is related to this climate change. And I believe that the hydrogen technology, particularly the liquid hydrogen technology development, should be pursued and linked with other related industries. Liquid hydrogen is one key part in terms of future hydrogen technology development area. And the liquid hydrogen is included as one key target area for the roadmap implementation. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to Mr. Hong Dong-hee and Mr. Gu Young-mo for insightful presentations. Now, let me touch upon the progress of hydrogen technology R&D projects. It seems that all the members of the audience are quite familiar with the overall the conceptual map of hydrogen technology, thanks to the previous presentations. Now I'd like to focus on what kind of efforts are made by the relevant ministries of the central government with regard to the development of hydrogen technology. As you all know, Ministry of Science and ICT is responsible for R&D projects of this new technology of hydrogen, and that's why we came up with the roadmap for the technological development. As you can see in this diagram, we've actually made investment of 410 billion Korean won in this hydrogen technology area. As you can see, my ministry is responsible for the overall management of the R&D projects engaged by different ministries, and also Ministry of Trade and Industry is another key actor in terms of the management and the proceeding of the relevant hydrogen technology development the initiatives. This is a hydrogen technology development roadmap announced by my ministry. As you can see, by 2040, we have a mid and long-term technology development strategy in the area of hydrogen economy. And also, we are working on increasing the implementation or the enforcement and the power of these initiatives. And this is a conceptual map of hydrogen production, supply, and use. I believe that all the experts who are present here know this concept already, and this is for the general public. Let me skip these slides. I would like to talk about what kind of the business feasibility studies are being conducted. As you know, when it comes to the government, the rules and regulations, those projects which require the budget higher than 50 billion requires government review. So as you can see, the feasibility study is conducted to obtain such kind of approval from the central government. Please refer to my slides for more details. This concludes my discussion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Earlier we've heard from, I was hoping that you could discuss on the presentation that we've heard, but you brought your own presentation. So perhaps you can comment on our two presenters later on. But first we'd like to move on to our second discussant from Gyeonggi Province, Kim Kyung-seop, who is the Director for Climate Energy Policy Division. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm at the Gyeonggi Provincial Government. My name is Kim Kyung-seop. I'm the Director for Climate Energy Policy. We're here to discuss the role of Gyeonggi Province in trying to create a hydrogen energy ecosystem. This is a very difficult and challenging issue, and as the director who is responsible for this, I feel a heavy sense of responsibility. We've heard from Hong Dong-hee and Gu Young-mo, and we've also heard a bit of a presentation from Mr. Han Woo-jin talking about the different roles of Gyeonggi-do, about the different roles of the government. We are preparing for the future, and as an energy for the future, hydrogen is something that we really have to focus on. It's a very big challenge for us, which is why Gyeonggi Province is hosting this Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. I think that Gyeonggi-do has a lot of tasks that it has to do, because about 35% of the manufacturing industry base is located in Gyeonggi Province, and we also have a lot of parts and materials companies and equipment manufacturers are located in Gyeonggi Province, and so we have to say that the technologies related to the hydrogen industry have not been completely localized, have not been completely made by domestic companies. But as has been mentioned by Mr. Koo and Mr. Hong early on in the presentation, many different countries have come up with hydrogen roadmap. So did we. So we have to do this technological development. And from the point of view of the Ministry of Science, they understand the need for investment into many research and development areas, but right now most of the work that the government is doing for refueling stations and hydrogen cars, it's focusing on infrastructure. But if we just focus on infrastructure, all of these parts and components that go into the infrastructure will have to be imported. They will all be brought from overseas. 42% of the refueling stations are localized. The rest are all imported from overseas. In fact, so the ratio of localization is quite low across the board. Most of the parts and materials and technologies are being sourced from overseas. So we are highly dependent on international imports, which means that if we have to really want to roll out such infrastructure on a massive scale, then we would have to see more localization. We will have to invest a lot of investment. But when we do so only on infrastructure, that means we're basically paying other companies, overseas foreign companies, to deploy this for Korea, which is why I mentioned before that Gyeonggi Province feels a heavy sense of responsibility. And the reason I said that is because 35% of Korea's manufacturing base is located in Gyeonggi-do. We also have a lot of skilled manpower. About 30% of them live in Gyeonggi-do Province. these new industries and new technologies, we have a market here. Gyeonggi-do is home to about 13 million people, so we are a very good test bed. This means the MOTI and Ministry of Science and different relevant ministries can help to resolve this issue of technological localization. Gyeonggi-do is really thinking about the same thing. With the hydrogen roadmap that was announced before and the relevant laws, with that, the country is trying to usher in a quick transition to a hydrogen economy. In the second half of last year as well, we have come up with a framework plan to transition to a hydrogen economy. We have also secured the necessary budget and come up with the relevant ordinances and other different standards for that. Gyeonggi-do has industrial infrastructure, and it also has a very good geographical base. So maybe MOTI and the Ministry of Science, a lot of these different concerns that you have and the ideas for technological development, we are hoping to consult closely with the government. With that, we can accelerate the transition to hydrogen economy. Gyeonggi-do will participate in that regard. Going forward, we will work very hard to allow for a technological localization for the hydrogen industry.
예, 과장님 감사합니다.
Thank you. Your discussion rather sounds like a commitment of Gyeonggi Province. It's a kind of mission statement. What kind of the work the Gyeonggi provincial government will do for the implementation of hydrogen industry. Now I'd like to have a Q&A session with the audience. We have presenters for the panel discussion session, and also we have two panelists who actually made a discussion on the presentations made in this section. It seems that both presentations and the discussions are the introduction part of the hydrogen technology, particularly detailed implementation plans or the detailed actions are not fully discussed in this section. So I'd like to have a short discussion on more details of this hydrogen technology, particularly the first presentation of this panel discussion section briefed on the hydrogen and technology development area. So I'd like to know what will be the key technology development area for Gyeonggi provincial government. And as for the second presenter, Hong Dong-hee, he just mentioned the Pyeongtaek Harbor case only. So I'd like to know whether there are some other locations or the target areas that we can think of for the implementation of hydrogen and the power project, taking advantage of the merits of those specific locations. So could you please be more specific about the detailed roadmap or detailed actions? Yeah, I am Koo Hyung-mo from Korea Automotive Technology Institute. If I go into details of this hydrogen industry, I can go over and over, and it would take longer than a day. So when it comes to the specific or the optimal location for this the hydrogen industry, I think everywhere can be the most optimal location for hydrogen production. What matters is cost effectiveness. Actually, the hydrogen production can happen everywhere. For example, in the city of Ulsan, the hydrogen the production is more feasible because there are some the linked or the related industrial complexes located nearby. And the Gyeonggi Province also just came up with its commitment to pursue this liquid, the hydrogen project. We are talking about the Gyeonggi Province and its unique position. So we need to think about why Gyeonggi Province should be selected as a kind of leading region in terms of hydrogen industry. We all know that Gyeonggi Province is near Seoul metropolitan area, and also there are intercity buses coming and going between Gyeonggi Province and the Seoul metropolitan city, and most of those intercity buses are diesel buses. So we need to actually change those diesel the intercity buses into FCEV buses. The replacement of these intercity buses are kind of obvious mandate or the target ahead of us. But the thing is that what will be the best way to make such kind of shift or replacement? First of all, we need to think about the delivery mode or mobility mode. Currently, we deliver 200 kilograms of hydrogen per each trailer tube. However, we need to think about how we can actually have mass delivery of hydrogen to 1 ton or 2 tons. If we operate a multiple number or large number of tube trailers, it means that there is increased risk of accident. So LOHC or the solid hydrogen or liquid hydrogen, which are easier to deliver or transport, should be developed further here in Korea. This is not limited to Gyeonggi Province, but also to all the cities and the regions here in Korea. And Gyeonggi Province, as I've mentioned before, has a large commuting population, so this is a kind of imminent task ahead of Gyeonggi Province.
Yes, I think that can you respond to the questions that have already been raised, and if you can talk about the different advantages that Gyeonggi Province can have, or maybe the different transport capabilities for Gyeonggi Province. I did talk about the Pyeongtaek Harbor as an example because in terms of a production, a liquefaction, and transport of hydrogen, and even supply of hydrogen, Pyeongtaek Harbor has the best conditions to provide that one-stop service. And the context for that is that it has very high level of population density. It is located in the metropolitan region of Korea. And another is a big advantage of Gyeonggi Province is that advanced countries already have this history of about 50 years. They've continued to use hydrogen over the last 50 years. So except for a very few countries, the other countries have not had a lot of progress or achievement when it comes to hydrogen. So we have to say that we were doing this in a very isolated way, but we have a lot of R&D staff and many startups in Gyeonggi-do Province. With those many partners, I think that we can continue to develop homegrown technologies. We have a very good base for that. And as I mentioned before, Pyeongtaek Harbor can allow a one-stop service from production to supply. So when we can complete that ecosystem, then for technological development, I think that we can really step up the level of speed. For a liquefied hydrogen, we are already using drones, and many of our customers are already testing air tags. So companies like us are working together to create more hydrogen refueling stations. Using more localized parts and components, we can provide service to overseas projects as well. We want to try to create that environment. I would also like to ask you for your help in that the laws and regulations, they are not in place at the moment to enable all of these developments. If they can be put in place, then Gyeonggi-do's R&D and production infrastructure can all be done in a more effective manner. And together we can create a lot more value, and we can also be more successful in terms of our overseas business projects. Thank you.
예, 답변 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much for your answer. The central government, particularly Ministry of Science and ICT is in charge of R&D, project management in the area of hydrogen technology. Is there any advice that you can give to Gyeonggi Province for its development of hydrogen technology? I lived in Gyeonggi Province before I moved to Sejong City, a city of government, and I still have my parents living in Gyeonggi Province, so I have a great attachment to Gyeonggi Province. When I heard that the Gyeonggi Province was going to hold this International Hydrogen Forum, I thought about why the Gyeonggi Province decided to hold such kind of hydrogen forum, and why Gyeonggi Province took interest in hydrogen industry and hydrogen technology. After hearing all the previous presentations, now I learned why Gyeonggi Province has a keen interest in the development of hydrogen technology and industry. So in terms of hydrogen technology development, actually the use of this developed technology is very important. And I believe that the development of original technology, as well as breaking down of hindering regulations and rules, can be done by the central government, particularly the Ministry of Science and ICT. And when it comes to the specific advice which can be given to Gyeonggi Province in terms of hydrogen industry development, I think I need to give more thoughts to that, and I am willing to create a consultative body between my ministry and the Gyeonggi Province.
Thank you very much for that. Lastly, we would like to hear from the director, who said that he is really motivated to promote this work. Perhaps you can let us know some of your commitments on Gyeonggi-do's province's plan for hydrogen economy. You said that Gyeonggi-do is responsible for a big percentage of manufacturer, of personnel, of SMEs, that it has about over 30% of all of that. So perhaps you can talk about how Gyeonggi Province can be a base to really facilitate the hydrogen economy going forward. In that regard, as someone who has to lead this hydrogen economy, instead of just making commitments, maybe you can give us something more concrete. Yes, I felt a very heavy sense of responsibility when I spoke just before, which is why I think my face revealed that kind of feeling in me. But listening to the other presenters and the other panelists, I thought about what it is that Gyeonggi-do should do. So I would like to thank the panelists for pointing out exactly what we have to do. In terms of the technological development that we have to do, Mr. Han talked about the different areas where they could work together with the government on. I'm very glad that I came to this panel discussion. Perhaps going forward, we can work together to create good results. I think that the director also mentioned that Gyeonggi Province, Gyeonggi-do, for transport and use, compared to other local governments, we have a very good base, very good conditions. And I think that that really gives us a competitive edge. The director has mentioned that we are still trying to figure out exactly what we should do, because we do have strengths being in the metropolitan region, but this could also be a handicap for us because over half of the Korean population are living in the capital and metropolitan regions. But many people, we know that hydrogen is very safe and clean, but most people still have that idea of hydrogen as the most expensive kind of gas. So there's so many people who think of hydrogen in that manner, which is why, as has been mentioned in the earlier panel discussions, they talked about how the public should be able to recognize hydrogen as a very clean and safe energy source. To have all of these hydrogen cars going around in the metropolitan region might be very concerning to many people living here. So in that regard, we have to really communicate well with the community about this sort of PR issue. And that is also something that the governments should work together to try to tell more people that hydrogen is very safe, that it's a convenient form of energy for them to use. The tube trailer, when the hydrogen goes around in the form of tube trailers, it looks very dangerous. We have to try to create a more safe supply and transport network. Maybe having different facilities and using pipelines instead to supply the hydrogen. And we are looking at various different options. And secondly, on technology, hydrogen energy is still in its initial stages. There aren't many areas, maybe about 400 different units related to hydrogen nationwide, and over 100 of them are in Gyeonggi Province, and about 50% of them are responsible for parts and materials. So as Mr. Han said, we also have to try to provide some level of technological support. That's also something that Gyeonggi Province can do. In terms of transports and use, we will also do our best because we have a level of technological capability already in Gyeonggi Province. There are many big companies as well as SMEs in Gyeonggi Province who can provide that level of support, that level of technology. We can look at the demand side early on and work together with the central government. We will have those discussions. We just hope for massive state funding, and we will do the rest. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 결국은 또
Thank you very much. Actually, it goes to the topic of the budget. In the end, like 40 or 50 years ago, we had many scientific imaginations, such as cars running on water. And I believe that some of the imagination that we had has been realized as a reality these days. So I remember the days that I learned about the hydrogen as a atomic component in my science class when I was a middle school student. We all know that Gyeonggi Province takes 30% of everything here in Korea: population, industry, business, and so on. And actually, the direction that the Gyeonggi Province will take with regard to the implementation of hydrogen economy will have a huge impact on other the cities and the regions. My office is located in Chungcheong Province, and there are a lot of questions being asked by different cities and the regions here in Korea about the feasibility of hydrogen industry and hydrogen economy. And Gyeonggi Province is taking a leadership in terms of our discussion and the policy development of hydrogen economy and hydrogen industry. And also today's forum is a great opportunity for us to put our thoughts together and to think about the most optimal direction that we can choose for the implementation of hydrogen economy and hydrogen energy system transition. It will be also a lot of publicity for Gyeonggi Province to actually publicize its initiative in hydrogen economy. And I believe that the detailed action plans and detailed technological roadmap need to be prepared to support the master roadmap. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our presenters and the panelists once again. Thank you very much. I would like to extend my appreciation to Lee Sang-yup, who chaired the panel discussion for the session number 3, and also I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to all the panelists. This concludes the session number 3, and we will get started with the session number 4 shortly.
Session 3 has ended. We will be back with session 4. Thank you. 네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 다시
It is a pleasure to meet you back. This is 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. My name is Young-sil. I'm an announcer at Gyeonggi Provincial Governments. We'd now like to move on to our next talk concept, which is session 4 on hydrogen economy that communicates with the public. As I mentioned before, this is being simultaneously interpreted into English, so you can select the Korean or English channel on YouTube.
Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is available for today's forum. So please check the YouTube channel for your convenience. 이번 세션은 수소 경제에 대해
So in this session, we will be having a very interesting talk on hydrogen economy. This is going to be very fun and interesting. We will have Kim Han-yong, who have about 340,000 followers on YouTube, and Kim Han-yong, who is the editor of Mokar. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. I'm Kim Han-yong. Hello, my name is Kim Ji-young of Doosan Mobility Innovation. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm going to ask you some questions. So, when I think of you, I know that you work at Doosan Mobility Innovation, that you work with drones. Can you tell us a little bit about the kinds of drones that you work with? Right now, a lot of drones are being used in the industrial applications. So drones are basically computers that can fly. Recently, they typically use lithium-ion batteries. They only fly for under 30 minutes. Yes, I fly drones all the time, but I think when we fly drones, you have to always try to recharge them because the batteries are very small, which is why we use fuel cell batteries. and generators that can emit electricity. So we make these little fuel cell battery packs, which we put in the drones, and the drones can now fly on average about 2 hours, which makes them ideal for industrial applications. Really, drones can fly for 2 hours. I see that means that there could be widespread use and adoption. Yes, in the industrial space for long pipelines, or when there are these deliveries that need to be made across different lines, or if it's very dangerous, or if there's a rescue operation to look for someone missing, and even if somebody is found, a missing person is found, maybe that person has to wait for the rescue operation team to get there, and that drone will provide them some level of reassurance and comfort. Sometimes in freeways or expressways, we see cameras flying around. You know, the drones are doing traffic surveillance to see if you're not breaking any laws. Can drones be also used in that regard? Yes, in the traffic peak areas in the morning 2 hours, and in the afternoon about 2 hours. That's when traffic congestion is the worst. The drones can fly for about 2 hours, so they can fly around at that time to see where the road congestion is worse and if there are any accidents. Yes, but if they can fly for about 2 hours, that's great. But after flying for 2 hours, it has to fly back to the refueling station, right? Yes, hydrogen cars right now, they have these batteries in them, so they have to go to a refueling station to be refueled. However, drones, they go to mountains, rivers, many different areas, so we cannot build refueling stations everywhere. So we just switch out the pack. That's great. So after flying for 2 hours, their packs are switched and they can fly again for another 2 hours. Yes, that's correct. Anyone can switch the pack. It's one touch and it's very safe for use for anyone. It's very safe for use. Can this be sold in the market? Yes, it has started to be sold this year, and Korea is selling this. In fact, I think it's the only country that is selling this with this kind of technology. And early this year, we received the Best Innovation Award in the U.S. In all of the drones and robotics product categories, we were the most advanced in the world. I see. So when we think of drones, what I typically think about is that the drones that we've seen thus far are these small drones with small cameras, but hydrogen-powered drones, can maybe people get on them and fly around? Is that even possible? I think right now we are working with hydrogen-operated drones with thermal cameras, or maybe delivering small objects. UAMs are unmanned air taxis, I guess you can see. But it's different from cargo drones. So we're interested in cargo drones and UAMs. There's something called energy density. So depending on the weight, you see how much energy it can have. With batteries, it's about 150 to 250. But for hydrogen fuel cells, it's already nearly 400 capacity. So if you create UAM with batteries, that you can fly for about 15 minutes to 30 minutes, whereas with hydrogen, you can do for about 1 hour. So I think it's closer to commercialization. I see. It feels like the future is right before us. That was very interesting to hear. I think a lot of talk has been mentioned about hydrogen refueling stations, that there's a lack of that infrastructure, and that it's very inconvenient to go around refueling the hydrogen cars. Can you tell us a little bit more about the refueling stations?
So currently we have FCEV produced by Hyundai Motors and Nexo, right? That is highly acclaimed around the world as a well-made FCEV. But hydrogen car, or the FCEV, needs to be refueled. As of last year, Korea has the largest number of FCEV distributed in the nation. And it seems that only half of the number of the cars distributed here in Korea are distributed in Germany. So this FCEV is a large business here in Korea, and I believe that other mobility modes than the FCEV can be refilled in hydrogen. the refilling stations. There also is a big concern over the hydrogen refilling station here in Korea. For example, in wintertime, the FCEV drivers expressed a lot of difficulties in refilling their FCEV because of the freezing of the nozzle or something like that. We all know that there is a dramatic development in terms of FCEV technology. So currently, a lot of parts and components have been improved, and also the refilling, the mode has been improved dramatically. So it takes only 5 minutes to refill the hydrogen. So it seems that there is a dramatic increase in terms of convenience of refilling of hydrogen in hydrogen refilling stations. So it means that there have been actually dramatic improvements in terms of hydrogen refilling station technology. So it means that the conventional concern over the inconvenience of hydrogen refilling station has been resolved. Is that what you said? That's right. But the thing is that there still is a shortage of the number of refilling stations. However, when it comes to the utilization of the refilling station, I believe that a lot of the difficulties have been resolved already. What are the key characteristics or the merits of FCEV produced here in Korea? I'm not working in the FCEV production area. Rather, I'm working in the hydrogen drone production area. So the hydrogen actually can be combined with the oxygen in the air, and electricity can be generated over the course. We all know that hydrogen is a clean energy source, and also the electric vehicle takes long to recharge because of the capacity of the battery. But we all know that FCEV can travel 600 kilometers, which is way longer than the EV or electric vehicles. So compared to the EV trucks or the buses, FCEV has bigger merits. Actually, what you said reminded me of the U.S. case, particularly the Amber hydrogen bus, which drew a great deal of attention from the general public in the U.S. Nikola case. So will it be commercialized sooner or later? I believe it's already commercialized. And also hydrogen, the battery pack is the business that I work on. We have a lot of suppliers and also upstream manufacturer partners that are working on the commercial production of FCEV and the hydrogen battery packs. I feel very proud of being Korea because the pioneer like you actually excavated and explored a new path for the development of hydrogen technology. This will be my last question. So we are talking about hydrogen economy and its development. What are the improvement points that you can think of from the perspective of the central government of Korea in the Gyeonggi province? We are talking about the growth of hydrogen industry, and it seems that the European countries like Germany or the country like the U.S. Lead this hydrogen industry or economy, but Korea is also one of the leading countries in terms of hydrogen economy and hydrogen technology. Other than this FCEV, Korea is ahead in many hydrogen technology areas, including green hydrogen technology. The advanced countries make huge investment in this green hydrogen technology. The green hydrogen production to 20 to 40 megawatt is the target pursued by the European countries. We all know that green energy, green hydrogen production doesn't generate any greenhouse gases or the CO2s. So, and also the supply of hydrogen is very critical. So the European countries have ambitious plan to create or install 1,600 to 6,000 pipelines for hydrogen delivery.
I think that all hydrogen is not the same, that depending on where it's from, it could be a little bit of gray hydrogen or maybe some hydrogen that needs to go a little bit more to become really environmentally friendly. So I think that institutionally speaking that we need to do a little bit more to support that kind of a hydrogen development. That's true. Because of COVID-19, some of the projects, about 90% of that industry has been wiped out. So this has brought about a big impact. If there's environmental pollution, if there's very big environmental problems, that is going to come as a very drastic impact to humanity. So I think that this hydrogen industry is really being promoted globally. And in that regard, the ways of using hydrogen and how we make and move hydrogen are also those areas where we have to see consistent research. Yes, thank you very much for your contribution. But lastly, maybe you can talk about a few last concluding comments. I think that there are many people who are worried about hydrogen because it's compressed, and some people have this wrong misconception of hydrogen. I know you might have heard of this, but people worried about hydrogen bomb explosions. That's completely different from what we know. So can you tell us a little bit about that? So when we talk about H bombs, that's a kind of hydrogen that does not exist in its natural state. So that's different from the hydrogen that we talk about. Hydrogen it exists right now in the air that we breathe. So it's just a very natural, eco-friendly energy source. And the hydrogen industry is also very developed. So in terms of storing this storage facilities of hydrogen, they've been put through a lot of different tests, and they're very severe on protocols and certification. So if you can use those, there's no issue in safety. So we should know that. And hydrogen is very flammable, which is why when hydrogen bursts, it will just fly away in the air. So other than gasoline or batteries, there's not going to be any issue where they will catch fire because of water. So in the different facilities that we use, we would compress the hydrogen and put that, and we try to light it on fire to see whether it's safe or not. So you put it in fire. Yes, we try to make sure whether it's safe or not to see whether the hydrogen is going to fly away. And this sniper, we even have a sniper to shoot it to see whether it explodes or not. So we have gone through that safety test, which means that it is very safe. So you really shoot at this. That's great. Yes, if you look at our YouTube channel, then you would see all these different tests. So you'll be able to see that, I think. Yes, I'm going to follow and subscribe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution today.
네, 이렇게 두 분 인터뷰 함께하고 나니 수소의
After hearing the interview between the two, actually the hydrogen technology feels way closer to me. Now let us get started with the talk concert on the future energy paradigm from a carbon economy to hydrogen economy. I would like to invite the panelists for this talk concert. We have Kang Chol-gu, Senior Researcher of Gyeonggi Research Institute. We have Kim Ji-young, Team Leader of Doosan Mobility Innovation Inc. as a panelist. We have Kim Han-yong, Editor-in-Chief of Kim Han-yong's Small Car. We have Jung Eun-jae, Head of FCEV Community. Last but not least, we have Ms. Kim Min-ju, Kim Ji-won, Shin Ye-ju, and An Se-eun as a representative students of hydrogen economy supporters. This talk concert is joined by online audience in real time, and I'd like to invite Kang Chol-gu, a senior researcher of Gyeonggi Research Institute, who will chair this talk concert session. Please proceed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's talk concert theme is hydrogen and hydrogen energy. it seems that the economic leaders and the social leaders, as well as general public, have increasing interest in this hydrogen as a new energy source, as a solution to tackle the climate change and climate crisis issue, including the microfinance issue, which is serious here in Korea. So in order to tackle all these serious issues, we just paid attention, we started paying attention to alternative energy sources like the wind power generation and the PV power generation. And hydrogen economy have emerged as a kind of the potential the future technology. And President Moon also put a lot of emphasis on the development of hydrogen economy and hydrogen industry over and over in his speech toward the general public. Gyeonggi Province takes leadership in the implementation and the development of hydrogen economy. Gyeonggi Province is home to 1/3 of the entire population of Korea, and also it has a large industrial base within the region. So Gyeonggi Province plays the most critical and the significant role in pursuing this hydrogen economy. And it will be, I believe that the Gyeonggi Province will be the benchmark in terms of hydrogen economy implementation. In this context, this talk concert will be a precious opportunity for us to think about the economy direction for the implementation of hydrogen economy. It's quite meaningful occasion. We are joined by online audience through YouTube channel. And we are also joined by experts and students who are participating in today's talk concert as hydrogen economy supporters. First of all, I'd like to talk to Kim Han-young, editor-in-chief of Kim Han-young's Mocha. He's running a platform channel called Mocha, which deals with automotive industry and automotive technology. It has actually the channel has 450,000 subscribers. It's a very famous channel in YouTube. So hydrogen economy and hydrogen the energy paradigm shift will be a kind of topics that Mr. Kim Han-young can answer properly. Thank you very much for introducing my YouTube channel. It helped me a lot.
I think on YouTube you can see a lot of information, but there are also some things that you can only see if you come to forums like this. I know that we are here for a future energy paradigm. We're moving from a carbon economy to a hydrogen economy, but can you specifically tell us how this is going to change? So, I think another strength of a hydrogen economy is to see why it's important to go on this paradigm shift. When we use carbon as an energy source, water, oxygen, electricity, without these things we cannot live for one day. So in the past and now, oil and fuel, like oil and coal, whenever you use it, it leads to a lot of pollution. So with the hydrogen economy, the strength of that is that even if you use a lot of it, there is no pollution. So when you use hydrogen, the only byproduct is water because there is no other pollutant, which is why we have to have a paradigm shift from carbon economy to hydrogen economy.
저는 이제 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 쉽게 말해서 탄소 경제는
Which is why I think that carbon economy to hydrogen economy, we're going to go to an eco-friendly, decarbon society. So I was able to see that there are supporters, hydrogen economy supporters who are joining us today. I was wondering what work they do. Moti has launched H2 Korea, sort of a task force team, I guess, and they have a sort of a cheerleading squad about hydrogen, and it was launched in July. There are about 100 or 200 or so, and they provide PR online, talking about how hydrogen is very safe. They talk about hydrogen cars, and these are mostly college students that they have been mobilized, and they're called supporters. So they are providing that sort of work, and I know that there are about 4 of these people who are going to be coming today, and they're with us, panelists. Hello. I'm Kim Min-ju. I'm a hydrogen economy supporter. I do have a question to Kang Chol-gu. Hydrogen is being really widely popularized at the moment. Can you tell us a little bit more about why hydrogen is so highlighted both at home and abroad? Well, it is being highlighted because if we look at cars, for example, hydrogen cars are being very much spotlighted. They're being spotlighted because EVs and HCEVs can be compared against IC cars, such as IC cars and other diesel combustion cars. They are not being very much highlighted because of their impact to the environment. That when in terms of transport and moving around people, mobility, one is going to be disappeared and the other is not. With EVs and HCEVs that are powered on with the transports and mobility, with economic activity. With hydrogen, there's really no emissions. So hydrogen cars are basically seen as no emissions car. And so that is why hydrogen can be a very good energy source to make that happen. And hydrogen cars can allow for that to be done, which is why hydrogen energy, how it's going to be used and how it's going to be highlighted, is something that we have yet to see.
일부 자단
Hydrogen fuel-based drone development is one of the business areas of Doosan Innovation. And actually, Doosan Innovation Director participated in the previous session as a panelist. So I believe that there are some of you who are interested in this hydrogen fuel-based drone technology. So if you have any questions about that, please ask them. I am Kim Ji-won, hydrogen economy supporter. My question is directed to Mr. Kim Ji-young. So hydrogen fuel-based drone is a kind of practical the hydrogen technology being utilized and commercialized in reality. And also, are there any specific business plan that the Doosan Innovation has with regard to the hydrogen industry? I believe the hydrogen industry can be divided into 3 categories. The first one is hydrogen production and the delivery. And secondly, the produced hydrogen need to be utilized for the electricity generation. When it comes to this power generation, Doosan is a leading company, and Korea is also a leading country in terms of this power generation using this hydrogen fuel. PEM-FC and PFC are the 2 areas where Korea and the Doosan lead. And the third area is mobility area, the hydrogen-based vehicle or gas trucks or the motorcycles using hydrogen as fuel, or belong to this category. And UAM, unmanned aerial mobility, or the air taxi or cargo drones, or manned aerial objects are another ways that the hydrogen can be utilized as a new source of fuel. And those are kind of future promising areas in terms of hydrogen industry. And the Doosan Innovation has planned to make a continuous investment in that area as well. Thank you very much for your answer. I also would like to ask a question to Mr. Kim Ji-young. I belong to a department on the video creation. So I just wondered that the hydrogen-based the drone is utilized and whether it can be commercialized. The hydrogen battery pack just can fly like 10 to 20 minutes. That was conventional, the hydrogen battery-based drones. However, the Doosan Innovation developed a hydrogen-based drone can fly a number of hours, and it can be utilized for monitoring of coastal areas or the wildfires. So it has a wide variety of uses. So the localized Korean technology is utilized for this hydrogen-based drone technology, and it's already commercialized and being sold in the market. And the US CES 2020 actually awarded Doosan Innovation as a best innovator in this hydrogen drone area. I have a question about the hydrogen economy. If we implement this hydrogen economy, what kind of change we'll experience or we will have? Let me use a picture to help the audience understand better about this hydrogen economy. This is a kind of change that will be brought about by the implementation of hydrogen economy. This is the current status. The left side is our current status or the status quo, and our to-be image or our future status is on our right side. So it can take 5 years or 10 years to reach that to-be status. I believe that if it goes like this, it will take like 50 years to make a complete paradigm shift. So the genuine the hydrogen economy will be realized like 2070.
So for example, if we try to have a hydrogen economy, then let's say there are power plants that are fossil fuel, fire-powered or thermal-powered. And when you burn that, then you would be left with methane, a different gas, which is why we can have a fuel cell power plants. We had a representative from Doosan. They are developing a fuel cell power plant. This concept of a power plant is going to change. I don't know if it's going to take 5 years or 10 years, but this is how the future is going to change. And it's the same with cars. On the left, you see these diesel cars. I know that there are many people here who drive old cars, but so you see cars like Nexo. They are shifting over to hydrogen cars. Even with refueling stations. Right now, there are these LPG or gas stations, and now about 20, 30 years in the future, we're going to see a lot more hydrogen refueling stations. And that's going to be the future because that's really going to be best for the bottom line because of the regulations and the market price mechanism. People are not going to buy IC cars anymore. Even with residential boilers, they're gas-powered. But on the right-hand side, you would see these fuel cell boilers, fuel cell heaters. They're going to be deployed in each and every residence. It might take 15, 20 years. But that's going to be the change in the future. And most importantly, the air quality of Namsan. Can you take a look at the air quality right now on the left-hand side? This is when microfine dust was at its worst. But if we continue to use clean energy like hydrogen, then you would see what you see on the right-hand side. This very clear view of Namsan. Maybe this is going to take 10 years or so. Because right now we are getting into that territory. But most importantly, this hydrogen economy, within the existing paradigm, we'll see the economy will continue to go, but you would see the view of Gwanghwamun over there. The statue of Admiral Lee Sun-shin would see that there's very much haze. But in the future, you would still see economic growth, but the air quality, the environment, and the skies are still very clear. That's what we're going to see in the future with the hydrogen economy. So those are the changes that we're going to see. And that is what I would like to tell you. Gyeonggi-do and local governments, I think we should all work together so that the public and people can usher in an era of hydrogen economy, that we can all work together in that regard in terms of the policies and the institutions. I hope that this will be a very good opportunity for all of us. And with that, we would like to conclude this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
네, 2부 토론 잘 들었습니다.
This concludes the panel discussion of the session number 4. And before we wrap up the session, we'd like to invite the student supporters for the hydrogen economy for their comments.
Well, we are a team of students who majored in video and media content because we want to try to make content that is really relevant to the people. So we've made webtoons, or we've made parody videos of advertisements to try to tell more people about the hydrogen economy. Through this content, I hope that many people's idea of hydrogen has changed. Hello, I'm a hydrogen economy supporter. My name is Kim Ji-won. We have placed a label on a cup holder saying that hydrogen economy is our tomorrow. When we handed this out to many people, people asked us, what exactly is a hydrogen economy? I believe that promoting hydrogen economy is really what we need to do in the future. Thank you. Hello, I'm a hydrogen economy supporter. My name is An Se-eun. Before I started working as a hydrogen economy supporter, I thought that hydrogen is very dangerous because I thought that it could explode. But while working as a supporter, I was able to learn that that is not the case, that I had a very good opportunity telling more people about the benefits of hydrogen. Hello, I'm a hydrogen economy supporter. My name is Kim Min-ju. Before I began this work, I really did not know anything about hydrogen. But after I started working as a supporter, I did some studying of hydrogen, and this allowed me to know a little bit more about hydrogen. If you can do a little bit more research on hydrogen, that would also be a way for you to learn more about us and transitioning to hydrogen economy.
다음으로 수소 전기차 넥소 커뮤니티.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Next, we would like to ask Nexo for his few words.
넥소 카페 운영자.
I am Jung Eun-jae. The FCEV car is the one that I'm using. I purchased it back in 2018, and the mileage, current mileage is around 100,000 the kilometers right now for my car, and I'm quite satisfied with the performance of the FCEV. However, there still is a shortage of infrastructure for FCEV, including the refueling station. But after hearing the comments made by the hydrogen economy supporters, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the supporters, and I hope that this, in the near future, we will have better infrastructure for the operation of FCEV. This concludes the talk concert session, and it was a precious opportunity for us to learn more about the hydrogen economy, including FCEV. I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the participants of session number 4.
Back with special session. Thank you.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. it is a pleasure to meet you. This is the first 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. My name is Ko Young-sil. I am your MC. I'm with the Gyeonggi Provincial Government. We are now moving into our last session. I would like to ask you for your continued participation until the end, and with that, I'd like to move to the last session. This session is on Gyeonggi-do's energy transition. It's a special session. In this special session, we have 8 experts who are going to be with us to talk about Gyeonggi-do's Green New Deal energy implementation measures. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our speakers to you. First of all, we have our moderator, Ko Jae-kyung, at Gyeonggi Research Institute. Is a senior research fellow there. Next, we have a presenter, Hong Hyun-pyo, Renewable Energy Team Manager at Gyeonggi Province. Next, Baek Hyun-suk, Energy Policy Division Chief on Ansan City Environment and Transportation Bureau. Kim Eui-kyung, Gyeonggi Regional Headquarters Industry Division, Korea Energy Management. Shin Ho-chul, Director at Gyeonggi Energy Center. Lee Kyu-jin, a Research Professor at Aju University. Ham Il-han, a CEO at H Energy Co. And lastly, Lee Chang-soo, Chairman of the Gyeonggi-do Citizen Development Cooperatives Council. Thank you very much. This session is being broadcast real time, and we do have an online audience with us today. We'd now like to hand over the microphone to Ko Jae-kyung, the moderator of the discussion. Yes, please. Hello. I welcome you to this special session, the last session on the 2020 Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. My name is Ko Jae-kyung at the Gyeonggi Research Institute. We're here to talk about energy transition, Gyeonggi-do's New Deal. Because of COVID-19 and climate crisis, this is a very hot topic at the moment. We have about an hour given to us. It's not enough for us to have a very full discussion, but with the energy transition for Gyeonggi-do, we did have the opportunity to invite many experts with us today. So with efficient discussion, I think we can have a very good outcome here. Let me brief you on the order today. So first of all, we'd like to hear from Gyeonggi-do's plan on energy transition. We would first hear the presentation and then have a free discussion. So now I'd like to ask Hong Hyun-pyo of Gyeonggi Province for the presentation.
발표 부탁드립니다.
네, 고재경 박사님 감사합니다. 저는 오늘 특별 세션에 발표를 맡은 경기도 신재생 에너지 팀장 홍현표입니다. 경기도 에너지 전환 추진 방안에 대해서 발표를 하도록 하겠습니다. 목차는요, 추진 배경과 온실가스 배출 및 에너지 현황, 그다음에 비전 및 목표, 그다음에 주요 중점 과제, 그다음에 투자 계획 및 기대 효과 순으로 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 추진 배경입니다. 2017년 기준으로 지구 기온이 산업화 이전 대비 약 1도씩 상승한 것으로 지금 나타나고 있는데요. 이로 인해서 기상이변으로 인명 피해라든지 재산 피해가 세계 곳곳에서 발생하고 있는 그런 상황입니다. 그런 와중에도 한반도 평균 기온은 약 1.2도씩, 그다음에 경기도는 약 2.3도씩 증가했다는 데이터가 를 볼 때 우리가 얼마나 심각한 상황에 처해 있는지 알 수 있는 거라고 생각이 됩니다. 이제는 뭐 코로나19도 이 기후 변화로 인해서 발생했다는 것은 공공연한 사실이라고 생각이 드는데요. 이런 코로나19로 인한 장기적인 경기 침체로 인해서 도내 일자리 감소와 경제적 불평등이 심화되고 있는 상황이고요. 그래서 해외 주요국들은 저탄소 경제사회로의 전환을 준비하기에 이르렀습니다. 그래서 주요 선진국들이 기후비상 선언 및 탄소제로 목표 수립에 이어 유럽, EU에서는 탄소 국경세를 도입하는 것을 추진을 하고 있습니다. 이에 따라서 정부에서도 한국판 뉴딜 발표를 통해서 탄소 중립을 표방을 한 바 있고요. 지난 10월에는 문재인 대통령께서도 국회 시정연설을 통해서 넷 제로를 선언하신 바 있습니다. 경기도도 지난 7월에 경기도형 뉴딜 정책을 통해서 그린 뉴딜 정책을 발표한 바 있고 지난 9월에는 지사님께서 탈석탄 동맹을 가입을 선언하신 바 있습니다. 경기도의 온실가스 배출은 17년 기준으로 전국 대비 약 19.2%를 차지하고 있고요. 연평균 약 3.4%가 증가하는 것으로 나타나고 있습니다. 산업, 건물, 수송 분야에서 약 90% 이상의 배출이 되고 있는데 여타 광역 지자체와는 달리 산업과 건물, 수송 요 세 가지 분야에서 고루 배출이 되고 있다는 것이 특징이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 에너지는 공급 차원에서 석유 공급이 좀 감소를 하고 있고요. LNG와 신재생
energy supply and demand, there is a trend of increase in terms of the LNG and the renewable energy sources. And here you can see the 12.5% of the renewable energy is utilized here in Gyeonggi Province, and it's increasing by 1.9% annually. And when it comes to the vision of the energy transition of Gyeonggi Province, the vision is a transition into low-carbon energy system, achieving and the self-supporting system of the energy, and it has a target of reduction of greenhouse gas emission by 1.05 million TOE. And when it comes to the detailed strategies, we've set the strategy to create the energy cooperative ecosystem. When it comes to the PV power plant or the power generation, expertise is required. So energy prosumer training or the energy cooperative can be a good measures to deploy to increase the expertise, particularly in the area of monitoring and after-sales management service. This cooperative actually system will create the post-management system in Gyeonggi Province. And the second strategy to realize the vision of energy transition in Gyeonggi Province is to develop new businesses and new industries in the energy sector, particularly in the form of converged the businesses. High efficiency, the businesses in terms of energy consumption will be further developed. And third strategy that will be deployed by Gyeonggi Province is to expand the people participating profit-sharing energy production method using the parking spaces or the rooftops. So these idle lands or the sites can be utilized for the generation of electricity participated by the people of Gyeonggi Province. And the profits from this power generation can be shared by the people.
수소에너지 생태계 조성입니다. 저희가 안산에
Next, we would like to move on to our main tasks. In Ansan, we have a hydrogen test city and Pyeongtaek extraction facility and demonstration of technologies. We are supporting these different developments. We also have a project to provide self-sufficient power to about 100,000 households to provide PV energy to them for energy self-sufficiency. And have a Gyeonggi-do-style residential PV supply. Of the residences in Gyeonggi-do, about 68% are public housing. For them in the verandas or in the rooftops, we can have PV panels to try to have power generators for each household to try to provide a distributed energy. Next, I'd like to talk about the different energy welfare services efficiency on trying to create an energy self-sufficient village. On those areas where there are blind spots of energy supply, we can provide PV installations and establish PVs to try to cut down on electricity bill and support the cost of heating and cooling. Next, because of global warming and climate change, This has impacted the vulnerable members of our society, so we want to provide support to the vulnerable classes, low-income families, specifically a single person, elderly households, and this will be a way for us to try to realize energy welfare. And lastly, for smart energy apartments. For apartments, they are buildings that have very high levels of energy consumption. So for those areas that are very low efficient, we can enhance them, or also to try to provide more environmentally friendly energy or renewable energy to them to try to cut down on energy costs. With KEPCO, we will work on a power tariff contract or power tariff billing structure to try to make this more optimal. There are about 25 different tasks in 7 different categories. For 3 years, we're going to invest about 909.2 billion won. Through this, we can expand distributed energy and expand a private sector investment to try to shift over to a clean energy transition, clean energy paradigm, which will lower our greenhouse gas emissions, create jobs, and also come up with a growth engine for the economy. This concludes my presentation on energy transition plan for Gyeonggi Province. Thank you very much, Hong Hyun-pyo, for your presentation. That was helpful for us to learn more about the consumption and use of energy at Gyeonggi Province, fossil fuels, and also your key targets going forward. It was a very short presentation, but you were able to do it in a very concentrated manner. The MC already introduced our panelists, but we do have representation from academia, from the industry, and from the government, from public sector, many different fields. I'm going to go in order. I'm going to ask, starting from the person sitting next to me, to tell you about the things that you're doing right now. And I think because of COVID-19 and climate change, people have new perspectives on Green New Deal. This is a very key challenge, a key mission. Can you maybe briefly tell us about your thoughts on that? Maybe about 2 minutes. Ms. Baek Hyun-suk.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Baek Hyun-suk, Energy Policy Division Chief of Ansan City Environment and Transportation Bureau. It's a great honor to have a chance to participate in today's special session discussion along with experts in this area on behalf of the city of Ansan. And we have implemented the energy actually saving and efficiency improvement project since 2016, and also we have engaged in various projects to increase the proportion of renewable energy in the total energy consumption of the city. We are in the midst of COVID-19, and I believe that the fundamental cause of the pandemic is the climate change, and the fundamental and the effective solution to the climate change is shift to low carbon system, the energy system. In this context, the Korean government has come up with a Green New Deal policy, and the relevant local autonomous bodies and the governments come up with their own Green New Deal policies as well. And the city of Ansan also has announced and pursued Ansan-style Green New Deal projects.
Next, we'd like to hear from Kim Eui-kyung. Yes, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kim Eui-kyung of the Korea Energy Management and the Gyeonggi Regional Headquarters Industry Division. We provide work on energy efficiency and lowering of emissions of greenhouse gases in residential, building, and industrial energy use. And we are working to transition to hydrogen energy paradigm. The local government and federal government's energy policies are being streamlined by us, so we work to coordinate those policies. We provide very strong support for local government's energy policies. Recently, we've seen a decentralization of energy. which means that local governments are working on various different decentralized energy policies, which we are also providing support for. The Green New Deal can allow for energy transition and economic growth. So it's a very good opportunity for us to try to get both of them at once. We are faced with this new COVID-19 era. We can be more realistic in our evaluation of the Green New Deal so that we can come up with a Green New Deal that is more relevant to the local government different needs so that we can have economic and environmental and health benefits which would take Korea to the next level. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shin Ho-chul, Director of Gyeonggi Energy Center. Gyeonggi Energy Center was launched by Gyeonggi Provincial Government, which is the first of such case. And actually, the purpose of the establishment of this Gyeonggi Energy Center is to establish the foundation for the achievement of Energy Vision 2030, as well as the dissemination of and implementation of Energy Vision of the government. Energy is like the air, so we do not realize the importance of energy in the ordinary times. However, if something happens, then we realize how critical the energy is. In Europe, this energy issue is dealt at the national level as a part of the national security. I believe that Korea needs to follow suit and deal with this energy issue as a part of the national security. The international community will enter into new climate regime in the midst of a climate change and energy crisis. And the international community requires fundamental paradigm shift of the energy system. And Korea is not an exception to this trend. We all know that the climate crisis is being aggravated and a lot of the natural disasters happen, and also the number of epidemics increases. So in the midst of the various crises and issues, we need to think about how we can come up with a relevant solution to overcome those crises. As it was rightly pointed out, the COVID-19 is the outcome of environmental destruction and climate change. I think the era for economic development has gone, and we are living in the era of recovery of our environment. So we need to make a paradigm shift from fossil fuel, the based centralized energy system, to distributed and renewable energy-based energy system. Even though it is belated, but still, this energy paradigm shift will be a relevant solution to overcome the economic crisis as well as a climate crisis. We need to think about our future, and this kind of paradigm shift is not an option, but a must. And the Gyeonggi Energy Center will do its utmost to support this energy transition. Thank you.
네, 아주대학.
Yes, I'm at Aju University. My name is Lee Kyujin. I look at ways to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions in transportation. So I look at inventory-based solutions to try to look at the transportation side, and that is the focus of my research. We've just heard of this presentation by Mr. Hong, and I think that some of the key areas did not include transportation, so this means that I have to work harder to have that area included in that. You asked about COVID-19 and the Green New Deal, how is it going to be highlighted going forward? I think in transportation, the most important areas where we can lower greenhouse gas emissions is public transport. Because of COVID-19, many people feel that going on public transportation is dangerous, and people are using their own private commercial vehicles, or own cars, or own passenger cars. And so this means that from public transport operators, their costs have gone up. And this makes it even more inconvenient for the users to use it. And so this is a sort of a vicious cycle because of COVID-19, especially in the field of transportation. This means that we have worked really hard to facilitate public transportation, and it feels like all of that have been for nothing. I think that for COVID-19, we don't feel that COVID-19 is going to end soon, so we have to come up with a new kind of a frame in seeing this. We've tried to reduce the use of passenger cars, but I think that there's going to be some limitations to that going forward. So perhaps instead of using passenger cars that are mid to large size, maybe they can use smaller, lightweight vehicles, and how we can see fuel transition. So smaller cars and fuel transition to try to use more eco-friendly fleets. And also for public transportation, I think the biggest cost factor there is transport cost, so fuel. But to minimize fuel is a way for us to try to increase energy efficiency of electricity and hydrogen, and that will be very helpful to make this kind of public transport more widely popularized. I think what's really important is that because of COVID-19, we've seen that a lot of these virtual activities are going to be here to stay. And that means that for logistics and parcel delivery services, we're going to see them grow more. In transportation energy, we have not really looked at logistics delivery vehicles. So maybe going forward in transportation, we will look at passenger cars and also logistics delivery vehicles. And that is where we have to come up with different policy measures for.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ham Il-han, CEO of H Energy Co. My company is a platform startup which is working on the virtual power plant platform. Actually, we have a multilateral platform strategy, including the shared rooftop and electricity O2O based B2C energy market. And the local or regional micro businesses and the small businesses can participate in this electricity market or kind of the power market using this platform. The term New Deal reminds us of the words like a Great Depression, public budget, a large or giant infrastructure project, like a fixed formula. However, the current time is dramatically different from the Great Depression time. We are living in the era of fourth industrial revolution, and the characteristics of the fourth industrial revolution include decentralization, decapitalization, and the shared economy. So what I want to tell you is that actually we need to pursue the green process New Deal, and the past methodology that were used in the Great Depression era cannot or will not work in our time. And rather, if such kind of past methodology is utilized, the outcome will be disastrous. Thank you.
안녕하세요.
Yes, hello. My name is Lee Chang-soo. I'm the chairman of the Gyeonggi Citizen Development Cooperatives Council. Our cooperative wants to transition away from fossil fuel-based fuels, so LNG or nuclear fuel, and we want to go more towards renewable energy like sunlight or wind. And the cooperatives are funded by the citizens, where we generate the power and sell that to KEPCO and receive dividends from that. There is an alliance of cooperatives and 57 cooperatives like ourselves as part of that alliance. There are 23 in Gyeonggi Province. About 40% are based right here in our province. However, in the Gyeonggi Energy Vision goal, they have announced that they want to create 100 cooperatives. So instead of just saying that let's increase quantity and have as many citizens participate, instead of that, having citizens participate in renewable energy generation and try to get dividends. Perhaps that it could be explored from the approach of cooperatives, that people can come together with cooperatives. When citizens want to invest in renewable energy and participate, the citizens who live in the urban spaces, they don't really know exactly where to install the PV panels, so they build or they borrow or rent public spaces, and they engage in education and PR and engage in energy generation from that and sell that. And another thing is that they feel that they are working together to combat climate change. Cooperatives are very transparent, democratic, and autonomous, which is why we engage in also a lot of public interest projects. So we provide support to low-income families. And we also, the citizens themselves engage in a lot of these public interest projects, which is what the government should do. And there are many other projects that we do, but right now the government and Gyeonggi local government really tries to facilitate citizen engagement, but there have been some challenges to do so. We talk about Green New Deal, but this Green New Deal, I think rather than jobs, income is more important. Right now, we are trying to produce clean energy and sell that and create a income. And when hundreds of citizens do that together, then that could create this Green New Deal in terms of providing them with more income. A lot of low-income families, very vulnerable families, have been impacted by COVID-19. And I think that COVID-19 is a climate crisis, which I think that many people would also say the same. So, and this green energy crisis, this climate crisis is going to impact the most vulnerable members of our population because we are actually thinking about human extinction. So this is a very severe challenge. The Green New Deal is not something that should be looked at from the point of view of income, but is something that we have to do to try to prevent mass human extinction because humanity could be wiped out as a whole, which is why we are combating against this together with other cooperatives. So going forward, I hope that we are going to stay committed to this cause. And in Gyeonggi Green New Deal, I would like to hear more about your thoughts, and I would like to share mine as well.
Thank you very much. The keywords mentioned by our panelists are kind of citizens' participation, paradigm shift, the cooperation between the central government and the local government, and the industrial innovation and ecosystem creation are two other keywords that were mentioned. So the COVID-19 pandemic brought a drastic change to our overall society, and we need to think about all those keywords as a kind of solution to overcome the current crisis. Now, I'd like to ask the strategies to implement the Green New Deal of Gyeonggi Province and its planned energy transition, and what kind of the tasks that they want to propose. So we all know that this energy transition or the energy policy is the area where the citizens take great interest in because actually the energy sector is closely related to their daily lives, including the micro fine dust issue. And also this environment sector should go hand in hand with the transportation policy sector. So I believe that there are critical tasks ahead of Gyeonggi Province in terms of transportation system transition.
So I've already mentioned that in terms of transportation, we've tried to do a lot of efforts even before this, tried to lower greenhouse gas emissions. So this is nothing new. I think it was 2009 when this first came out, and the Sustainable Act, the Sustainable Energy Act, where they legislated different processes to try to lower greenhouse gas emissions. And at the time, the goal was to decrease greenhouse gas emissions from transportation sector by 34.6%. And then in 2014, it said that by 2030 that it will decrease emissions by about 24%. Recently, Gyeonggi Province and the central government are trying to come up with net zero policies and net zero measures. There have been a lot of plans in the past, but there were some obstacles, specifically implementation. And so I think that the implementation and commitment, they all have to be together along with legislation, but these laws and regulations have not been completely refurbished, which is why some of the efforts have not been completely implemented. So what I want to talk about today is that if we look at these different plans, the transportation plans, and also this regarding greenhouse gas emissions, we are seeing a lot of focus on EVs and HCEVs, but we have to see whether that's going to be enough. I want to look at the sustainable efficiency, the effects, long-term effects, and whether these policies are fair and balanced. So I would just like to provide 3 points for all of us to consider. The first is that from the point of view of preference, greenhouse gas emissions, I think that we're seeing a lot of use coming out of public transportation. In Gyeonggi-do, when we look at public transport, there's mid to long term and short distance, and mid to long term, mid to long distance. For mid to long distance, there's a lot of CNG buses and town buses that use LPG or other eco-friendly energy, and that should have been the framework. But Gyeonggi-do's share of public transport was largely based on diesel. And now that we are talking a lot about hydrogen, Gyeonggi-do did not even transition to CNG and LNG buses. I don't know if Gyeonggi-do can leap over that and go straight to hydrogen. So we have to look at the laws and regulations, because when we talk about this gas filling stations, a lot of those stations cannot really exist together in the urban scape. So this hydrogen gas refueling stations, how can they exist together with the city when they are not going to, when there are so many people living here together? Well, with these regulations, I think that with the regulatory sandbox has led to a lot of different tests and pilot projects. And within that legal and regulatory framework, I think that we can see more of an expansion. Maybe we can look at public infrastructure. Instead of just focusing more on deployment of eco-friendly cars, there needs to be good conditions or environment to enable that. Secondly, greenhouse gas emissions has not gone down in transportation. In fact, we have gone up compared to BAU. So if we look at the inventory in the middle, the biggest contribution there was because of the number of registered vehicles per person has continued to go up. This is natural to be expected because the economy has also grown, but the per person vehicle registration has really exploded, and we have to look at that because of all of these eco-friendly car subsidies. Even if you get a second car, you can be eligible for those subsidies. So even for these eco-friendly car deployment, the subsidies should try to limit more cars coming into the fleet. That subsidies and other incentives should really be careful about that. And secondly, if we look at the inventory, one of the big issues is that for a big to large size vehicles, their share has gone up. In 2009 or I think 2007, when there was a point in time when these vehicles have gone down in size, but when the policies will change, then we have not been talking a little bit about the lightweight cars. And so we have seen an increase in bigger vehicles since then. And we're seeing the same thing with greenhouse gas emissions. With mid to large size vehicles, they have increased, which is why the emissions of greenhouse gases have not gone down as much as we want. So here we have to try to look at fuel transition with these cars and transportation. And the subsidy should not just be given to everyone, but maybe, as mentioned recently, the government should not subsidize everything, but for luxury vehicles, the subsidy should be cut more. Maybe these subsidies should be expanded more for average-priced vehicles, and that is something that Gyeonggi-do should also look at. So you can subsidize more smaller, lightweight cars together with the Green New Deal. So that could be another aspect for you to consider. The third thing that I want to talk about is that with the Green New Deal, we're not just talking about fuel transition. We really want to place economic growth at the core, because when we talk about transportation, transportation is a very good pillar for economic growth. Transportation is not itself an activity, it's something that goes together with economic growth. And to do so, we cannot just have many cars. That does not necessarily lead to economic growth. We need to have more passenger foot traffic, so that the pedestrian foot traffic, so that they can lead to more commercial activity. So we have to be mindful of pedestrians as well. And so they have to look at this and see how the pedestrians, the foot traffic is moving, and we have to look at that together with transportation. There is policy on mass or mobility as a service. With public transport, I think one of the most innovative ways is to try to cut down on transfers, bus and public transport transfers, and that will cut down on the price. But we should also marry that now with the pedestrian foot traffic, because if we can have a more incentivized foot traffic, then that will lead to more commercial activity. And so if you really want to have economic growth through the Green New Deal, you should not just look at cars, transportation, but also foot traffic and maybe use of bicycles as well. So these should also be looked at together to try to allow for more economic activity in the commercial districts. And if I can just add one more thing, the logistics delivery cars, I think that we have not seen a lot of development there because of the conflict of interest. If we were to bring that to the public space, and then we should be able to look at these logistics cars. These delivery motorcycles, motorbikes, there's a safety issue there because they are not being very much regulated. So from the government's point of view, we have to try to bring that into the regulatory frame so that we can have eco-friendly and safe logistics and parcel delivery services. So that is something that we have to do. With that, I would like to conclude.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Actually, Professor Lee came up with a lot of the efficient and effective proposals, particularly actually the transportation policy focusing on transition into eco-friendly types of vehicles. Actually, we need to change or the shift the focus of the policy into the revitalization of the regional economy, including a small alley commercial district. Now I'd like to ask this question to Mr. Ham Il-ran, CEO of HEA Energy Co. It seems that the business actors have made a lot of efforts to create new business models based on the renewable energy and the new source of energy. But there are certain limitations to the growth and the development of new business models based on the renewable energy sources. There are certain changes made recently in these areas, and as we all know, Gyeonggi Province has great potential for the development of this new business models based on the renewable energy. So could you please explain what kind of potentials there are in terms of business models? My company pursues O2O services, and actually this O2O business has a lot of conflicts with existing laws and regulations. Everybody talks about the energy transition and Green New Deal, but actually the ownership and the distribution mechanism of this Green New Deal generated electricity or energy should be redefined. The Goldman Sachs or the Mercury or the large global giants shouldn't be allowed to have the ownership of the outcomes of this Green New Deal policies. Rather, we need to encourage the general public or the individuals to participate in this Green New Deal policy generated new businesses and take ownership of the outcomes. In this context, I can suggest three key directions. There have been diverse the procedures operated in other markets. For example, in offline the area, there are small and micro scale construction projects going on, including electricity project and the small construction project. But I believe that such kind of offline small the project should be transformed into kind of small scale online and businesses based on this smart grid market. We all know that Apple also engages itself into small scale B2C market. So I believe that at the central government level and at the local government level, there should be certain policies to encourage the active participation of the general public and individuals in this new business model-based businesses. And also, the general public can participate in this new form of the energy market if there are certain incomes that they can get from their participation. For example, if the 4% of the energy market is left to the general public for free participation, then actually this kind of large-scale energy project can be implemented in a more efficient and people-participating way. And collective wisdom and the collective intelligence can be utilized based on this platform-based economy. And such kind of trials are very important to make. As for the perspective of the Gyeonggi Province or local government, when these local governments deal with the Green New Deal, they need to make a paradigm shift. So they can actually stick to the existing or the conventional ways of policy implementation by 70%. However, the remaining 30% should be left to innovative trials or the general public's participation. And also 5 to 10% of this public project should be left to kind of a private platform sector. And this can open a wide window of opportunity to the general public and innovators. There are a lot of challenges made by the businesses, and I believe that some business can make a huge difference and can be a game changer in the market. Thank you.
네. Yes, we've just heard from Hamil-han about that energy transition. That was what I was going to ask, actually, to Mr. Lee Chang-soo, because you mentioned that the future energy transition, your big picture of that is very similar to what has already been said. Gyeonggi-do wants to have more participation of a civil society, and I think it has a potential and a governance system in place. It has really worked very hard to try to enhance the citizen engagement. But going forward for Green New Deal, I think that is going to be a very important asset. We've just heard from Hong Il-pyo. And I think that that has led to a lot of a contribution to profit generation. If you have any proposals to ask about that on something that you would like to strengthen in terms of civic participation. Yes, thank you very much. I've been engaged in environmental activism for about 25 years. And this climate crisis that we're talking about, I think for about the last 22 years, I've been working on that issue in particular. IPCC has talked about human extinction, that we only have about less than 10 years to respond to this. So I am very anxious and depressed about that, I have to say. Many countries have announced states of emergencies and tried to revamp their legislative mechanisms. Recently, the National Assembly has also passed a resolution, and the president has also said that they're going to go net zero by 2050. Many local governments have also declared states of emergency, so I thought that that's great because many people are finally understanding that this is a very urgent matter. However, the implementation plans, if you look at the very specific measures, the action plans, I don't know if that's enough, to be honest with you. This energy vision, I've gone to the task force meetings by the government, and with the Gyeonggi-do government's plan, I think a little bit is very positive because if you look at the plans themselves, they might not seem very extensive, but your Green New Deal tries to foster a lot of participation of the public, and you try to want to create a consensus among the public about the importance and urgency of the climate crisis. And I think that's very important. So one of them is that you want to try to create energy self-sufficient 100,000 residences, 100,000 households, maybe mini PV plants. And you said that you're going to create about 100 cooperatives just here in Gyeonggi-do. That's one of your goals. And I think that one cooperative can have about 1 million members, which means that a lot of different people can participate in this framework. So I think that that is very important. It's very significant. When I was working with the cooperative activism, the government and many different people have talked about citizen engagement and acted as if they're going to work together with us, but we have to get support in the form of actual land, but we were not able to be given a lot of public land because it was just very difficult. But we were able to get about a public land, about 100 megawatts of capacity. And this is a 2-year plan. Within 2 years, if the plans can be really implemented, many people of Gyeonggi-do participate there to understand better the renewable energy and climate crisis and really receive a level of a dividend, because people will be more interested if they can get a share of the profits. With that, maybe in year 3, it won't be just 100,000 residences, but hundreds of maybe 100 million or millions of households will participate there. And that could be a very important transition point. Asked by Hong Hyun-pyo, hopefully this can have a lot of a budget so it can be implemented, and I hope that there will be a lot of public commitment in that regard. So that is something that I want to say. And another thing is that Gyeonggi-do is in a very good advantage, because if you look at the southern area of Shihwaho, that complex area, it's really just an open space because the land has a lot of salt, so it cannot even be used as farmland. And there's also Hwasong area. So if Gyeonggi, Ansan, Hwasong can all work together to make use of this very much real estate that big companies, not led by big companies or public corporations, but led by local governments and citizens and cooperatives. I think that would allow for Gyeonggi Province to be a leader in this work, and a lot of other provinces and other local governments would also follow suit, to really facilitate more like activity nationwide.
네, 경기도 에너지.
Thank you very much. You just came up with a very positive feedback on the energy system transition of Gyeonggi Province, particularly in the area of people's participation. And this is the area that the Gyeonggi provincial government should make more efforts. Now, I'd like to ask the next question to Mr. Kim Il-kyun. We all know that the energy policy has been pursued and developed by the central government solely, and that led to the situation where the local voices were not reflected on the energy policies of the nation. However, as we all mentioned before, there is a strong need for the close link and the cooperation between the local autonomous governments and the central government. What do you think about that? We all know that Gyeonggi Province actively pursues Green New Deal policies, including or in cooperation with Ansan City, Pyeongtaek City, and all those small cities also engage themselves in their own Green New Deal policy implementation. And Mr. Hong made a perfect presentation on the Green New Deal policies of the Gyeonggi Province. I'd like to make a few suggestions with regard to the Green New Deal policy implementation of the provincial government. It seems that there are 7 major categories and 25 key tasks in terms of the Gyeonggi Province's Green New Deal policy implementation. But from a bigger perspective, in order to make a successful energy transition, we need to think about the energy consumption and the areas, particularly buildings, and also industries consume a huge amount of electricity. So as a part of Green New Deal implementation plan, I would like to ask to give more consideration of the energy consumption made in buildings. First of all, we need to think about how we can increase the energy efficiency of existing buildings. When we take a look at the Green New Deal policy of the central government, it's more of Green New Deal remodeling of the existing buildings. And as for the newly constructed buildings, MOLED came up with the subsidy plan for eco-friendly buildings, and as a part of the subsidy, the MOLED encourages the eco-friendly construction of a building as well as creation of a small park or the garden. And I believe that such kind of measures should be also included in Green New Deal policy implementation plans of Gyeonggi Province. And as for the industry sector, we all know that Gyeonggi Province has a large industrial complex. It has a national industrial complex as well as the agro and industrial the complex. So as for the installation of solar panel on the rooftop of those buildings or the industrial complex facilities, the Gyeonggi provincial government can provide some subsidies to accelerate and encourage installation of PV panels on the rooftops or on those areas. And also, the Gyeonggi province can come up with more creative measures to encourage the power generation of individual households, and it can raise awareness of the general public that they can actually create and generate the electricity that they consume. And also another task ahead of us is to create a close link between the central government and the local government in terms of implementation of energy transition. The Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery also came up with the ministry level the measures to implement eco-friendly energy transition in the local areas. I believe that there should be more there should be closer and stronger the link between the local government policies and the central government policies. So as for the Green New Deal policy of Gyeonggi Province, I believe that that Green New Deal policy can be linked to the relevant or similar Green New Deal policy of other local autonomous bodies. The local autonomous bodies here in Korea are not competing with one another. Rather, they need to cooperate with one another to have a better implementation of Green New Deal policies. And as for the success of Green New Deal policy, there should be general consensus made on the needs for energy transition. As I mentioned before, the people participating projects such as energy cooperative creation should be encouraged to a bigger extent. There is some room to be desired in terms of establishment of public consensus on energy transition and the implementation of Green New Deal. And in this context, Gyeonggi Province should make more efforts for publicity efforts.
It's in the energy transition policies of Gyeonggi Province, so we need to do more on industry and buildings. And we also heard another panelist talk about more work to be done in transportation. This means that a lot of the departments at Gyeonggi Province are not working together under the same goal for the Green New Deal. So hopefully there needs to be stronger implementation mechanism towards that regard. Next, we'd like to hear from Baek Hyun-suk of Ansan. Ansan is very leading a best practice case in energy transition, and I think that you've done a lot in that regard. So can you tell us a little bit about the different challenges that you've had or any issues that you want to share with us? I think that the Green New Deal can allow us to take a new step further. Can you tell us some more about that?
Thank you very much for introducing the achievement that Ansan City has made.
저희 안산시의 그린 뉴딜 정책과
I think that the Green New Deal policies of Ansan City, and in pursuing the Green New Deal, we had two things that we went up against that I would like to explain to you. As you well know, Ansan City has the world's largest tidal power plant, and in Daebu-do, there is also LNG satellite complex and PV complexes, wind power, many kinds of renewable energy sources. It's a Daebu-do energy town. And in terms of energy efficiency, there are a lot of products that we have developed. We also provide a lot of energy consultant services. We've also opened this energy supermarket this year. We've also, at the end of last year, we started a competition across our province, and we were selected as a pilot city for hydrogen energy. And in May, those different strong advantages that we have here at Ansan, we created a special zone in Dae-bu-do for industrial energy. In 2016, as the first local governments in Korea, we announced Energy Vision 2030. And together with the civil society and energy organizations and energy companies and a public government, we came up with a goal to have a self-sufficiency of one person or one household, one power plant, and lead up to a 30% greenhouse, 30% of a share in energy generation coming from renewable energy. So this has led to a decrease of about 3.25 million tons of greenhouse gases. For the last 10 years, we've been working very tirelessly towards this goal. And as Mr. Lee Chang-soo is also here, but this Ansan Sunlight Cooperative is also something that we are really fostering. We also have a renewable energy tour for citizens, and also we are training lectures on eco-friendly energy, different projects that we have in Ansan. Because we are a pilot test city for hydrogen energy, and using the base that we have with renewable energy, we are going to work on implementing Green New Deal. And I would like to share my presentation with you on creating a green eco city, a sustainable eco-friendly energy transition, a smart green industrial ecosystem. We have 7 different areas that we are focusing on. If you look closely at this, we have ecosystem and create a national garden at Shiwao, and also do a remote automatic inspection system for waterworks, and renewable infrastructure establishment for groundwater facilities, make use of the tidal power plant to do water electrolysis to produce green hydrogen. As the first in the metropolitan region to make use of our pipelines to supply hydrogen to residential areas. In Dae-bu-do, the distributed grid is also another parts of our project, an intelligent smart grid project. There is also a small island close to Dae-bu-do called Pungdo, and Pungdo is going to be turned into an energy self-sufficient energy town. We're going to continue to build on this base where we can propagate more renewable energy. Also with EVs and HCEVs, we're trying to deploy more green mobility and also come up with a new R&D complex to focus on green energy. In promoting this Green New Deal, one of the difficulties is that we need to get enough land to do this, budget. In the case of our city, for about 10 years or so, we have used public buildings or lots that are not being used. So we've already installed a lot of PV panels there. And we were in search of a new land, which is why we've identified those areas around Shiwaho. There's a bicycle route there. And on the bicycle route, we have installed PV panels. When we install PV panels there, then we have to pay a fee for occupying the roads, and that was very expensive, which made it very not economical for us to pursue this project. So I think that the road occupation fee has to be lowered a little more. That is something that I would like to propose. And another thing is that for the Green New Deal, the local governments get a little bit of the budget, that the budget is divided up among the local governments. But maybe you should look at the local government's commitment, the political commitment, or if you feel that some local governments should be given more funding because they have very key projects in the pipeline, that would be very helpful. For us, Daebu-do has a very strong energy self-sufficiency project, so maybe we can see more investment there. And so for distributed grid or energy self-sufficient towns, that they can be listed as a best practice case for the nation. And this means that the policies will not just be rhetoric, but that they can be seen as something that's more substantial. Because we're doing this as a country first, nations first. We can also tie that in with tourism, ecotourism, and make more economic vitality. And that is something that we would like to promote. Thank you.
네, 안산시는 특별히 시간을 많이
I gave more time to Ansan City because Ansan City's Green New Deal policy is worth being publicized. So the local autonomous bodies such as Ansan City, which has great expertise in the Green New Deal policy implementation, should be publicized, and also there should be strategic alliance made between these small sub-level cities and the Gyeonggi provincial government. Gyeonggi province declared the Energy Vision 2030, and it established the Energy Center. And actually, this Energy Center has been the benchmark target for other local autonomous bodies, and also some other local autonomous bodies started establishing the energy center like the Gyeonggi Energy Center. There must be a lot of difficulties you can expect ahead of the center, particularly in implementation of Green New Deal vision of Gyeonggi Province 2030. So what are those difficulties that you can think of? Let me summarize the position of the Gyeonggi Energy Center. We all know that Gyeonggi Province is #1 in terms of energy consumption, and also it's #1 in terms of greenhouse gas emission. However, its energy self-sufficiency is not quite satisfactory. It means that it brings the energy or the electricity from outside to consume inside of the Gyeonggi Province, and also the energy welfare level is quite different and among different the members of the Gyeonggi Province. That is why Gyeonggi Province has a significant need for energy transition. As it was rightly pointed out by a Gyeonggi Province government official presenter, Gyeonggi Province needs to pursue kind of key tasks in terms of 25 key tasks. So actually, Gyeonggi needs to focus on people participating in energy transition, as well as the development of new energy businesses and the improvement of energy service and efficiencies. And Gyeonggi Energy Institute actually conduct a lot of research projects to come up with effective ways to achieve these goals. We all know that Gyeonggi has 31 the small cities and the counties, and all those 31 cities and the counties come up with their own plans for self-sufficient energy system. In this context, there should be a close network created between these 31 cities and the counties and the Gyeonggi provincial government. Each city or county can identify the energy transition related project which is suitable to its own circumstances and conditions. And Gyeonggi government can provide relevant support to those small cities and the counties. Secondly, I'd like to make a kind of philosophical point. Energy transition should be pursued from the perspective of social fairness. As it was pointed out in the previous presentations, the large capital should be mobilized for energy transition, and also a large budget and the subsidies are provided to the energy transition projects, and we should be very careful to take care of those who are isolated from this transition process. We need to establish a kind of an energy system which provides a fair and equitable right to energy to all or to everyone. This is a kind of point which can be ignored easily. However, this is a kind of the social the value that we should pursue. So I just mentioned energy justice and equitable access to energy. And in order to achieve these goals, energy transition governance should be established, participated by both the public sector and the private sector. So all the conflicts which can occur over the course of energy transition can be resolved through this governance system. So as I mentioned before, the people participating in 31 county participating energy transition governance system should be established for the ultimate success of this energy transition project and initiative. The cooperative network between the small counties and the Gyeonggi provincial government, as well as equitable right to energy should be established, and also the energy governance participated by both the private sector and the public sector should be established to achieve a genuine energy transition in Gyeonggi Province, and the Gyeonggi Energy Center will do its utmost to achieve that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very important. In 2008, we did green growth policy, and now we are pursuing the Green New Deal. Some people might wonder what's the difference between the two. I think that just transition is very important. You talked about justice and fairness in terms of combating climate change and doing energy transition. There's going to be some damages, and the damages might be different across different communities and groups and individuals. So we don't want the inequality to be worse. We need to have a fair and just transition. That's a very important value of the Green New Deal. So in that regard, the Green New Deal is a strategy that can change around economic structure, but also lower inequality levels. So it's very valuable in that regard. I should be able to give more time to the panelists, but we are very much behind schedule, very much so. But because we have listened to these very important comments, I tried to give as much time as possible. Maybe lastly, Hong Yeon-pyo, you can just briefly react to what you've heard. The panelists have participated. I would like to thank the panelists for participating, and Gyeonggi Energy Transition, you are very much interested in this, and you've also provided a lot of advice, so thank you very much for that. We feel that this is an area that we have to really focus more on. The policies have already been put in place, but our efforts to try to respond to climate change is something that we have to continue. And the policies also have to be newly implemented for the right relevant time. So I would like to take all of the different advice that you've said to us, and I will try to reflect that in the policy. We are not talking about climate crisis, not just climate change. And as been mentioned by the other experts, the Green New Deal and energy transition is not a matter of a choice, it's a matter of necessity. So it's something that we absolutely have to do, but now it's an issue of the scale and scope and speed. President Moon Jae-in last week said that he wants to go carbon neutral by 2050, and he emphasized that this has to do for the future of Korea and humanity, that we have to be proactive, not just reactive to these changes, that we have to be really critical and try to bring about these changes on our own. Energy transition and carbon neutral measures. I think that Gyeonggi government's role in that regard is very important, and Gyeonggi has a lot of potential. So going forward, this Green New Deal policies hopefully should be very successful, and maybe through the governance of each of the different entities here that you can engage in cooperation and maybe get rid of the obstacles. That is the kind of approach that we need. And furthermore, the carbon neutral goal, there is no mid to long-term goal for Gyeonggi Province, so maybe it's going to be helpful if you can come up with a mid to long-term vision and come up with implementation measures for that, and also try to enhance the different institutions, and also have a public-private level of a cooperation at federal and local level and within the local governments to try to come up with the necessary governance to do so. I think there needs to be a lot of discussions to make that. The panelists have done a lot to try to talk about the importance of the Green New Deal. You said that it's very important to foster a sort of consensus on that, on why we have to do this, and how it's important for us to try to make sure that everybody will benefit from this, and that is how we can get public acceptance for this policies. I would like to thank all the organizers for organizing this forum and all the panelists who have come here despite their busy schedules. And with that, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
네, 고재경 선임연구위원님.
Thank you very much, Ms. Go, for chairing this special session, and also I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the panelists. It was last session, but we had a very productive panel discussion, and this concludes the first Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. I hope that today's forum will lay a great foundation for the transformation of Gyeonggi Province into a leading province in terms of hydrogen economy implementation. This concludes the second Gyeonggi International Hydrogen Forum. Thank you very much.
Stay patient, and we hope to see all of you again at the next Gyeonggi Hydrogen Forum. Thank you.